I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing, oversight hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, March 4th, 2026, and the time is 9:56 in the morning, and this is the 8th of 8 oversight hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having, what we call agency performance oversight hearings that all the council committees are having, mostly last month, a little bit this month, in preparation for receiving the budget for fiscal year 2027 from the mayor, which we are scheduled to receive on April 1st. Today's oversight hearing concerns the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. We have 168 individuals who signed up to testify. We will hear their testimony, and then we will hear from Dr. Antoinette Mitchell, who is the superintendent, the state superintendent for education in the district. As I said, this hearing concerns the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, fondly known as OSSE, and I expect we will hear testimony on a range of issues, all of which will be helpful to me for when we hear testimony from Dr. Mitchell. I am going to call witnesses sort of to fill up the table, but being mindful that not too many witnesses at a time. And I'm going to ask the witnesses adhere to the time on the clock, which is 3 minutes. Robert Henderson, who is a representative on the State Board of Education from Ward 5. Eric Goulet, who is also an elected representative on the State Board of Education from Ward 3. Netta Douglas, who's assistant principal at Brooklyn campus for Lee Montessori Public Charter School. Danielle Robinette, who's senior policy attorney at the Children's Law Center. Kristin Ewing, who's policy counsel at DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. Caitlin Holbrook, who's a law clerk at Disability Rights DC. Betty Gentle, who's Senior Director, Advocacy and Public Policy at SUM, Inc. Sal Salvaggio, who's on the steering committee of the Long-Term Care Coalition. Adam Bergen-Smith, who is Director of Public Affairs at Educare DC. All right, I think I'll stop there. Mr. Henderson, you're up first.
Good morning.
You're going to set the tone for the whole hearing.
No pressure. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and staff. I am here in my individual capacity as Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education, and I'm not representing the views of the board as a whole. My testimony will speak to the performance of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education and is based in part on my own experience and in part on issues that have come to me as representative of Ward 5 residents and school communities. I first want to thank OSSE for their participation in the SBOE Graduation Requirements Task Force. In addition to Dr. Shamir Jones, who serves as a task force member, several other OSSE staff members, including Superintendent Mitchell, have joined task force meetings to answer questions about the proposed revisions. I look forward to continuing our work with them in the upcoming months. I also applaud OSSE for publicly reporting the course catalog and hope that it can be made more detailed and user-friendly in the future. Turning to areas where constituents have shared concerns with me about OSSE performance, I continue to hear from Ward 5 families about difficulties with transportation for students with disabilities. This includes ride times in excess of expected times according to the family handbook. Imagine spending 3 to 4 hours a day on a bus to attend a school within DC. I've also heard reports of families filing complaints and receiving no response or follow-up from managers. I ask OSSE to continue to seek improvement in these areas and also to proceed as expeditiously as possible on the implementation of the GPS tracking system. Families have been waiting for years for this real-time information and would like to see it come to fruition without any further delay. I ask OSSE to reassess and improve the process for verifying and appealing equitable access eligibility status. Currently, there is no way for a family to know or verify eligibility before the lottery is run and seats begin to be filled. Consequently, if a mistake has been made, even if a family corrects it, there may no longer be slots available. Appeals for eligibility are managed by schools or LEAs, and there is not clear, uniform, public-facing information outlining an appeals process or guidance for families on necessary documentation or who to contact. Schools also manage the wait list, and it seems that there is no clear guidance on how to order the wait list as seats become open once the deadline, June 1st for most charter schools and July 1st for DCPS, has passed. It can be confounding for families who have students on an EA waitlist for a school that is advertising open EA seats. At present, it seems there is not sufficient oversight of the EA allocation process or appeals process at the school level. Finally, I will say again that to effectively play the role of the state education agency, as in other states, OSSE should not report to a local office, the same office that the largest LEA reports to, and the same office that appoints the authorizing board of the other LEAs, nor can it provide oversight for the provision of services that the agency itself provides. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Is Eric Goulet here? Netta Douglas? We didn't see her, right? Danielle Robinette.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette, and I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the FY25 performance of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. As we testified in December, the district needs a comprehensive plan focused on special education. DC has long struggled to adequately serve students with disabilities. In the most recent DC CAPE results, OSSE, the district has demonstrated only very slight growth in proficiency among students with disabilities. However, individual schools have worked hard to identify and implement promising practices in special education, and these efforts have yielded results. For example, Washington Latin's upper school saw significant growth in proficiency for students with disabilities. Between SY23-24 and SY24-25, the percentage of students with disabilities who met or exceeded expectations in ELA grew by 39 points. In math, proficiency also grew by double digits. Of course, standardized test scores are not a perfect measure of a school's efforts to improve outcomes for students. However, the significant growth at Latin should serve as an example of what is possible, with a focused investment of time and resources to reimagine how we support students with disabilities. The work to meaningfully improve special education in the district will require cross-agency collaboration, as well as from community organizations that serve students with disabilities. However, like the citywide effort to address chronic absenteeism, the work to improve special education needs clear leadership charged with convening the relevant partners and ensuring progress towards a strategic plan. OSSE has the expertise in special education and experience developing strategic plans to address gaps in the district's education system. Additionally, their extensive data collection could be leveraged to identify trends within and between LEAs. Historically, OSSE has focused on their role in monitoring the implementation of special education and holding schools accountable when they fail to meet those expectations. However, accountability alone has not been enough to meaningfully improve special education. The district needs a plan for how to move forward. OSSE must take a more proactive leadership role in envisioning a different future. We urge the committee, OSSE, and the rest of the education sector to move with greater urgency to address the unmet needs of students with disabilities. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Robinette. Kristin Ewing. She needs to accept. Keep moving, see if she... Ms. Ewing, you're up.
Good morning. My name is Kristin Ewing, and I'm Policy Counsel at DC Appleseed, where I lead our health equity work. My testimony covers 3 areas: sexual health education, school-based behavioral health, and school health data collection. First, sexual health education. The district has made real progress on HIV in the last 20 years, but disparities persist. Nearly 1 in 5 new diagnoses occurred among young adults 18 to 24, and 70% of those were Black youth. Among transgender individuals, 60% of new diagnoses were in young adults aged 20 to 29. Youth ages 13 to 24 also have significantly lower viral suppression rates than older adults. School-based sexual health education is the most consistent and equitable way to reach young people with life-saving information. As OSSE revises its health and physical education standards, it must ensure the standards require curricula that are comprehensive, medically accurate, age-appropriate, culturally competent, and inclusive, covering prevention tools, routine testing, and treatment options. OSSE must develop this work in close partnership with DC Health and HOSTA so that epidemiological data directly inform what is taught and assessed. We are also concerned that the Health and Physical Education Assessment, the HPEA, has been placed on hold during the standards revision. The HPEA is the primary tool for measuring whether students are mastering essential health knowledge. Pausing it risks signaling that health education is secondary. HPEA results must also be made publicly available. Health education is foundational to long-term well-being, so just as we report student performance in literacy and math, we should report health education outcomes as well. School-based behavioral health. The school-based behavioral health program is one of our most important investments in youth. School year 25-26 is showing meaningful gains in clinician staffing and service delivery. We are therefore concerned about DBH's proposed plan to bring all services in-house away from community-based organizations. This would disrupt provider relationships that schools and families rely on and that are critical to robust care. Rather than completely restructuring, the district should stabilize what's working and make targeted, data-driven adjustments over time. Given OSSE's role in ensuring robust behavioral health outcomes for students, we hope they will support a slow down and stabilized approach to school-based behavioral health. Last, school health data. The Healthy Schools Act requires schools to complete a questionnaire that serves as the basis for each school's publicly available school health profile. These profiles are intended to provide families, advocates, and policymakers with a clear picture of the health services and education available at every school. But the current questionnaire lacks the detail needed to make these profiles truly useful. For example, knowing the number of social workers in a school tells us little without understanding how they spend their time and which students they serve. And many schools list their sexual health curriculum simply as teacher created, making it impossible to assess. We ask OSSE to require more robust responses on the questionnaire. A stronger questionnaire produces stronger profiles, and stronger profiles drive better decisions about where resources are needed most. This is especially important in a constrained budget. With strong standards, stable behavioral health infrastructure, and robust data, the district can continue to close disparities and strengthen outcomes for young people. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Ewing. Caitlin Holbrook.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and the Committee of the Whole for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Caitlin Holbrook, and I'm a law clerk at Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services. DRDC is the protection and advocacy agency for people with disabilities in the district. I'm here to testify first about the OSSE's failure to report on the use of restraint and seclusion for students with disabilities. Second, about the need for the district to allocate resources to ensure that students with disabilities are meaningfully included in general education classrooms. And third, about the need for the district to ensure equitable and appropriate education for students who are institutionalized. As stated in last year's testimony, DRDC remains extremely concerned about the lack of accountability measures taken by OSSE to report on and respond to the use of restraints and seclusions of students with disabilities. In 2025 and 2023, DRDC submitted FOIA requests for information from OSSE on DC Public Schools' use of restraints and seclusions on students with disabilities. Yet both years, OSSE could not provide statistical information on the numbers, nor could we find any comprehensive public reporting to inform the public of the district's use of restraint and seclusion. This lack of oversight impacts students with disabilities who are disproportionately restrained and secluded nationally. Students with disabilities represent only 12% of national student population, but represent 58% of students placed in seclusion and 75% of students physically restrained at school. Moreover, national statistics show that Black students are also disproportionately subjected to restraint and seclusion. Race and disability intersect dramatically in DC. The district's prior analysis has found that 1 in 4 Black boys and 1 in 8 Black girls have a diagnosed disability. Thus, the disproportionate use of restraint and seclusion on students with disabilities, techniques that have the capacity to create long-term emotional and physical harm, should at the very least be tracked and reported by both race and disability so we have a clear understanding of what occurs in our schools. This is important both for the school to reform bad practices and for family, advocates, and self-advocates to be informed and enabled to act to support and protect students with disabilities and demand change. I would also like to address the urgent need for students with disabilities who are not meaningfully included in the general education classrooms. This segregation negatively affects their academic and career outcomes, removes them from opportunities to develop lifelong relationships with peers, and prevents their peers from knowing them. Studies show that inclusion of students with disabilities in general education classrooms increases test scores, graduation rates, and rates of students with disability pursuing higher education. The Department of Education informs the meaning of inclusion where a student with disabilities is included in general education if they spend more than 80% of the school day in a general education classroom. However, in fiscal year 2024, DCPS reported that less than 63% of students with disabilities are fully included in the general education classroom. Finally, students with disabilities placed in institutions such as PIW and Youth Services Center regularly report disruptions in their education. Failure to provide special education services in these settings as required by federal law can lead to long-term educational disruption. See, I'm over time. May I quickly finish?
Well, I don't have a copy of your statement, so I don't know how much more you have left.
Just a few sentences.
Like 2 or 3, go for it.
Okay. Disability Rights DC has advocated for the rights of students with disabilities for more than 30 years. We have advocated for students with disabilities who have been disproportionately disciplined and unnecessarily segregated, for those who have been left without connection to resources if when they graduate high school. While the conversations continue to create plans in the district about how to meet the needs of students with disabilities, more needs to be actually done through agency oversight and transparency to raise the standards of education for students with disabilities in DC and provide those students with more opportunities to live their best and most independent lives as adults.
Thank you, and you should give me a copy of your statement, please. Betty Gentle.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at SUM Incorporated. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Since 1970, SUM has worked to break the cycle of poverty, homelessness, and hunger in the district. A central part of that work is our Center for Employment Training Program, where we serve adult learners and workers who often face the greatest barriers to employment, including low literacy levels, unstable housing, prior justice system involvement, and long gaps in work history. Many of the learners we serve enter below the assessment levels required for other publicly funded workforce programs. OSSE's Adult Education Framework creates an essential pathway for those residents, allowing them to strengthen foundational academic skills while earning industry-recognized credentials and moving toward long-term economic mobility. OSSE strengthens CET's ability to deliver integrated education and training in Ward 7. This approach blends academic instruction with hands-on training in healthcare and building trades, allowing students to strengthen core skills while earning credentials aligned with in-demand careers. Because of this integrated approach, supported through OSSE's adult education funding, our outcomes are strong. Last program year, 72% of our students achieved measurable skills gains, exceeding the federal target of 54%. 95 trainees earned 205 industry-recognized certifications, and 38 were verified employed in their target industry 6 months after exit. These are not just compliance metrics. They represent adults moving into stable healthcare and skilled trade careers. For example, one recent graduate completed our medical assistant program, went on to certified nursing assistant training, and is now pursuing their career as a registered nurse after being accepted into Trinity University's BSN RN program. That progression reflects what adult education makes possible, not just job placement, but career pathways. From a performance perspective, OSSE has been a strong and collaborative partner. Their communication is proactive, expectations are clear, and when new reporting and program frameworks create operational challenges, OSSE works with providers to find solutions. Over the past 2 years, they have also streamlined reporting processes, reducing redundancy and administrative burden. In light of evolving federal SNAP and ABOT work participation requirements, strong adult education programs are becoming even more critical. Continued coordination between OSSE, DHS, and SNAP employment and training providers helps ensure that adult integrated education and training pathways are clearly connected to federal participation standards while advancing long-term employability. Adult education is a measurable, accountable, and high-performance workforce strategy. It expands access to opportunity for residents who might otherwise be excluded from training systems and delivers documented results for the district's workforce. We appreciate OSSE's leadership and partnership in advancing this work and look forward to continuing to strengthen pathways to economic mobility for district residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Gentle. Sal Salvaggio, I think, is not here. Adam Bergen-Smith.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and staff of the committee. My name is Adam Bergen-Smith, and I'm the Director of Public Affairs at Educare DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. As you know, one of the programs under particular pressure is the Child Care Subsidy Program. We are concerned one of the cost-saving proposals being discussed is creating a uniform reimbursement rate across quality levels. OSSE's cost modeling shows that its reimbursement rates for infants in high-quality child development centers already falls approximately $4,000 below the true cost of care annually. If OSSE proceeds with this plan, high-quality providers like Educare DC will have our reimbursement rates cut by 8%, which would cost us $114,000 annually and force us to eliminate 2 full-time teaching positions that enable before and after care for families. Notably, many working families choose not to enroll their children at all if before and after care is not available. This could set off a devastating chain reaction in which enrollment declines, classrooms close, and teachers are laid off. Indeed, the lack of public investment in childcare relative to demand is already having a severe economic impact. A recent report from Ready Nation shows that the childcare crisis cost DC $1 billion annually in reduced productivity, earnings, and consumption of tax goods. Now, imagine if this government chooses to cut funding further. I would be remiss not to mention that the Pay Equity Fund is one of the few programs that was held accountable for overspending, despite being underfunded over the last couple of fiscal years. First, I want to take a moment to thank the Council for requiring increased reporting from OSSE on its Pay Equity Fund expenditures and projections in the Early Childhood Educator Pay Scales Emergency Amendment Act of 2025. This reporting is essential for the Council to hold OSSE accountable for its spending and implementation of the program so that situations like these can be avoided. While we appreciate that the Council engaged and listened to the early childhood community and chose a graduated cut to salaries rather than eliminating the lead teacher pay supplement entirely, I want to be clear. The constant threats to this program have done real harm. You will hear from many teachers today about the impact those cuts have had on them. Many thousands of early childhood educators currently earning fair wages for their work through the Pay Equity Fund are watching, and with each additional cut, they are less likely to remain in the field. Indeed, several of our teachers have already left the field, citing this instability over the last year. If more teachers leave, classrooms will close, parents will be forced out of the workforce, and district tax revenues will plummet. The stability of the early childhood system depends on the choices made over the next few months. I hope you will exercise maximum oversight on OSSE to ensure these programs are spent and implemented with fidelity to preserve their value so children, families, and educators continue to benefit from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergen-Smith. I really shouldn't be asking questions because we have so many witnesses, and maybe there isn't a question here. I expect I'll be hearing a lot of testimony similar to yours, Mr. Bergen-Smith. The challenge is that, well, we don't know what the mayor is going to propose, but we know that she is struggling with coming up with a balanced budget in which there's about $1 billion gap, if I remember correctly, between programs that we've been funding this year and what money is available next year. And where do we contain costs? And I totally get it that childcare not only is a part of the education system, and so therefore has benefits going up I want to say up the ladder, but I could be saying going up the grade levels or age levels, but also has an impact on workforce. So I totally get that. I think the reason why I know the reason why we're all concerned about it is because it's an area where there has been a lot of growth in cost and cost to what the mayor with her proposed budget is struggling to contain. So I guess there wasn't a question there, and maybe I will not give the same comments on the future panels. Let me see, what else did I want to just bring up? Ms. Robinette, you didn't say very much about OSSE Dot today. Is that because OSSE Dot's gotten better?
I only had 3 minutes, sir. So I could provide a brief update. As the committee knows, we're Children's Law Center is co-counsel in litigation against OSSE about the provision of transportation for students with disabilities. The most recent update in that case is that the court granted class certification, which means we now represent the class. It's my understanding that there's a possibility of appeal, and that is ongoing, and we'll know more. However, I would say that we continue to get calls from families with transportation issues. And I would urge you to ask OSSE about not only the GPS contracts and the progress being made in that space, but also what sorts of policies or systemic changes that they're trying to implement to address some of the concerns that are causing these continued issues. I believe Mr. Henderson referenced them as well. Yeah.
Mr. Henderson, you touched on it briefly. Anything you want to add?
I think the complaint system is not working well. Families are not hearing back. And I'm also concerned about, making it work, but asking students to be on the bus for a very, very long time is not a compromise that I think works well for students.
I think I'll leave it there. I want to thank each of you for being here. We do have gold stars for those who are present, but I'm not quite sure how we hand them out. If you want a gold star, maybe Aaliyah will help you there. Thank you all. And thank you those of you who are online. No gold stars for you because you can't pick them up. Lawanda White, Lauren Hooper, Artia Brown, Sahari Johnson, all of you are with Educare. You are I'm going to keep going. Paul Echeveria, who's president and CEO of CommuniKids Preschool and Children's Language Center. Berna Artis, who is executive director of DCAEYC. Emma Kelly. Blanca Hueso, who's program director, Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. Audrey Castleman, senior policy analyst at DC Action. Simeon Layman. And I think I'll stop right there. So I didn't do a very good job of enforcing the clock, and I need to with 160 witnesses. So if you'd be mindful, we have clocks everywhere, so you can't miss seeing the time. Lawanda White, I think, is virtual. You are first. Lawanda White. I'm going to keep moving. Lauren Hooper,
Yes, I am present.
please proceed.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued support of district families. My name is Lauren Hooper, and I am a born and raised Washingtonian, current Ward 5 resident, and the mother of a 3-year-old son who is enrolled in Educare DC. At my son's school, I rely on the child care subsidy program to access consistent, high-quality before and after care that allows me to work and continue my education. I'm here today to share my experience with the child care subsidy program and highlight how it supports working families like mine. This program is a foundational support for us parents who are raising children, participating in the workforce, and living in a nation with growing unaffordability. Childcare is expensive and affordable options are limited. Before my son was enrolled in child care supported by the subsidy program, I was on the wait list and struggled to keep a steady schedule. Without reliable childcare, I had to withdraw from school to care for him and fought to secure consistent employment for months. The stress of not knowing how I would balance work and parenting put my family's future at risk. Because of the child care subsidy program, my son now attends a safe, structured, and enriching early learning program. He has caring educators, a daily routine, and an environment that supports his development. At the same time, I have recently been able to secure stable employment and earn an education. That would not be possible without the foundation set by a reliable, affordable child care subsidy program. If subsidy reimbursement rates are cut, families like mine will face impossible choices. If my son loses access to before and after care, I would be forced to cut my hours tremendously, risk the possibility of losing my job, and face financial insecurity once again. This does not just impact my household. When parents can work, the district's economy is stronger. When children have consistent care, they are safer and better prepared for school. The child care subsidy program is an essential investment in our local workforce. It allows working parents to provide for their families and ensures that children are in safe, enriching environments during the hours their parents need to work. I respectfully urge the council to continue to invest in programs like the child care subsidy program and protect access to child care for working families. Thank you again for listening and for your commitment to supporting parents and children in our community.
Thank you, Ms. Hooper. And if you want, please provide a copy of your statement. Artia Brown?
Yes, sir.
Microphone. Microphone.
No. Oh. Good morning, Chairman Middleton and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Artia Brown, and I am an instructional coach at Educare DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the critical importance of the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund and how the district government's choices about it have impacted my life. I've worked in early education for 15 years, and the pay equity has had a life-changing impact on me and my family. As a single mother supporting a son in college, caring for an elderly parent, and raising my niece, I carry many responsibilities. Before the Pay Equity Fund, it was difficult to stretch my paycheck to meet everyone's needs. Thanks to the Pay Equity Fund, I felt financially stable for the first time in my career. But that stability has been threatened due to DC government underfunding the program and OSSE overspending. As you know, over the last couple of years, the Pay Equity Fund has been chipped away bit by bit. This instability and uncertainty forced me to make a difficult decision: leave my role as an assistant teacher. I left because I could not continue building my life around a salary that the district keeps putting on the chopping block. Every year, we wonder whether our pay will be cut, frozen, or eliminated entirely. Every year, we are asked to do the most important job in the district with less pay. This is not how you retain a professional workforce. As an instructional coach, I support classroom teachers in their practice, even though my real passion is being in the classroom myself. I made that choice because the salary for my new position is not dependent on the Pay Equity Fund. It's more predictable, which means I'm able to plan my expenses and have peace of mind in a time where costs continue to rise. I'm deeply disappointed to see the program being consistently overfunded but overspent. Specifically, I wish OSSE had implemented a wait list for the program earlier before they overspent on the program so that the salaries of teachers like me who have been in the program since the beginning would have been protected. Those decisions created an unfair situation in which teachers pay the price for the choices we didn't make. The Pay Equity Fund has increased compensation for more than 4,000 early educators across 350 facilities. It has strengthened our workforce, improved credential attainment, and helped stabilize infant and toddler classrooms. If this program is eliminated or continues to be undermined, more teachers like me will leave. Classrooms will close and families will leave the workforce when they lose access to reliable care. The district cannot afford to destabilize a system that its economy depends on. I urge you to protect, prioritize, and sustain the Pay Equity Fund this year. If you hold the Pay Equity Fund accountable for overspending, hold all programs that overspend accountable as well. If DC government continues neglecting this program, underfunding it, but holding teachers accountable for it, more teachers like me will leave the classroom. Thank you for your time and for your continued support of DC's children, families, and educators like me.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Sahari Johnson, I believe is virtual.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Sahari Johnson, and I am a lead teacher at Educare DC. The work we do with young children is critical. From birth to age 5, children experience some of the most important growth and development of their lives. We are building the foundation for everything that comes next. The work we do is important. It is skilled. It is demanding, and the pay should reflect that. Before the Pay Equity Fund, I was earning approximately $41,000 a year as a full-time early childhood educator. That salary was not enough to afford stable housing in the district. Even paying $1,200 a month in low-income housing was a stretch for me, and that was before taxes. Living on $41,000 meant constantly worrying about whether I could afford basic necessities. When the Pay Equity Fund was implemented, it changed my life. For the first time, I could afford my rent without fear. I was able to move out of low-income housing into an apartment that felt stable and secure. I finally felt like my profession was being treated like the respect it deserves. The stability has been shaken. In January, early educators saw a minimum salaries reduced by about 5% because the program was not adequately funded for its growth. That may sound small on paper, but for those of us living in one of the most expensive cities in the country, it made a real difference. As of this year, a single adult in DC needs to earn close to $90,000 or more to live comfortably. Even with pay equity at its strongest level, we are nowhere near that number. Cutting our pay moves us further away from stability, not closer. What has been especially frustrating is that these cuts did not have to happen this way. OSSE did not implement a waitlist early enough to prevent overspending in the program. Instead of managing the growth of the program responsibly, salaries for educators like me were reduced. The people who made the decision are not the ones who absorbed the financial hit. Teachers did. For the past several years, the Pay Equity Fund has been cut, flat funded, or threatened with elimination. Last year, the mayor's financial plan eliminated the program entirely, beginning in fiscal year 2027. That constant instability sends a clear message that our livelihoods are negotiable. It makes it hard to plan for the future, hard to sign a lease, hard to feel secure in a career that we have committed ourselves to. If the Pay Equity Fund is eliminated in fiscal year 27, early educators could see salary reductions of $10,000 to $25,000, depending on credentials. I cannot imagine sustaining my life in DC under these conditions. Many talented teachers, like myself, will leave the field. And when teachers leave, classrooms close. When classrooms close, families lose childcare. When families lose childcare, they are pushed out of the workforce. I love teaching. I love my students. I love being a part of the growth and development. But loving this work should not require financial sacrifice year after year. Our children deserve consistency. Our families deserve access to care. And the early educators deserve dignity, stability, and certainty. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Rahul Echeveria.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, my name is Rahul Echeveria, co-founder of Communicates Free School in Ward 3. Economic growth depends on workforce participation, and workforce participation depends on reliable, affordable childcare. Our economy rests on a three-legged stool, and when the legs are strong, families can work and businesses in turn can grow. When they weaken, the economy destabilizes, and certainly the pandemic made that very clear. Now, the first leg of a stable economy is a stable workforce. The Pay Equity Fund has increased compensation for more than 4,000 educators, raising average pay by $13,000 between 2022 and 2025. Yet, last year, the program was effectively flat funded. And because OSSE did not implement a task force recommended waitlist, across the board cuts of 4.5 to 6.5% took effect in January. And now the financial plan eliminates the program for fiscal year 27. At Communicates, we are absorbing that 5% reduction rather than passing it on to teachers. But that is not sustainable. Next year, it will be reflected in tuition. Indeed, some providers have already added a pay equity fund surcharge of roughly $1,000 per child per year to offset this 5% cut. Cutting pay equity fund increases the cost of care, and if it is eliminated outright, tuition increases will be significantly higher. When government fails to subsidize quality care, the cost is shifted. Teachers absorb the wage cuts or families absorb tuition increases. In both cases, workforce participation suffers. Now, the second leg of the stool is affordability. The Child Care Subsidy Program enables more than 7,000 children, most of them infants and toddlers, to access care while their parents work. But the program is severely underfunded and may run out of money within months. And proposed reimbursement cuts or waitlists will destabilize providers and families further. Childcare is a fixed cost business. If rates are cut, providers must reduce compensation or raise tuition. And when care becomes unaffordable, parents will leave the workforce. The third leg is system stability through PKEEP. Finally, system stability requires protecting community-based organizations' continued access to pre-K 3 and 4 students through PKEEP. CBOs rely on preschool enrollment to sustain infant and toddler care. If stable access to pre-K seats erodes, infant capacity shrinks, costs rise, and programs close. So if DC wants sustained growth, it must stabilize the stool by fully restoring and permanently funding the Pay Equity Fund, fully funding Child Care Subsidy Program, and ensuring CBOs retain stable access to pre-K 3 and 4 students. Preventing instability now is far less costly than rebuilding later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Echeveria. Berna Artis.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and staff of the committee. My name is Berna Artis, Executive Director of the CAUIC, and I'm here today to speak about the urgent crisis facing the district's Child Care Subsidy Program and the Pay Equity Fund. The subsidy program is one of the district's strongest anti-poverty tools. It currently supports more than 7,000 children, the majority of whom are infants and toddlers. 63% of enrolled children are under age 3. And more than half of participating families earn below 50% of the federal poverty level. These are families who rely on this program not as a luxury, but as a lifeline. We're now facing a deeply troubling reality. The subsidy program is severely underfunded for the current fiscal year, and OSSE is projected to run out of funds within months. If that occurs, payments to early childhood education programs could abruptly stop. That would destabilize programs across the city and throw thousands of families into immediate crisis. Proposed cost containment strategies, including lowering reimbursement rates, implementing a wait list, revising eligibility, and reducing support for school-age care, would cause lasting and potentially irreversible damage. Early childhood programs already operate at a financial loss when participating in the subsidy program. ECE programs are seeing rate reductions or payment disruptions will push many beyond the breaking point. Instability is far more expensive than stability. When classrooms close, childcare supply shrinks. When supply shrinks, parents are forced out of work. When parents leave the workforce, the district loses economic productivity and tax revenue. Preventing collapse now is far less costly than rebuilding a fractured system later. At the same time, the Pay Equity Fund, which has increased compensation for more than 4,000 educators and improved workforce stability, has already experienced salary reductions due to the underfunding. Those cuts disproportionately affect the workforce composed largely of Black and Brown women in one of the most expensive regions in the country. Before the fund, early educators with bachelor degrees earned 33% less than their K-8 counterparts. The Pay Equity Fund began correcting that inequity, eliminating or further destabilizing would reverse hard-won gains in workforce retention and credential attainment and quality improvement. Finally, I must note that these funding challenges have been known for months, yet there has been minimal engagement with ECE programs or families about how to navigate them. The subsidy program and the pay equity fund are not optional enhancements. They are foundational pillars of the district's early education system, and I respectfully urge the district to ensure stability and to avoid actions that would permanently weaken a system that children, families, and educators depend on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Emma Kelly, who I believe is online.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today at the Performance Oversight Hearing for the Office of State Superintendent of Education. Today, I'm specifically testifying on early childhood education initiatives, specifically the PKEEP Child Care Subsidy Program and Pay Equity Fund. I am a Ward 1 resident and a parent of a first grader at a DCPS and a 3-year-old who is currently in Pre-K3 at Barbara Chambers Child Care Center, a CBO that is part of the PKEEP program. As the parent of young children, I am very aware of the high cost of childcare and the importance of the availability of high-quality childcare so both my spouse and I can work. It's been reported that the mayor and superintendent spoke to the council about funding gaps in the childcare subsidy program and potential cuts and changes in fiscal year 27. Fiscal year 26 budget also did not project funding for the pay equity fund for fiscal year 27. Uncertainty in these programs would adversely affect the ability of early child care centers to provide safe, reliable childcare for working parents in the district. Cutting funding to early childhood education is penny wise and pound foolish. A recent study shows the economic impact of lack of childcare to district residents is $1 billion. Studies have shown that private sector employment increases and parents' earnings increase with parents' access to early childhood education. DC's ECE programs all form a delicate balance propping up our early childcare system. For instance, PKEEP makes it financially feasible to offer infant toddler childcare services as the cost of care for very young children is higher. The child care subsidy program helps every parent in DC, even those who don't use subsidies, by spurring the creation of new childcare spots by providing guaranteed funding for those spots. In Maryland, where they have instituted a wait list on subsidies, they have seen childcare program administrators cutting teachers' hours, considering closing classrooms, and increasing tuition on private pay families. The Pay Equity Fund allows centers to pay early educators higher salaries by providing funding for increased compensation. A recent study has shown that the Pay Equity Fund has increased the number of teachers by about 7% in its first 2 years, translating to nearly 1,500 additional childcare slots in the district. Without the Pay Equity Fund, centers would have to choose between raising childcare rates to pay teachers or risk having teachers leave the field for more lucrative fields, causing classrooms to close. That would be a lose-lose scenario for working parents. Even with DC's investment in early childhood education, we still have the highest average annual cost for infant care in the country. I shudder to think what the astronomical cost of childcare would be in DC without these programs. When I had my first child, many colleagues and friends looked at me like I had 3 heads when I said I was staying in DC and wasn't moving to the suburbs. The district is a great place to raise a family, but if it becomes even more unaffordable, other working parents would make a different decision. In testimony before the council last week, Deputy Mayor of Education Kin said that DC's early childhood sector is a national model, and I agree, but I fear it will not be if we institute cuts. I'm incredibly grateful for the mayor and council's hard work on fiscal year 26's budget, allowing for the funding of PKEEP, the Child Care Subsidy Program, and Pay Equity Fund. Last year, in announcing the funding, the mayor spoke of the importance of these programs for our children and for keeping working families in the district. I know we're currently facing strong headwinds, but strongly encourage the mayor and council to work together to preserve these programs so that we can strengthen our city's economy and keep working families in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Blanca Hueso? Whom I thought was online. Audrey Castleman?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Audrey Castleman, and I'm a Ward 1 resident and a senior policy analyst at DC Action and with the Under 3 DC Coalition. Today, I will focus my remarks on the harms of implementing a waitlist in the child care subsidy program. My colleagues have and will continue to speak to the proposed reimbursement rate cuts and the importance of protecting the Pay Equity Fund. I want to start by addressing the recent growth in subsidy enrollment. More families receiving childcare assistance is a positive outcome. It means more families can work, more children are in stable, high-quality early learning environments, and the program is reaching the families it was designed to serve. Historically, the subsidy program has served only about half of income-eligible families. The district is making progress towards closing that gap so that more children can start school on equal footing. Early childhood education is a part of the education continuum and should be treated as a public good that supports families, strengthens the workforce, and improves long-term outcomes for children. As a parent of an 8-month-old, I can see firsthand the impact that high-quality childcare has on my baby's development every day when I pick him up. Childcare programs are not simply a work support for parents. They are foundational early learning environments for our youngest children. Given that context, framing enrollment growth primarily as a budget problem misses the bigger picture. Costs are rising because more families are accessing a program that is functioning as it is intended, not due to inefficiencies. The proposed waitlist for new families is particularly concerning. It is important to be clear about what is being proposed. A true waitlist would replace children one for one as they leave the program, meaning it would not generate any savings. A freeze, by contrast, would prevent new families from entering while the district waits for currently enrolled children to age out. That approach could reduce costs over time, but only after many months or even years. In the short term, neither approach meaningfully addresses the current funding gap. What these policies would do immediately is create harm. For families, a waitlist would add another layer of uncertainty to an already complicated process. Our research shows families already struggle to navigate subsidy eligibility, locate providers that accept subsidies, and find available seats. A waitlist would mean families could be approved for assistance, but must wait indefinitely before they could actually use it. For many parents, especially single parents, waiting months for childcare simply is not an option. For providers, the impacts are just as serious. Childcare is a fixed cost business. Staffing, rent, and operating costs do not decrease when a child leaves the program. If providers cannot reliably fill seats when children age out, they lose revenue while carrying the same costs. Over time, that could lead to layoffs, classroom closures, and fewer providers willing to accept subsidies. In other words, a policy intended to contain costs risks destabilizing the entire early learning system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castleman. I'm going to go back to Blanca Hueso.
Thank you. Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. My name is Blanca Hueso, and I'm the Program Director at MSSPA, where I support hundreds of immigrants, bilingual, and community-based early learning educators and home providers across the district. For the past several years, I have also provided technical assistance to educators applying to the Bilingual Associate Degree Program at UDC Community College. Educators who are lifelong learners with big dreams and who work tirelessly every day to ensure that young children in our city receive high-quality early experiences. The reality is these educators first every day make clear why the council decisions on compensation and subsidy funding are so important. The educators we support are the workforce behind the workforce. They open their homes and classrooms before sunrise, care for the children of nurses, teachers, restaurant workers, and federal employees, and hold up entire neighborhoods through their labor. Yet despite their essential role, they continue to face financial instability, staffing shortage, and rising credential expectations that are impossible to meet without a strong aligned public investment. This is why passing the bill B260176 is fully funding the subsidy program is also urgent because together they create a stable, predictable foundation that allows educators to remain in the field, pursue higher education, and provide the high-quality care that DC families depend on. Just the Pay Equity Fund program provides stability for individual educators. The subsidy program provides stability for the programs that employ them. When subsidy rates do not reflect the true cost of care, even the most dedicated centers and home-based providers cannot meet payrolls, maintain staffing, or comply with rising credential requirements. This is especially true for immigrants and minority-led programs that operate within margin and serve the families most in need of affordable care. A fully funded subsidy system ensures that programs can remain open, educators can continue earning fair wages, and that families have consistent access to high-quality early learning environments. Without a strong subsidy funding. The gains made through pay equity cannot be sustained, and the entire early childhood system becomes vulnerable to instability. So thank you for your leadership. My time is out, but and for your commitment to the educators who make all other work possible. I appreciate the opportunity to submit this testimony for the record. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, and I do have a copy of your statement. Lawanda White. Miss White, I'm waiting for you. I assume you're trying to unmute. I'm gonna have to move on to the next witness. Maybe if you can unmute, we'll come to you after the next witness. Simeon Layman.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Lawanda White. I'm a mother, a small business owner, and a Ward 4 resident. My son is enrolled at Educare DC, where he receives before and after care supported by the Child Care Subsidy Program. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my family and many working families across the district who rely on this program to access safe and affordable, as well as high-quality childcare. As a small business owner, reliability is essential. When childcare falls through, it does not simply disrupt my morning, it disrupts my income and the stability of my business. If I miss meetings, delay deliverables, or fail to respond promptly to clients, I risk losing contracts and damaging the professional reputation I've worked hard to build. Before my son enrolled in Educare DC, I experienced periods of instability by relying on informal childcare arrangements. Those disruptions directly affected my work. I had to leave professional events early. I postponed deadlines. And those disruptions, and on one particularly difficult occasion, I had no choice but to bring my son to a work event because care fell through at the last minute. That level of uncertainty was not sustainable, and it placed both my livelihood and my family's financial security at risk. Today, because of the Child Care Subsidy Program, my son has a stable, high-quality learning environment. That stability allows me to focus on growing my business, meeting client expectations, and contributing to the district's economy without constantly worrying about whether my child is safe and supported. If subsidy reimbursement rates are cut, Educare would have to scale back their before and after care program, and I would be left with extremely hard decisions. I would likely need to reduce my workload, decline contracts, or scale back my business entirely. That would mean less income for my household and less tax revenue for DC. Beyond the financial impact, though, my son needs consistent caregivers and a stable learning environment. At Educare DC, I've seen him grow socially, emotionally. He communicates his needs more confidently. He builds friendships with peers, and he responds positively to structure and the routine that they offer. His teachers partner with me to support his development and prepare him for long-term success. If his care was disrupted, I would worry about the emotional and academic setbacks he could face. Young children thrive on consistency, and sudden changes in care can be deeply unsettling. If programs like Educare DC are forced to reduce services or limit enrollment because funding runs out, the consequences will extend beyond individual families. Parents may be pushed out of the workforce. Small businesses may struggle. Employers may lose reliable workers, and children may lose access to trusted educators who play a critical role in their development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. White. Simeon Layman, I think it was my third effort to get you, as other people kept coming first. So please proceed.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Mr. Simeon Layman. I've worked in early childhood education for nearly 20 years in multiple roles and capacities. I currently serve as the director of the Children's Center for Arnold and Porter LLP. I'm a proud member of DC Men in Early Childhood Education and a DC Lead Mentor through the Southeast Children's Fund, where I help uplift and guide the next generation of high-quality educators and leaders. I want to begin with the reality. Even at the Pay Equity Fund's highest level, a lead teacher approximately earns $71,000 per year, yet the average cost of living for a single parent in DC is approximately $111,000 a year. And that's basic expenses. That $40,000 gap is a 50% shortfall. At the same time, educator compensation under the Pay Equity Fund has been reduced year over year, as we've heard, culminating in an average of a 5% decrease across the board on this past table schedule. There are no other professions in the city where we systematically reduced promised salaries year over year. We do not go back to doctors, lawyers, or any other professionals and ask them to return a percentage of what was contractually promised. Yet, that is what is happening to early childhood educators. And the consequences extend far beyond the individual educator. The child care subsidy waitlist is currently estimated at 20 years. Programs are already struggling with reimbursement rates that do not make them whole. Further cuts would make it financially unsustainable to operate these programs to serve these families. Schools would be forced to rely primarily on private pay just to survive, effectively shutting out the very families who need access the most. This will cause irreparable harm to the education system and the ecosystem of the district. In 2022, when the Pay Equity Fund was first distributed, DC became a beacon of hope nationally. We built a system that not only held educators accountable for credentials and quality, but finally recognized their work with equitable compensation, and for the first time felt seen and valued as professionals alongside their K-12 counterparts. To walk that back now sends a devastating message. Let me share why personally. In 2008, I was a kindergarten teacher in North Philadelphia. 30 children, no aides, no naps, barely a budgeted classroom. And the first year, mice ate through my language art books. I scoured flea markets, garage sales, and Craigslist to buy books with my own money. My first salary, $28,000 a year. I stayed in this field because I believe in it. My belief doesn't pay rent. Dedication does not close the gap. The removal and slashing of this fund would not only damage educators, but destabilize the economy. Childcare enables families to work. Families work to pay for childcare. When that ecosystem collapses, local businesses, restaurant, retail, and the broader feel impact. If classroom closure cannot operate, they cannot cover rent, utilities, salaries, or even the materials needed. This becomes a cycle that harms everyone, including the district itself. Thank you for taking the time to hear my experiences.
Even though you're at the end of your statement, you're over your time, so I'm going to cut you off. But I do
Thank
have
you for
your
your
written
time, sir.
statement. Thank you. Sorry to do that. I want to thank each of the witnesses. I do want to say this, a couple of the witnesses made reference to holding the Pay Equity Fund accountable for overspending. I don't think the issue is overspending. There's a question of whether there's been under budgeting. That's not the same as overspending. Overspending suggests that the fund has not been responsibly managed. Well, one could argue that with the under budgeting, but that's the responsibility falls elsewhere. And also the program, when it was set up, was intended to grow, and that's the rub, is that we are at a place, the district government, where growing is a real challenge. So that's not to argue against anybody, because I think all the testimony you're providing is helpful. It's just to say that I don't think of the program as one where the program is guilty of overspending. So thank you all for your testimony. And I'm going to continue with the next group of witnesses. For those of you who are present, if you want gold stars, they're somewhere over there. Christina Chapman, Academic Director at Communikids. Chelsea Coffin, Deputy Director, DC Policy Center. Tiffany Washington. Roselina Burgos-Gil. Bridget Hall. India Locklear. Elba Maria Lopez. Tanisha Best-Gorham. Madeline De Jesus. Julie Camarada. who's with the DC Public Charter School Cooperative. Did you say online? Maria Encus. Noah Hickinberg. Jeffrey Credit. Laura Fuches. Janet Phoenix. Jordan Clark. I think I'll stop right there. Christina Chapman.
Good morning. My name is Christina Chapman, and I am the Academic Director at Communicates Preschool, where I coach and support teachers, students, and families every day, especially students with behavioral and developmental challenges and their families. I see firsthand how much these children rely on stable, highly trained educators, and I know that cutting the pay equity fund would impact them most critically. I am here to speak about the impact of the pay equity fund on early childhood education in our community. The pay equity fund is not just about pay. It is about stability and preparation. It allows early childhood educators to stay in the field, continue their education, and strengthen their practice. When teachers are supported and fairly compensated, children benefit. Classrooms are consistent, and families have trusted partners. Right now, one of our teachers is completing her master's degree in neuropsychology. Because of equitable pay, she can afford to pursue this advanced training while continuing to teach. She is deepening her understanding of how young brains develop so she can be more inclusive and more effective, especially with children who have special needs. In her classroom today, she is working with a young child with an autism diagnosis who is experiencing challenges in communication and social interaction. Because of her training, she understands sensory regulation, executive functioning, and how to break down social skills into clear, teachable steps. She is implementing intentional strategies, partnering closely with the family, and creating an environment where this child feels safe and understood. That child is making real progress. He is engaging more with peers. He is building communication skills. His family feels supported rather than isolated. This impact is happening now because a highly trained teacher has this ability to grow professionally and remain in the classroom. If the pay equity fund is eliminated, the damage to DC's early learning system would be profound. Programs would struggle to retain educators, classrooms would close, families across the district would lose access to quality early childhood education and reliable childcare. Teachers working towards advanced degrees would be forced to stop, experienced educators would leave the field, and the children who need the support most would lose the consistent, knowledgeable adults who help them succeed during the most critical years of development. The Pay Equity Fund protects quality, inclusion, and families, and I urge you to fully fund it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Chelsea Coffin.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Chelsea Coffin, and I'm the Deputy Director at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a growing, vibrant, and compelling District of Columbia. My testimony today focuses on the Office of the State Superintendent's priority of building futures for DC's learners and how to keep the focus on developing the right skills for success in early careers. One of the goals for DC's public schools is to prepare students for life after high school with the right combination of foundational knowledge, skills, and personal characteristics. It is crucial to maintain focus on and track progress toward this ultimate objective. The DC Policy Center's upcoming State of DC Schools report highlights OSSE's school report card data, showing that indicators of college and career readiness moved in different directions in school year 2024-25. For example, four-year graduation rates improved to a decade high of 79%, but the share of students meeting the SAT college and career ready benchmark declined by 4 percentage points. Publicly available information on outcomes after high school shows a need to keep pushing on preparing graduates. Based on the most recent available data on high school graduation and post-secondary completion rates for DC's public school enrollment alumni, the DC Policy Center estimates that out of every 100 ninth graders, 18 will complete a post-secondary degree within 6 years of high school graduation. This is a preliminary estimate and does show improvement over previous estimates of 8 and 14 out of 100. Doing so, but there's a long way to go to match the educational attainment levels of residents who have moved here later in life. On high school earnings, American Community Survey data reveal that young adults aged 18 to 34 who were born and currently live in DC are less than half compared to their peers who moved here later. DC's Office of Education Through Employment Pathways, ETEP, will shed more light on these outcomes this year. These outcomes make executing the proposed graduate profile and graduate requirements crucial to make sure DC's alumni have the right skills to succeed. The graduate profile includes 7 characteristics, such as critical thinking and problem solving and communication and collaboration. Moving forward, it would be good to crosswalk these both with the graduation requirements to ensure students have access to opportunities to acquire these characteristics and to the skills alumni need to be successful in early careers. The DC Policy Center is looking deeply into the skills alumni need for jobs that lead to economic mobility in the DC region. Our forthcoming analysis compares the skills needed for occupations that alumni are likely to have currently to those needed for DOES's hot jobs and gateway jobs. Early findings show that there's a lot of overlap on the skills alumni need to access these jobs, like judgment and decision-making, and less overlap in areas like time management or complex problem solving. Future efforts to strengthen outcomes for DC's alumni should deepen the connection between high school experiences and the ability to gain the skills they need to access high-wage, in-demand jobs. In the short term, this could mean a stronger crosswalk to understand the relationship between the graduate profile and graduate requirements and keeping an eye toward the skills that are most important for economic mobility in the region. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Coffin. Tiffany Washington is virtual.
Good
Please
morning.
proceed.
Good morning, Chair and Council members. My name is Tiffany Washington, and I am Assistant Director at House of Roof Child and Family Development Center in Ward 7 and a Ward 6 resident. Being at the forefront gives me a clear view of what happens when early childhood programs are funded well and what happens when they are not. At House of Roof, every child but one relies on the child care subsidy to access care. For our families, there is no alternative. The subsidy is not a supplement. It is the only way they can work, attend school, go to therapy, and rebuild their lives. We serve women who have experienced trauma and domestic violence, many of whom are working hard to regain stability. Childcare is part of their safety plan and part of their healing. When the subsidy works, families can move forward. When it does not, everything else is at risk. House of Roof is a high-quality program, and we are proud of that designation. We work extremely hard to maintain it. The higher reimbursement rate tied to quality allows us to provide comprehensive services, stable staffing, a safe and nurturing classrooms. Under the mayor's proposal, we would face an 8% cut to reimbursement rates, a 6-figure reduction to our annual budget. The level of loss will likely result in layoffs. When funding is reduced, the damage is not abstract. It affects jobs, income, stability, access to families who truly need it. The subsidy waitlist, if implemented, would drastically impact enrollment. If families cannot access subsidies, classrooms will sit empty. Empty classrooms lead to closures and staff layoffs. The Pay Equity Fund has been transformational. It has helped recognize early childhood education as a profession and not just babysitting or just daycare, but skilled, essential workers. The Pay Equity Fund has made staffing easier and brought new educators into the field. It has motivated teachers and strengthened quality because compensation finally begins to reflect the expectations. The cuts that went into effect in January have already created uncertainty and instability. When pay is reduced, quality is at risk. If we expect high quality care, we must provide pay that reflects the skill, responsibility, passion, and time this work requires. Finally, House of Roof blends and braids multiple funding streams to operate a high-quality program. When one is cut, the impact compounds. When multiple resources are reduced at the same time, especially at the cost of everything continues to rise, it threatens the sustainability of the entire program. I urge the council to properly compensate early childhood educators and fully fund the child care subsidy program, raising revenue through the businesses activity tax and implementing a wealth proceeds surcharge as a way to close the budget gaps across social services. The council must take immediate actions to protect these investments that support our families, our workforce, and our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. Roselina Burgos-Gil, did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Dr. Roselina Burgos-Gil, and I am the Executive Director of Jubilee Jumpstart, a small nonprofit development center in Ward 1. When I moved to DC 10 years ago, I found progressive ECE policies, but now I have to present my testimony around our experience within systems managed by OSSE. Because the current crisis around subsidy funding and the pay equity fund reflects deeper operational challenges that affect all providers across DC. In our experience, 3 systemic issues make it difficult for providers to operate sustainably. One-way communication, last-minute policy decisions, and policies disconnected from the operational realities of running a high-quality childcare program. Providers are responsible for implementing policy every day, maintaining staffing ratios, managing budgets, supporting families, and meeting regulatory requirements. Yet too often we are informed of decisions rather than being included in the discussion, especially when those decisions have major financial consequences for our program. For example, last year, just days before my school DC lottery deadline, OSSE required all families to apply, even those who were staying in their current programs. As a consequence, Jubilee Jumpstart lost 10 out of 14 children, reducing the pre-K funding over 64%. At the same time, I want to acknowledge that OSSE has made important improvement. The shift to enrollment-based subsidy payments was a positive change that recognized that providers operate with fixed costs and must maintain staffing regardless of daily attendance. At Jubilee Jumpstart today, 35 out of 37 children are enrolled through the Child Care Subsidy Program. Like many providers, we operate with very narrow margins. The possibility of subsidy reimbursement rate cuts or waitlist creates tremendous instability, forcing programs like ours to consider difficult choices, cutting services, reducing staff hours, or closing classrooms. By the end of 2025, we received notification that the pay equity fund was reduced without giving us time to prepare and increasing our operational deficit. Our board chose to honor current teacher salaries, but providers like us cannot absorb these financial gaps indefinitely. Behind every policy discussion are real children, their families, and dedicated educators. One foster family who are about to become adoptive parents often tell us how grateful they are for the stability and care their child receives from our teachers. That consistency is what allows children to heal, attach, and thrive. I urge the Council to fully fund the Child Care Subsidy Program, restore and sustain the Pay Equity Fund, and ensure providers and families are meaningfully engaged in decision-making with OSSE. We stand ready to be partners in building a stronger early childhood system for children and families across the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide it. Bridget Hall, who's online. I believe, yes, there you are.
Yes, good morning. And I thank you. My name is Bridget Hall. I am a 32-year Ward 8 resident, as well as a 43-year Ward 8 business owner. We at Big Mama's Children's Center provide high quality care and education to our most vulnerable children of the city. And we are very proud of our high quality designation, but the threat of the underfunding of early care and education makes us very nervous as how we're going to sustain the quality or high quality care and education that we can continue to give to our most vulnerable children of Ward 8 and the surrounding DC wards. The subsidy program is a huge the cuts in the subsidy program is a huge mistake that I think the mayor doesn't realize all of the people and streams that it will affect negatively. Subsidy cuts will affect will decrease the quality of care and education that our most vulnerable children receive in our city. It affects the economy of our city by jeopardizing employment of the parents working in the city due to the lack of childcare and therefore not allowing the parents to work. Decreased program budgets further put programs in a hardship situation and lowering the quality of care and education and lowering the chances of the proper preparation for furthering the education of our children that we serve. This is a destructive tornado that will sweep our city and leave a devastating effect to a lot of different people in the city. The cuts in the pay equity will jeopardize the continuous quality education that we provide also. It will put a lot of people either looking for work or definitely out of work because we cannot afford on our budget with subsidy cuts as well as pay equity fund cuts. We can't afford to continue to provide pay for our quality teachers. Teachers that we have had to have mandates a couple of years ago to have credentialing teachers in our program. But that was a positive because definitely it added quality to the education that we provide to our children. We need to continue this pay equity because our teachers deserve it and our children deserve the continuous care and education that they receive from these qualified teachers. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. My beg is that the council please reconsider any budget cuts and keep everything in place as far as the subsidy monies as well as the pay equity fund. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. This is Councilmember Matt Fruman. I'm stepping in for Chairman Mendelson for the moment. Julie Camarada.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Julie Camarada. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Special Education Cooperative. We support 61 public charter schools, serving more than 7,000 students with disabilities across the district. I'm here to speak about improving outcomes for students with disabilities in Washington, DC. Nearly 1 in 5 students in DC receive special education services, and roughly a quarter of the city's education budget supports these students. Yet fewer than 13% of students with disabilities are considered college and career ready, and just 66% graduate in 4 years, more than 10 points below the citywide average. These outcomes are not predetermined. With strong instruction, skilled educators, and aligned systems, students with disabilities can and do achieve at high levels. The question is whether our policies and investments are aligned to make that possible at scale. I want to highlight 5 priorities where the council leadership could make a meaningful difference. First, invest in the special education workforce. Today, 1 in 4 teacher vacancies in DC is a special education position. We need a multi-year investment in professional learning and workforce pipelines focused on practices like universal design for learning and evidence-based instructions. Second, improve data systems and transparency. Invest in modernizing OSSE's Special Education Progress Report, or SEPR, so that LEA leaders can have easy access to real-time data. And also, please fund a new special education landscape analysis so decisions are based on current meaningful data. Third, strengthen cross-agency coordination. Ensure that OSSE, the Deputy Mayor for Education, and partner agencies are aligned and share around shared outcome goals for students with disabilities and supported by dedicated coordination resources. Fourth, invest in what works. Fund the replication of evidence-based instructional models like the co-ops demonstration classrooms and high-quality intervention programs that are already improving outcomes in DC schools. Fifth, evaluate return on investment. Request ROI analyses of special education initiatives so that the district can expand what works, improve what needs refinement, and sunset what is not producing results. Finally, I urge the council to ensure that student outcome data for students with disabilities is a standing part of all education oversight, along with compliance. DC has made meaningful investments in special education. The next step is to ensure those investments translate into better outcomes. With focused leadership and targeted investments, We can build a system where having a disability does not determine a student's academic trajectory or life opportunities. Thank you for this opportunity, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your work. Maria Encus.
Hi. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Council. My name is Maria Kristin Ewing, and I work, I'm the Operations Director of the Straight Montessori School in the district. We employ 35 educators who care for and teach 150 children. More than half are infants and toddlers. The Pay Equity Fund supports approximately between 18 to 20% of their salaries, the teacher salaries. I'm here because today because the Pay Equity Fund is not optional. It is essential. Educators have worked incredibly hard to meet the district regulatory and qualification standards. They have earned credentials, completed required trainings, passed inspections, strengthened curriculum, and maintained compliance year after year. And they have done everything the district asked of them to raise quality, and there is evidence that doesn't happen. The Pay Equity Fund was the first time they felt the district honor the commitment with meaningful compensation. Financially, the funds meant educators can pay rent without fear of eviction. It has meant fewer second jobs. It has meant groceries without choosing between food and utilities. Through healthcare for childcare, it means access to health coverage in a profession that historically offered none. Emotionally and professionally has meant dignity, has reduced turnover, it has a stabilized classroom, and when teachers are stable, children are stable, that consistency is critical in the first 3 years of life when the brain development is at its peak. Like most providers, revenue for the center is fixed. Tuition is capped by what families can afford. Subsidy rates do not cover the true cost of care, and there is no profit cushion. I had to make difficult decisions, and for me was to pass along the cost to families in order to maintain quality in the program, to maintain teacher salaries at the level that it was proposed by the Pay Equity Fund. And now with additional threats to cut subsidy, reimbursement rates, and implementing waiting lists, the cumulative impact becomes destabilizing. When pay equity is uncertain and subsidy is uncertain, staffing becomes uncertain. Budgeting becomes uncertain, and the entire foundation of workforce stabilization begins to crack. If the Pay Equity Fund is eliminated in future budget, my program will not be able to maintain current wage levels. I will lose experienced educators to better paying jobs. I might have to reduce classroom capacity because I cannot afford required ratios, and family will experience disruptions. Children will lose trust teachers. Years of progress towards quality of workforce retention will be undone. The solution is straightforward. Make the Pay Equity Fund a permanent recruiting line item in the district baseline budget, built into the structure of how we fund early education, just as we do for other parts of public education systems. Stability and compensation creates stability in classrooms. I urge the council to fully fund the Pay Equity Fund. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony and for your work. Noah Hickinberg. If you'd push the button.
Thank you. Chairperson and members of the council, good morning. My name is Dr. Noah Hickinberg, Director of Gan Hayel Preschool, a child development center in Cleveland Park, Ward 3. I'm here today to speak about the impact of the Pay Equity Fund. I have worked in early childhood education for 17 years, including 13 as a preschool director. I hold my master's degree and my doctorate in early childhood. I'm an author, a presenter, a professor. Suffice to say, I know early childhood, I know quality early childhood education when I see it. And the Pay Equity Fund did its job. We are proud of our city. We are proud of our educators. At our school, nearly half of our 27 educators have returned to school to advance their credentials since the implementation of PEF. That is not accidental. When compensation reflects professionalism, educators invest in their growth. That investment has demonstrably elevated the quality of instruction in our classrooms and strengthened student outcomes. Before PEF, it was extraordinarily difficult to fill open teaching positions. Now we are able to appropriately staff all of our 8 classrooms. Stability matters. Children thrive in stable environments with consistent, qualified adults. When educators are less financially stressed, they are more focused, grounded, and present in the classroom. We know our educators have told us directly how PEF compensation levels has changed their lives. They are paying off debts, they are opening savings accounts, they are providing food and housing stability for their families. Research supports this and our lived experience confirms it. The Pay Equity Fund worked. But if eliminated as proposed for FY27, the consequences are clear. Without this funding, our school cannot maintain current compensation levels. By design, the Pay Equity Fund allowed us to raise salaries without raising tuition. We cannot now pass those costs on to our families. The funding gap would immediately return salaries to pre-PEF levels, which for our workforce would be a 25 to 40% reduction in annual salary. That is not a small adjustment, it is a destabilizing cut. With salaries reduced to these pre-PEF levels, teachers will leave our center in pursuit of other work. With lower compensation to attract new teachers, we will struggle to maintain staffing levels, resulting in fewer available seats. A smaller school with a less professional workforce with fewer seats would directly harm our community of working parents. We know what will happen if PEF is eliminated. It will reverse the progress we have made. As suggested earlier in this hearing, one solution is the business activity tax. Because of federal restrictions, the district uniquely exempts certain high-earning business entities, even though business activity occurs here. A modest 2% business activity tax could generate approximately $500 million annually, providing real sustainable funding to protect our workforce. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're sort of trading presiding officers, but thank you, Mr. Hickenberg. Jeffrey Credit, who's online.
Yes, thank you and good morning. My name is Jeffrey Credit, and I am the CEO of Community Educational Research Group, a high-quality community-based childcare organization in Ward Center in Ward 7 and 8 with approximately 200 children. Pay equity is one of the cornerstones of the childcare industry in DC. The mayor's intention to eliminate this program will have dire consequences for the industry and the district. I recently attended a mayor's forum where she stated her budget is based on investing in families and attracting and retaining businesses. Families and businesses know the importance of quality childcare, and without quality teachers, there is no quality childcare. Without pay equity program, there are no quality teachers. Funding for the pay equity program and other programs were based on a law directing new tax dollars specifically and only for childcare, healthcare for childcare, and housing. To my knowledge, these taxes are still being collected. If so, they should be used for what the law initially intended, pay equity. Childcare is part of the education system of the city, and as such should always be maintained and funded like DCPS and charter schools. The law states that individuals with certain credentials receive specific pay. That is not what happens in actuality. OSSE has implemented a number of impediments to staff receiving the rate they are due. Teachers must navigate a host of requirements, provide documentation, and generally struggle to be approved on a quarterly basis to receive their appropriate pay. Centers must rely on an archaic DELT software system to upload documents, while overworked licensing staff must approve these documents, which typically are uploaded numerous times due to OSSE inefficiency or simply losing or deleting these records. Many centers and homes have lost thousands of dollars due to OSSE's deviation from the law's intended goal. This issue stems from lack of communication between OSSE and the childcare community. Centers and homes are left to adhere to head-scratching policies created by people who have no childcare experience because OSSE does not consult the community or solicit feedback or guidance. Something must be done about the one-way communication between OSSE and the childcare community. I've often offered suggestions, but they have fallen on deaf ears. Another concerning issue is the prospect of a waiting list and reduction of the childcare subsidy rates. Centers are already teetering on the brink of financial viability. In our case, a proposed reduction in subsidy would result in a monthly shortfall of $13,500 or $162,000 a year. We simply cannot survive such a cut to our budget, and this does not factor in the effect of the wait list. A wait list would lead to empty classrooms and force centers and homes to reduce staff and services at a time when quality childcare spots are literally limited, but in high demand in DC. Centers advocates and the city council have worked too long and too hard to allow our childcare system in the city to be reduced to ashes. The damage done would take years to repair. The childcare community is requesting the pay equity fund be restored to its original level with no cuts to subsidy and no implementation of a wait list.
Mr. Credit, I'm going to cut you off. I have your statement. I know there are just a couple of sentences left, but you're over your time. We have a lot of witnesses, so I feel bad about it. Thank you.
That's okay.
But I do have your statement. Laura Fuches.
Hello. So if we're serious about actually reckoning with the performance of OSSE, there are several things that need to happen. First, end mayoral control of our schools, bring back real democracy and checks and balances. This means moving OSSE from under control of the mayor, putting the selection of a superintendent and reporting of OSSE to the State Board of Education. Second, ensure that all LEAs are being held accountable to fully serving our special education students. There's still far too much evidence of all the LEAs treating special education programs as an afterthought, or even worse, something they need to minimize and ostracize or relegate to certain schools and not others. 3, make sure that any policy decisions OSSE makes are done in a way that maximizes the equity of what is provided to students and does not result in a race to the bottom, and how quickly we can push students through the system under the guise of innovation or flexibility. This should include the very critical examination of all LEA's use of credit recovery and other electronic systems of quickly awarding credit to students for courses with minimal work. Start with ending mayoral control. As has been discussed extensively over the past decade and a half, DC has the most autocratic form of mayoral control of our schools in the nation. That is because not only does the mayor control the primary LEA, but they also control the agency tasked with overseeing it. What we have experienced in since 2007 is a district run via press conference rather than via fact. When educators attempt to raise concerns about what is being stated publicly versus the reality we experience in our classrooms, we are gaslit and punished. This has led to extreme stagnation, despite the incredibly hard work of our educators that they pour into our schools. It's hard to imagine what we could accomplish if we had a functional and supportive district leadership overseeing and helping us grow, rather than one that attempts to conceal and refuses to admit fault. Next, we need to ensure that all LEAs are being held accountable to fully serving our special education students. There's still far too much evidence that our schools are not doing what they should by their students. We know that students with IEPs and 504s are pushed out of schools, especially charters, and aren't even let into magnet schools that have strict application processes. OSSE has done little to nothing to even attempt to hold schools accountable to actually fulfilling and creating processes that serve our students with IEPs. DCPS is obsessed with compliance in theory, but are willing to push every boundary to minimize true support to our special education students in an attempt to maintain their absolute power over how to run their schools. When special education teachers push back, they are routinely punished. Everything that DCPS comes down to money rather than services and support. The attempt to all but end the home and hospital instruction program by DCPS should be met with swift intervention from OSSE, but instead they remain silent in doing their job of ensuring all students receive the education they're entitled to by law. Lastly, please look carefully at the graduation credit kind of requirements that OSSE is trying to push. Over and over again, they use words like flexibility and innovation. All it really means is cutting back of our schools and pushing kids through with the race to the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Fuches.
submitted it late, but it's there now.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, you read my mind.
I know. I tend to be very late with that.
It helps to have it in writing. The Janet Phoenix.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am testifying today about the link between environmental conditions in school buildings and the health of students in those buildings. I provided a lot of background information about asthma in particular that I won't read through in the interest of time, but it's in my written testimony, which I submitted yesterday. I think the real issue is that I have testified many times before this committee and other committees of the council about the link between environmental conditions in homes and asthma exacerbations for children who are sick enough that they have to be hospitalized, or seen in the emergency room for their asthma. And we know that there is a link between school buildings, school facilities, and conditions like asthma as well. Asthma is not the only health outcome that's related to environmental conditions in schools, but it's a sentinel health outcome. School absenteeism is one of the leading, asthma is one of the leading reasons why we see school absenteeism in elementary school children. And I suspect it affects children at the middle school and high school level as well. What I'm suggesting is that we really don't have a way to connect the deputy superintendent of academics, where the health and wellness activities are housed, and operations, where they're responsible for maintaining the buildings. And other school systems have looked specifically at this link between school facilities and the health of the children in a comprehensive way. And I provided some reference material, a report recently released that describes some of the activities that have been undertaken to address this in other school jurisdictions. I am suggesting that we really begin to use asthma perhaps as one condition where we could collect information about the relationship between absenteeism and asthma in school buildings, that we could leverage the efforts of Children's National, their oversight of school nurses in the buildings, to try to get this information so that we'd be able to determine which of the buildings may need attention to address things like chipping and peeling paint, rodent infestations, mold. These are conditions that are affecting not only children with asthma, but children with other disabilities, children who may have other health conditions that are flagged for an IEP. If the buildings are not healthy, the children are not going to be able to learn in those buildings. I should also mention that the Department of Health has received funding from the Centers for Disease Control. They're creating an asthma strategic plan. Looking at school buildings is one of the elements in that plan. Thank you very much. I'm happy to respond to questions.
Thank you, Dr. Phoenix. Ela Lopez.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ela Lopez, and I am the Center Director of a Child Development Center here in Washington, D.C. And I am here to speak about the very real and human impact of the Pay Equity Fund on early childhood educators and what happens when that stability is threatened. When the Pay Equity Fund was fully supported, we saw transformation. We saw educators finally able to breathe. One example is Carlise Coleman, a dedicated teacher and mother of 3. For the first time, she was able to secure stable housing where she could live with her children under one roof. She was also able to purchase reliable transportation to get to the metro. That may sound simple, but in Washington, D.C., where snowstorms, protests, and street cultures frequently disrupt bus routes, reliable transportation means she can go to work on time and without stress. It means children have consistency in their classroom. It means families can rely on their teachers being present. That is what pay equity looks like in real life. But I must also speak on about what happens when stability disappears. We have already begun losing qualified educators with higher education degrees because they simply cannot sustain their livelihoods or on unpredictable or reduced wages. Ashley, a talented educator, left the field because she could not financially support herself. Rika, another strong leader with higher education credentials, had to pursue opportunities outside of early childhood education to meet her financial responsibilities. These are not isolated cases. These are trained professionals we've invested in who wanted to stay but could not afford to. We also have staff members who wishes to remain anonymous. She holds a bachelor's degree. With pay equity support, she was finally able to meet the minimum income requirement to qualify for an apartment. Today, without consistent increases and facing wages reductions, she no longer qualifies to remain in that housing and is now searching for alternative. This is not sustainable. Our staff has not received a meaningful increase since 2023. Instead, they continue to receive letters reflecting reduced wages year after year, with uncertainty about what will happen next. That uncertainty is damaging morale It undermines retention, and it sends a message that the professional education and dedication are not valued. Early childhood educators are the workforce behind the workforce. When they are unstable, the ripple effects reaches federal employees, families, and the broader community. If the pay equity is not fully funded and stabilized, we will continue losing educated, experienced professionals. Programs will struggle with retention, quality will decline, families will feel the impact. I
Ms.
urge you
Lopez,
to.
I'm going to have to cut you off because you're over your time. I don't have your statement, so I have not a clue how much is left, but
Not much. I will
well,
urge you to fully fund
no,
pay
I'm
equity
still going to cut
for
you off because you're
2027.
over your time. So thank you. But if you would submit your statement, please. Jordan Clark.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Jordan Clark. I'm the parent of 2 young children. This year, my son will graduate from pre-K 4 and my daughter will enter pre-K 3. Both of them have attended Barbara Chambers Children's Center, a CBO in our neighborhood, which provides daycare and DC pre-K through PKEEP. I'd like to talk about our incredible early childhood education ecosystem and the interdependence of the 3 key programs that make DC's early childhood education programming the remarkable victory that it is for the city, our families, and our economy. For me and many other working parents, PKEEP is indispensable in ensuring access to pre-K classes in our neighborhoods. But it would not have the same impact if it were not for the other 2 critical and interrelated ECE programs, the Pay Equity Fund and the Child Care Subsidy Program. These programs provide my children with accessible, high-quality free pre-K in our neighborhood and keep before and after care and daycare for kids under 3 more affordable by offsetting the high cost providers of caring for those kids under 3. But despite that, my family does not qualify for subsidies. If the Child Care Subsidy Program were underfunded, enrollment would not be high enough to sustain these centers, and costs for all families would become unmanageable. Without subsidies for the children who need them, care becomes unsustainably expensive across the board. Similarly, the Pay Equity Fund is integral to this success story for our city. Early childhood educators in DC are accomplished, credentialed, and to no one's surprise, wildly undervalued. The benefits of their expertise to our families are literally beyond measure. As a direct result of the Pay Equity Fund, they have been able to commit more deeply to this career because the career was finally investing in them almost as much as it should. By rolling it back, we're destabilizing the very systems that the program initially sought to reinforce. These educators are truly so talented that they could find much more lucrative opportunity doing almost anything else. But the Pay Equity Fund helped them to responsibly take on student loans, invest in mortgages or leases, and start or grow their own families, make other long-term decisions based on this investment. As we weaken the Pay Equity Fund, they may be forced from the profession by uncertainty, undermining the durability of the centers where they teach. Centers like Barbara Chambers will face impossible decisions between staffing fewer educators, which would diminish their student capacity and increase cost to families, and to the subsidy program, or to pay more and try to retain these without the aid of the Pay Equity Fund, which would also increase costs to families and the subsidy program. These 3 programs form a delicate ecosystem that keeps the city's children thriving, keeps parents working, and keeps our economy healthy. Convenient, affordable availability of high quality early childhood education placements in every neighborhood through PKEEP and the subsidy program, the reliable, predictable investment in these accomplished professionals, and consistent funding for these year over year are critical necessities for our families in the district.
Ms. Clark, I'm going to cut you off.
Yeah, okay.
But thank you. I do have your statement. So I appreciate that. That's everyone on this group. I did want to do a couple of things for me on a 5-minute clock. First, there was some testimony. I expect there'll be more about, well, one solution is to raise revenue. We hear this every year. We could raise revenue every year. We would still the following year be asked to raise revenue again. And it's not like our revenues haven't gone up. Our budget is at least $1 billion more than it was just a couple of years ago. So on the one hand, there is this paradox. It's tight. Some of that's because we've actually been spending more than we've been bringing in. And on the other hand, it is our revenues have gone up. But I wanted to say this. There was the suggestion of the business activity tax. That was a proposal that came out of the Tax Revision Commission. I actually am interested in that because it's a way of broadening the base. I asked the chief financial officer about this last week. This is not a tax we could impose where we would get revenue. This year or next year, it would, according to his testimony, take a couple of years to design and implement. I actually, and I think none of us actually know all the pros and cons to that. So while I think that that's intriguing because it could expand the base, and the Tax Revision Commission looked at it positively, it would take some time to develop, and it cannot be a solution to the problems we're looking at right now for the near term. The other thing I wanted to, so that there was no question there, but Ms. Coffin, I did have a question for you. So your testimony focuses on what are we doing with students graduating, or rather, what's the quality of students graduating, or maybe rather, how are we adequately educating the students who are graduating? You noted that the graduation rates have been improving, but students meeting the SAT College and Career Ready benchmark declined. Could that be because we're putting more emphasis on graduating students and not ensuring that they are adequately, I'll say, grade level educated?
I think that's a good question for follow-up later today. I think just looking at the full high school picture, graduation rates have continued to go up year over year. And last year we did see, aside from SATs, learning outcomes on the CAPE, the statewide assessment, improve for the first time in a meaningful way for high school students since the pandemic. And that tends to be younger cohorts, not the one that's graduating. I think that's a positive sign. But I do think this is worth looking into more, especially with chronic absenteeism that's remained quite high, with more than half of high school students being chronically absent since the pandemic and before, and just comparing to the graduation rates and the outcomes for DC's alumni to make sure they're ready for what comes next.
So what goes through my mind is a scandal a few years ago, a school that did very well with graduation, and it turned out that the graduation, they weren't, what do I call it, legitimate. So I think graduation rate is an important metric to look at it, but it doesn't speak to quality. And I think your testimony your testimony raises that question. Let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, and really glad to hear your comments about receptivity to a business activity tax. I do think that that is a thing that we do need to look into. I think you're right that it wouldn't solve tomorrow's problems, but could be a useful and important thing. So I hope we will include something in the budget or something to get that analysis going. I heard three key themes coming out of this panel of testimony. Ms. Kaufman, having students ready for the workforce, college or the workforce, and ultimately to get into the workforce and independence. Don't think I'm going to ask you a lot of questions about this, but I do want to get together because this is an increasing area of interest for me, focusing on the adult workforce piece, but it's all part of the same thing. And so let's find a time in the next couple of weeks to have a conversation about the work that you're doing and how you see that world. So thank you for that. A different theme was all the issues around special education and the real challenges that we face in that space. And this is decades. We have not figured it out in the way that we need to figure it out. And so thank you for lifting it up. I think in some ways, I've heard from special education teachers in past years where there were major issues, and surprisingly, they felt that it was a little bit better this year. So maybe we're starting to do something right, but this is an area that really absolutely needs to be a focus. And then PKEEP and the child care subsidy and early childhood is clearly a theme that has brought out a lot of folks, and Mr. Hirschenberg, you're the one who's in front of me on this issue. So I'll turn to you and apologize. A lot is going on, and so there were certain things that had to be sorted over. It does look like I may have just now taken over this hearing. So, and not because this is not a giant priority for the chairman, but there are things out of folks' control. So you run the GON, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Gan Hayel Preschool at Addis Israel Congregation in Ward 3.
Yeah. So in Ward 3, are you a Ward 3 resident?
I'm not, no.
Still, you count. Our children went to Temple Sinai Nursery School. So speak to me about, and you spoke about it in your testimony, but there was stuff happening. But I want to give you a minute again to talk about the impact, how you're dealing with it, and what you see the impact of pay equity, the cuts to pay equity for you in your nursery school.
It would be immediately destabilizing. It's already put us on the edge with the known 4 to 5% for next year. As others have testified earlier this morning, were it to be eliminated, it would radically change our workforce. We would not be able to retain our teachers, many of whom have been with us for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, many of whom over the last half decade have moved up the credential ladder because of the statements coming out or from the PEF. If you attain this degree, you'll be paid this amount of money. So they've earned the degree, currently receiving the money, and the reduction would be destabilizing. We believe that they would leave the school unless we maintain their compensation. We're not able to do that because we haven't raised tuition and passed these costs on to families, which was part of our participation, of course, in Pay Equity Fund, which is that the funding would be made up by the city, not by the private CDC. So we are in a good position as a school right now, which we had not been in certainly during the COVID years. The PEF allowed us to stabilize and get into that good position. And by removing the PEF, which is clearly on the docket, we would be in quite a precarious place institutionally.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for that synopsis. In some ways, like the PKEEP and the early childhood subsidy and pay equity, they can feel like, oh, these are nice, warm and fuzzy things, and it's important for the kids. And it is absolutely 100% important for the kids. I do think we need to be sure we have at least a parallel frame, which is these things are essential to the long-term success of the city and our parents being able to be in the workforce. So it shouldn't just be education advocates who are advocating for this. It should be the business community that is putting its shoulder down and saying, this is critical for our success here in the district. Thank you to everybody who's come out to testify on this. Just wish it was a little bit broader of a cross-section because of how important it is to the city's economy. So thank you all for your testimony. Okay. All right, next up, Michaela Rodkin, Anne Gunderson, Yves Carmel Decilian Cadet, Heather Jenkins, Alessandra Pina, Beth Bacon, Lynette Gonzalez, Maria Blower. Okay. Tayo Bell, Jessica Giles, Carolyn Pryor. All right, so we will save a chair for Caroline when she arrives, and then otherwise get started. Okay, and first up is Michaela Rodkin. Online. Anne Gunderson. Thank you.
Councilmember Fruman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Anne Gunderson. I'm a senior policy analyst with DCFPI and a member of Under 3 DC. My testimony focuses on the Child Care Subsidy Program, which helps offset the cost of childcare for families with young children. The mayor recently proposed harmful cuts to the subsidy program that would drive up operational costs to providers and restrict the availability of affordable care options, which will make childcare even less affordable for district families than it is now. These cuts would also undermine the mayor's growth agenda, given that childcare businesses make all other work possible. Recent changes OSSE put into place have caused utilization of childcare subsidies to increase substantially from FY24 to 25. Advocates have been working with OSSE for years to push them for improvements to the program to increase utilization among eligible families. So under normal circumstances, this progress would be celebrated. However, DC lawmakers underfunded this program, which is now facing a dire budget shortfall in FY26. By reducing reimbursement rates, existing subsidy providers will struggle to keep up with the growing operating costs and may need to close classrooms or raise tuition for private pay families to prevent closures. This may cause some CDFs to stop accepting childcare subsidies and further disincentivize non-subsidy providers from participating. Fewer classrooms and CDF closures will shrink supply, which DC can't afford because demand for childcare already outpaces supply. Cutting reimbursement rates will exacerbate this problem because it reduces the funding the government contributes towards care and shifts that cost to CDFs and ultimately families, causing tuition to increase. Under the mayor's proposed policy change, all subsidy providers would receive the lowest reimbursement rates that are currently reserved for facilities at the lowest quality level. Therefore, high-quality childcare subsidy providers, especially those who primarily serve families using subsidies, would take the biggest hit. In DC, there are high-quality providers whose centers serve 90 to 100% subsidy families who reported that they use their enhanced reimbursement rates to hire specialized support staff who cater to the needs of children with developmental delays. Reducing their reimbursement rates, especially if combined with the subsidy enrollment freeze, would likely mean laying off that support staff and possibly lead and assistant teachers. This underscores that the first people who would be harmed if policymakers put early education cuts into place are the families with the highest needs in the districts and the providers who care for them. When families, providers, educators, and advocates are not at the table to guide these decisions, inequitable policies go unchecked and threaten the well-being of the most vulnerable. The council should require OSSE to create formal procedures to allow the early child community to inform the policies that directly impact them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to discussing these recommendations with you further.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your work. I'm going to call names, but I think they may not be here. Yves Carmel DeCelian Cadet, Heather Jenkins, Alessandra Pina, Beth Bacon. Great.
Good morning. Thank you for holding this hearing. Thank you, Councilmember Fruman and Chairman Mendelson. And thank you to all who have supported experiential food and garden education in our public schools over many years. I'm Beth Bacon, the Director of Education at Fresh Farm, a DC-based food systems nonprofit. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Food Prints program in DC, which has now educated a generation of students for whom the program has lasting impacts on what they choose to eat and how they cook at home. The city's investment in the FY26 budget in food education embedded in schools has made it possible for 8,000 pre-K through 5th grade students in 21 schools across the city to participate in regular immersive food print sessions this school year. Fresh Farm leverages this city funding in order to raise the remaining funds needed to provide this scale of programming. At a time when food insecurity rates are high and community building is so important, there's great need for whole child nutrition education. Our program engages kids who struggle in other areas at school. It helps them form bonds with peers, and it provides real-world applications of academic concepts, all through learning how to grow, cook, and enjoy healthy foods. We have a student here a little later, Graham, who's going to tell you about that from his own perspective. With this city funding this year, this school year, we're serving 17 Title I schools. Our team of 28 educators will teach more than 2,700 sessions that run 90 minutes to two hours each. Our 21 school gardens are growing food year-round. And the 8th teaching kitchen that was built as part of a school modernization opened last fall at Truesdale. We continue to invest in evaluation. In recent research by George Washington University, our students demonstrated significant increase in overall food literacy scores from the start to the end of the school year. This is important because strong food literacy, students with strong food literacy are better equipped to choose, cook, and enjoy nutritious foods throughout their lives. Sort of a comprehensive approach empowering the students. More information about this study is attached to my testimony. A longtime Foodprints parent recently summed up why we and others believe so much in this model. She reflected that Foodprints teaches lessons that no standardized test can capture. They learn patience, responsibility, cooperation, and curiosity and pride. They learn that food does not magically appear on shelves and that their actions matter. We want to thank both OSSE and DCPS for their support and responsiveness in helping us maintain such strong partnerships and robust programming. So thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, and thank you for your work. Lynette Gonzalez.
Good morning. My name is Lynette Gonzalez, and I serve as the Director of Education at Bright Beginnings, Inc., where we provide high-quality early childhood education and comprehensive family service supports across 3 sites in Washington, D.C. Today, we serve 200 children, and 112 of them, more than half, are enrolled through the Child Care Subsidy Program. Subsidy funding represents the single largest portion of our operating revenue and is what makes it possible for families experiencing homelessness and deep financial hardship to access stable, nurturing early childhood education. Simply put, our program cannot exist in its current form without this support. A 2% to 8% reduction in subsidy reimbursement rates would have an immediate and devastating effect on our bottom line. For programs like ours that already operate on razor-thin margins, even a 2% cut would result in the loss of critical classroom materials, reduced mental health and developmental support services, fewer family engagement opportunities that our families rely on. An 8% cut would force us into considering staff reductions, something that directly undermines quality, safety, and the consistent loving relationships our children need to thrive. These proposed cuts come on the top of the recent reductions of the Pay Equity Fund and the looming possibility of the fund's complete elimination in FY27. Losing both wage supports and subsidy dollars means losing the workforce that makes early education possible. Our teachers, who already give so much of themselves, cannot absorb reduced compensation or reduced classroom resources at the same time. We risk losing our most dedicated educators to higher paying, more stable jobs outside of the early childhood field. And the danger goes beyond rate cuts. If the subsidy program runs out of funds, imposes a wait list, or reduces reimbursements, Bright Beginnings would not be able to continue serving our currently enrolled subsidies families because extended vacancies and reduced reimbursements would jeopardize our entire program's financial stability. We would be forced to reduce enrollment, close classrooms, or turn families away. Families who depend on us not just for education, but for meals, screening, trauma-informed family support, and stability during some of the most challenging periods of their life. The cost of losing affordable childcare is immeasurable. Parents would be forced to leave jobs or be unable to accept new ones. Family stability would fracture. Children, many of whom are experiencing homelessness, housing instability, or trauma, would lose the safe, predictable environment they rely on for the emotional security, early learning, and developmental progress. The ripple effects would be felt across the entire community, employers, shelters, healthcare systems, social service agencies at large. When we talk about subsidy funding, we're not only talking about numbers, we're talking about children who feel safe for the first time, parents who can finally work and rebuild, teachers who show up every day because they believe in the power of early childhood education. For Bright Beginnings and hundreds of families across DC, subsidy is not an optional support. It is the lifeline that keeps children learning, families working, and communities strong. I urge you to fully fund the subsidy program restore pay equity, and protect the infrastructure that keeps our youngest learners safe, nurtured, and thriving. Our families deserve stability, our educators deserve dignity, and the children deserve nothing less than unwavering commitment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for your work. Maria Blauer, who may be online.
Yes.
Yeah, there.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here, and I apologize for not being in person. My name is Maria Bloyer, and I am Director of Programs and Outreach at Advocates for Justice and Education. As you may remember, AJE is the federally designated Parent Training and Information Center for the District of Columbia, where we also serve as the Family to Family Health Information Center. This means we work with families in both sectors in DC, and it also means that we interact with the Office of the State Superintendent, OSSE, in a variety of contexts. Last year, we directly served over 1,120 parents, caregivers, and young adults this last fiscal year, and reached out to many, many more through in-person events, trainings, community partnerships, and activities. And we also provided in-person training to almost 500 families. I'm very thankful for the opportunity to testify today. My comments today are going to be a little bit more narrow in focus than they typically are, and I want to focus on how OSSE as a state educational agency can improve student outcomes and strengthen student safety. I am not planning on spending any time on OSSE's performance regarding transportation service delivery, as that is traditionally an LEA or local educational agency responsibility, although I'm very happy to answer questions about that. I'm going to focus on what OSSE can and needs to do differently as a state educational agency. I want to start that conversation by pointing out that I remember when OSSE was founded, and I think it was great. I think it was an important first step in rationalizing public education governance in DC and making sure that federal dollars and local dollars were spent appropriately and with fidelity. However, that's the bare minimum that a state educational agency can do and that they need to do. In DC, OSSE as the SEA has to do more. My written testimony has several areas where they can do more and where we think they need to do more. But in today's conversation, I'm really just going to focus on one of those areas in my last minute. And that's going to be what they do with the dispute resolution data that they have as part of the special education process. And my decision to do that was really informed by the conversations that we've had here in these oversight hearings about the decisions that local educational agencies make in response to parent complaints. And the bottom line is that OSSE isn't using its monitoring authority effectively in the special education context. OSSE has access to every single hearing officer decision and every single letter of decision written in response to a state complaint, and yet they don't use that to proactively inform their monitoring. They could, if they wanted to, also have access to every settlement agreement and every mediation agreement as well. But they're outliers as a state, and they've decided not to collect that data, and they don't use that data to inform their decisions, which means that when LEAs make decisions about how to respond to parent complaints, they're influenced by the fact that they know that OSSE isn't going to be looking at that decision to inform their systemic oversight and monitoring. It means they know that if they only respond to parents who litigate, they can get away with a little bit more. That's not the job of the state superintendent of education. The state superintendent of education in any jurisdiction is supposed to ensure compliance, meaningful compliance, equity, and just meaningful implementation and monitoring. And OSSE's not doing that in the special education context. And as a result, LEAs are making decisions informed by that lead to poor student outcomes and inequitable results. I'm happy to talk more about it, but I'm aware that I'm well over my time. And I appreciate you not cutting me off. You have a copy of my testimony. And again, I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much for your work. You had the good fortune of going when the softie had the gavel. So, Tyo Bell. Okay. And I see Jessica Giles, but Tyo Bell? No.
Yes,
there
I'm
you
here.
go. Okay. Tyo, if you can go, and then I saw Jessica, you'll be next.
Yes, good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Teo Bell, and I am the Deputy Director at School Justice Project, or SJP, as well as a Ward 4 resident and a parent of a DCPS student. SJP is a DC-based legal services and advocacy organization that provides special education representation to older or involved students with disabilities. There are a host of issues for oversight of OSSE in the past year that I would have liked OSSE to have addressed. Those are listed in my written submission, which you should have. Today, however, I will focus on one specific area of concern that universally has impacted most of our students across all 8 wards over the past year and beyond. That's the credit issue. And I will hone in on what I see as being the solution, which is twofold. First, a legislative fix, and 2, something that I don't say as often in these hearings, a budgetary increase for OSSE to do a better job at monitoring the over 65 LEAs for which it is responsible, which I will reserve my testimony about until the budget oversight hearing. I said this at the special education hearing in December during my expert testimony, but it bears repeating. Each and every client that SJP attorneys have represented over the past 12 years has had some issue with coursework counting, credits being accepted, and securing a path to high school graduation. That's astounding when you think about it. And I would guess that for those of us listening to today's hearing who work with older students in the district, many have had similar experiences. The so-called credit bill aims to address issues with accruing, transferring, and maintaining records of credits. Though the bill was designed to fix the credit problem acutely felt by students in the care of DC's justice and foster system, the bill's application and the changes that OSSE will undertake will be universal to students across the district. This includes students transferring from one LEA to another, a common undertaking in the district, students moving from middle to high school, students in military families, and particularly for the clients I serve, students detained in DYRS and DOC. Specifically, the credits bill requires OSSE to create a universal course catalog, create a universal transcript analysis process, establish clear points of contacts at LEAs listed on a school's website to ensure a smooth transition for students. Most importantly, the bill directs OSSE to monitor LEAs through routine desktop and on-site monitoring to ensure LEAs are rewarding credits for completed work so students no longer have to repeat courses they've already taken. There are MOAs that govern the education of students in the care of DYRS and CFSA and DOC, but they're just not routinely enforced, and they're not really legally sufficiently enforceable. The credit bill, if passed, will actually fix this problem, allowing all students and all school staff alike to focus on what really matters, which is just engaging with their education. I thank you, Councilman Fruman, for your leadership in this hearing today and for the council's attention to this issue. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for your work. Jessica Giles.
+1 for the credit bill. Greetings, Councilmember Fruman, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the DC Council's Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I am a Ward 7 resident and Executive Director of the Washington, DC office of the Center for Strong Public Schools Action Fund. CSPS is an organization committed to ensuring that every student, especially Black, Brown, and low-income kids, attends a high-quality public school regardless of their zip code. For the sake of time, my testimony will focus on 3 recommendations for OSSE. OSSE must strengthen public schools through greater transparency, clearer communication, and continuous support. OSSE must raise literacy rates by fully implementing the recommendations of the Early Literacy Education Task Force, and OSSE must improve math proficiency by fully implementing the recommendations of the Math Task Force. In OSSE's 23-25 strategic plan, the agency cites as a goal to strengthen the school accountability system. However, the state of accountability in DC can best be described as slow, opaque, and apparently paused for the upcoming year. I have 3 recommendations. OSSE returns statewide assessment results too slowly. The agency must make results actionable by returning them within the same school year as the test is administered, as several states across the country are already doing. Secondly, given that OSSE is transitioning to smarter balanced assessment consortium model for the statewide annual assessment and therefore not rating schools for 1 year, the agency must engage in a robust communications plan that maintains transparency and momentum. Specifically, OSSE must clearly communicate to families what to expect from the new assessment and accountability system and provide high-quality professional development to LEAs connected to it. And then third, even with a pause in accountability, OSSE must continue to ensure that struggling schools are strengthened through timely, transparent, and targeted support. A pause in accountability isn't a pause in the work of strengthening schools, and students cannot afford to wait an extra year for change. Secondly, raising literacy rates. In OSSE 23-25 strategic plan, the agency cites as a goal to improve literacy instruction. There's been a lot of good progress. However, it is currently unclear at what scale the Early Literacy Education Task Force recommendations are being implemented and what the funding gap is. We recommend OSSE provide greater transportational implementation and share clear benchmarks for what measurable progress looks like in years 1 through 4. DC students have a right to read, and the Mayor and DC Council must continue to ensure full implementation and funding so every student has access to high quality instruction. And then last, improve math and proficiency. In OSSE's 23-25 strategic plan, the agency cites as a key measure of progress the percent of students meeting or exceeding expectations in math. There's been slow recovery in math and stark gaps in opportunity between student groups. The mayor launched the math task force, put forth recommendations, and we're urging OSSE to explicitly name implementing the math task force in its upcoming strategic plan and providing greater transparency and clear benchmarks for what measured progress looks like in year 1 through 4. And thank you for holding this hearing and allowing me to testify. I look forward to partnering with you to ensure DC leads the nation with strong public schools.
Thank you very much. I'm going to close out this round. Carolyn Pryor.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman and Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Caroline Pryor. I'm the Director of Policy and Power Building at Empower Ed, a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition, the Strengthening Families Coalition, the Youth Power and Safety Collective, and also gonna +1 to all of the under 3 asks today. On any given day, any given student or educator in the district is affected by OSSE policies, programming, and funding. It's an enormous responsibility, and it's generated and sustained critical work. The educator wellness grants, apprenticeship and teaching program, extremely promising data from the flexible scheduling pilot just released, experiential learning and field trips for 9,900 students that have benefited from Bridge the Gap this year alone. We also continue to uphold the increasingly important role of community schools as a stopgap to federal threats and a bolstered social safety net for students and families. The feedback is overwhelming, and we know that OSSE's community school program also works in alignment and even collaboration with DCPS's Connected Schools work. The through line of all of these programs is their support of both students and teachers as whole people, with academic or development needs, mental health supports, rich and expansive learning opportunities, and flexibility to grow. And these aren't small things. They're the very conditions which the federal government is attacking and which local funding threats destabilize. Sustaining these programs, especially for our Black and Brown students and teachers, is indispensable. Over the past year, these OSSE programs supported thousands, but also over the past year, federal government brutally attacked our public education system, undermined the right to teach, eroded support for our students with disabilities, and criminalized our young people, a process aided by local policies. That's why we need urgent communication and affirmation from the Office of the State Superintendent, our SEA, of DC's values. We're grateful that here in DC, our academic standards remain. We must stand firm against any attempt to water down our culturally responsive standards across contents and discipline. Likewise, we must ensure that our students with disabilities, whose federal civil right protections are shaky at the moment, have strong systems locally. Currently, as we hear again and again, OSSE's transportation system doesn't meet that bar. Neither does the suggested practical studies diploma for special education students in the graduation requirements proposal. Families and educators know this diploma will shrink opportunity for students and facilitate inequitable tracking, undermining the right to a free and appropriate public education. Must push for an alternative pathway to a real diploma. And finally, as with any LEA, OSSE holds enormous responsibility for student well-being and protections. We must continue to protect our students, their wellness, and their data, not only as FERPA requires, but also to prevent any data sharing with law enforcement, federal or local. The latter is already claiming to collaborate with schools on juvenile policing programs, and the former continues to harass communities with immigration enforcement. The public deserves regular communication on how students are being protected at a systems level. OSSE must reaffirm its commitment to restorative justice and an end to the school to prison and school to deportation pipeline, especially in the current crisis. We're grateful for the work OSSE is already doing across sectors, but we know this moment calls for more, and we're eager to hear our values affirmed in a way that actually reaches teachers, families, and students, not only through closed-door meetings with leadership teams. As a government, you all need to be providing cover for your constituents, not vice versa. It is possible to do this work strategically and still in a way that builds rather than undermines community trust. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you to all the panel for your testimony. This theme on early childhood absolutely comes through loud and clear. All the lobbying is important. The fact that my grandchildren, when they had very few words, they called every adult that they were fond of by the name of their child care center operator. So that's pretty good advertising. To Footprints, thank you for everything that you do. Turn it back to the chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Furman. Thank you for taking over while I had to step out. I just want to note, Ms. Bloyer, Ms. Giles, Ms. Pryor, I don't think we have copies of your statements.
I did submit mine, but it was late in the last hour.
All right, I'm not trying to out anybody for being tardy and late and not on time, and I'm sort of belaboring it. I don't need to. Thank you. I do not have questions for any of you, but thank you to each of you for your testimony. Ava Millstone, who's listed as an ally with Empower Ed. Harry Savage, who's Chief of Policy with PAVE. Dara Zihandalar Shah. Jody Avka. She's with Access Youth. Joy Bentley Phillips, who is Chief Strategy Officer and Growth Officer, Academy of Hope. Dylan Craig, who I know is a teacher, even though he's listed as a public witness. Max Broad, public witness, DC Good Food Purchasing Program. Marcia St. Hillier Finn, owner of Bright Star Early Care and Preschool. Josh Boots, Executive Director of Empower K-12. All right, I'll stop right there. I didn't say this with the last group. I think we have gold stars somewhere for those who are in person. Yeah, they're over there if you want a gold star. Thank you all for being here. Ms. Millstone, you are first.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Ava Millstone. I'm a Ward 6 resident and a 10-year DCPS parent. I want to begin with a governance question for you. If OSSE is our state education agency, is it operating with the independence, transparency, and public accountability required of a state entity? Most of us agree DC functions as a state, yet no other state agency is under gubernatorial or mayoral control. OSSE houses our statewide data, oversees licensure, regulates federal funds, and is responsible for ensuring all students receive a free and appropriate public education. Yet OSSE sits structurally under mayoral control along with DCPS and the DME's office. Under this structure, the mayor approves all reports and public communications. With everything going on in this moment, we need a state education agency that serves the public interest, regardless of who the mayor is. If there's a problem, don't we want to know about it so we can discuss the causes and solutions rather than being in the dark about what's happening, as Maria Blauer also said about the dispute resolution data earlier. Data must be for improvement, not messaging. Oversight must serve families, not politics. I urge this council, as Jessica Giles also just shared, to explore structural pathways to strengthen OSSE's independence so that reporting and research are clearly accountable to the people of DC. Now let's look at an agreed upon problem in DC, teacher retention. At our neighborhood elementary school, one of our many incredible paraprofessionals, Ms. C, who has taught both of my sons, has been at our school for over 10 years. Over the years, she stepped up into many leadership roles, including supporting new teachers at our school. She's beloved. When her car broke down, a first grader organized a fundraiser so she could get to work. When I first found out about and then told her about OSSE's teacher apprenticeship and teacher pathway in January, she had never heard of it, as had none of the other pairs working in the building, many of whom have served in our building for decades. I've also watched many young men of color begin their careers as paraprofessionals in our elementary school and then leave for nearby Maryland schools, not because they lacked commitment, but because they could not afford to stay without a viable pathway for certification and higher wages. We need these wonderful educators and role models. This informal data tells me that we don't have a talent problem here, we have a system problem. Earlier in my career, I led teacher recruitment and training efforts in New York City and here in DC. Scaling educator pipeline programs requires clear targets, data-driven decision-making, intentional marketing, and structural funding. OSSE's current cohort is 28 paraprofessionals, but at launch, hundreds reportedly applied. That tells us demand exists. So I have a number of questions to OSSE about scaling this program that I included in my full testimony. But more broadly, OSSE should engage in structured collaborative improvement processes with stakeholders, bringing DCPS, charters, universities, educator unions, community organizations, the local business community, funders, and families together to examine shared data, identify barriers, test solutions, and track progress transparently. Community schools are natural conveners for this work, so we must expand the community school model, especially in our Title I schools. In a time of transportation instability, mental health strain, and federal cuts, community schools are stabilizing infrastructure, not extras. Let's build institutions worthy of our children. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Millstone. You mentioned more detail in your statement, but I don't have your statement.
I uploaded it also recently, so it should be in the system.
Okay, thank you. Carrie Savage, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee staff. My name is Carrie Savage, and I'm the Chief of Policy at PAVE, or Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. Close to this time last year, PAVE parent leaders voted to prioritize academics above all else. Their past work on equitable school funding, budget transparency, school-based mental health, safe passage, and specialized school programs has always been about one goal: ensuring kids can show up as their full selves and have what they need to learn. Thanks in part to sustained parent advocacy, DC has seen great gains, including the nation's fastest academic recovery and top rankings on a recent national survey of parents' perspectives on education. But until every child in every community has access to a great education and a pathway to college and careers, our work isn't done. We have to focus intently on what is accelerating progress the most. So my focus today will be on parent-driven policy solutions, all with proof points. First, I want to thank OSSE for consistently engaging with PAVE parent leaders. In just the last year, we held a meet and greet with Superintendent Mitchell, partnered to get parents' feedback on the proposed graduation requirements and physical education standards, and collaborated on PAVE's reading and math nights to share updates on the ongoing work through and as a result of the Literacy and Math Task Force. The commitment to authentic public engagement is so critical and will ultimately make the work and the results stronger. I also want to elevate 3 core ways OSSE can lead around PAVE parent leaders' academics priorities. 1, public information on high-quality instructional materials. Curriculum matters. When schools use high-quality materials aligned to standards, students are far more likely to receive rigorous grade-level instruction. It's a core driver of equity. HQIM ensures students have access to strong content that can be differentiated to meet their needs, while also giving teachers back valuable time to focus on instructional practices, family engagement, and using data to improve learning. Step 1 is transparency. Families and policymakers should be able to see what curriculum schools are using and whether it meets the standard for high quality. We already have this for early literacy. Now let's expand that transparency to all grade levels in math. And importantly, this is a budget neutral step. Second, go big on educator professional development. In math, expand the promising work of the DC Math Hub by funding a pilot peer learning community for math instructional coaches, which is included in the Math Task Force recommendations. In both DCPS and charters, we've made great strides in training more teachers in high-level math and instructional best practices. Now let's make sure they have a cross-sector network to identify what's working and what isn't sooner rather than later, ideate and innovate, and share the findings. In literacy, from the DCPS Reading Clinic to Friendship Center for Excellence in Literacy, deep and ongoing support and coaching for teachers is driving incredible results, especially for students furthest from opportunity. Let's not just check the box. Let's follow the data and invest in our educators so they can pour into our kids. Third, protect and expand high-impact tutoring. Expanding access to HIT just makes sense. Giving targeted, personalized, and consistent instruction based on a student's specific needs with a caring adult is a winning formula.
Ms. Savage, I'm going to cut you off because you're over your time, but I
Thank
have
you.
your statement. It's right here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I feel bad doing that. Dara Shaw, who I believe, oh no, you're here. Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Council and Council staff. My name is Dara Zihandal Shah, and I'm the Director of the DC Education Research Collaborative. We are a research practice partnership that brings together the city's education providers, practitioners, policymakers, community members, and researchers. We're hosted by the Urban Institute, and the views expressed here are my own and should not be attributed to Urban, their trustees, or their funders. This afternoon, I'd like to share with you some of the work that we're undertaking, explain the partnerships that we maintain with OSSE and other city agencies under our Master Services Agreement with OSSE, and emphasize the importance of continuing to support the use of research and data to increase transparency, drive decision-making, enhance learning opportunities for students, and support the entire public education ecosystem across the city. First, I'll highlight our current research pipeline. OSSE is providing data on one of our major projects, a study of school discipline after the 2018 Student Fair Access Act, looking at disparities in out-of-school suspension rates by race, gender, and disability status. We're presenting our partners and advisory committee members with our preliminary findings 1 week from today. We're also working with OSSE's Office of Post-Secondary and Career Education to co-design a study on the impact of career and technical education programs of study using data from the Office of Education through Employment Pathways. This is a first-time test of a partnership between OSSE, ETEP, and an external researcher. We're also working with other agencies and education providers as well. Many of these projects use or will use student-level OSSE data or public data provided by OSSE. We've partnered with DCPS on a 4-year study of career development opportunities for high schoolers. We're working with the Department of Energy and the Environment to understand the learning and behavioral impacts of environmental education. We're working with Empower K-12 and a number of charter LEAs to study the outcomes of changes to math instruction and increase student supports for math. And we're supporting the 80+ student researchers of the State Board of Education's Student Advisory Committee as they gather data and make recommendations on issues that matter most to them and their peers. I'm hopeful, in addition to all these agencies, we will soon add the Department of Employment Services to that list, as we're currently developing a study on how SYEP can be a first step on students' career development journeys. All of our lies on partners willing to lend their expertise so that researchers ask relevant, impactful questions. OSSE is a key member of our advisory committee of institutional representatives, educators, and community members. They keep us accountable to students' needs and make sure that we work where it's needed most. Our work also depends on smooth access to high-quality data, and we will work with OSSE this spring as our current Master Services Agreement for data access is up for renewal. I'd like to thank the OSSE team for their commitment and collaboration and support as we create actionable, transparent research that is so critically needed by the city students. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement.
It's in, but probably late.
Okay. We will have another hearing this sometime on truancy. Probably not the same issue. Jody Avka.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Good to see you. My name is Jody Ofka, founder and executive director of Access Youth. Access Youth operates one of the district's longest running school embedded truancy programs and currently serves more than 1,000 students across 8 high-need schools in Wards 7 and 8. Over the past decade, I have had the opportunity to testify before this council multiple times on the issue of chronic absenteeism and truancy prevention. Because we are in schools every day, we see what the data alone cannot show. Students face trauma, unstable housing, unsafe routes to school, and deep mistrust between families and institutions. Our model addresses those barriers through trusted relationships, restorative practices, and consistent adult presence inside schools. And when students feel safe and connected, attendance improves. But from our vantage point inside schools, 3 structural issues continue to limit the district's ability to improve attendance, and each relates directly to OSSE's performance as the district's state education agency. The district does not currently operate a unified truancy prevention system. Responsibility for attendance remains fragmented across OSSE, DCPS, DHS, OAG, CFSA, and the DME. These programs operate at different stages of the problem, collect different data, and measure success in different ways. Without shared metrics, unified evaluation, or a citywide strategy, it becomes extremely difficult to determine which investments are actually improving attendance. The district does not operate a truancy prevention system. It operates a collection of disconnected programs. And that fragmentation is one of the reasons chronic absenteeism remains so difficult to address. Across those programs, the district is spending millions of dollars each year addressing truancy. Yet we still lack a single agency responsible for coordinating these investments or measuring their collective impact. Second, there's no standardized framework for evaluating attendance investments. OSSE administers attendance grants and oversees program funding. Yet there is still no required set of shared attendance metrics across OSSE-funded initiatives. Without standardized measures, the district cannot compare outcomes or determine which investments produce the strongest results. Right now, the district can tell you how much it spends on truancy. It cannot clearly tell you which programs are actually improving attendance. Third, procurement decisions are being made before a clear strategy has been established. OSSE recently issued a new RFP based on the $2 million previously budgeted for the former SUSO program. The PSA. The PSA RFA strengthens several important elements of attendance intervention and highlights foundational components of Access Youth Program. However, the RFA does not establish a unified framework for measuring attendance outcomes across the district's initiatives. Procurement should follow strategy. In this case, procurement is moving ahead before the district has clearly defined the strategy. Chairman Mendelson, these issues point to a clear opportunity for OSSE to strengthen its performance. The district needs one agency responsible for owning, managing, and delivering a citywide truancy prevention system. OSSE already has the authority to lead that work as the state education agency. That means coordinating attendance initiatives across agencies, establishing best practices for school-embedded prevention, creating unified data and evaluation metrics, and ensuring that programs demonstrating results receive stable multi-year funding.
Ms. Avica, I have to cut you off. You're way over your time and I got distracted. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
Yep, I submitted and I've got a long and a short version.
Okay, I do want to look at it because I appreciate what you're saying about the truancy programs. Troy
you,
Bentley
Chairman.
Phillips.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Joy Bentley Phillips, and I serve as the Chief Strategy and Growth Officer at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your continued leadership supporting education, workforce development, economic mobility across the district. Since 1985, AOH has served as a cornerstone of adult education here in DC. More than 1,000 adults have earned high school credentials through our programs, and over 10,000 learners have strengthened their literacy, numeracy, and digital skills. Adult education is public education, its workforce development, and its economic mobility strategy. Because of the sustained investment in cross-agency collaboration here in DC, DC has become a national model for integrating adult education into a lifelong learning system. We are grateful to Mayor Bowser for continuing to invest in adult charter schools, including last year's 12.5% UPSFF increase and the recent 2.55% increase despite fiscal pressures. Maintaining investment in education during difficult times reflects the district's commitment to opportunity and workforce readiness. We also appreciate OSSE's leadership administering adult and family education under the WIOA Act, and helping to align adult education with workforce and post-secondary pathways. However, we must be candid about the impact of reductions to the local match required to draw down federal Adult Education and Family Literacy Act funds. These funds support adult literacy, high school completion, English language learning, and workforce preparation. Because they require a local match, reductions put both federal dollars and program capacity at risk. Many community-based adult education providers rely heavily on the AEFLA funding to serve residents with the greatest needs, those with beginning literacy levels or furthest from employment. As a result, programs may serve up to 30% fewer learners, limiting critical entry points in workforce pathways. These reductions threaten years of progress building the district's adult education workforce pipeline. At the same time, there's opportunity. Adult education is not peripheral to workforce strategy, it's workforce infrastructure. Adult learners are working age residents navigating career transitions today, and adult education remains one of the fastest ways to retrain workers and strengthen our local pipelines. As the district invests in the advanced technical centers and workforce innovation tools like Talent Capital AI, adult education providers must be included as core system partners. In collaboration with the district's Adult Public Charter School Coalition, we respectfully offer 4 priorities. Increase the adult ed funding weight to 1.3 or establish a targeted grant. Increase the adult learner transportation subsidy to $100 per month. Maintain the social safety net that allows learners to persist, and formally recognize adult public charter schools as core workforce partners. Thank you for your leadership, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. I was about to cut you off. Thank you very much. Dylan Craig, if he's here. Don't think he is here. Max Broad, if he's here. I don't think he is here. Marcia St. Hillier Finn, I believe is virtual or was virtual. I don't see her. Josh Boots.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Hannah, and Aaliyah. My name is Josh Boots. I'm the Executive Director of Empower K-12. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about 3 investments and actions associated with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education that I believe will move the needle forward for all DC students. First, data infrastructure. I want to commend OSSE for its work building the district's course-level data collection system. Yesterday evening, I met with PAVE parent leaders about the forthcoming Education Through Employment Pathways database. Parents there told me that they want to understand how specific high school course progressions prepare their children for post-secondary success. I think it's a really important question, and one that we can only answer if OSSE continues its work collecting course data information. A digital backpack that follows students in schools and across schools and cross sectors is really important. That will help educators serve each child and give their families the transparency that they deserve. I urge the council to fully fund this effort. Second, math instructional leadership. OSSE's Math Task Force produced an excellent report last October, and I was proud to serve on it. While DC has been the most improved state in math proficiency since 2022, only 26.4% of our students meet expectations in math, which means we must urgently act on the task force recommendations. I asked the council to invest $300,000 to launch a Capital Math Leaders Network, which is the task force recommendation 4.2. This initiative would modify OSSE staffing data collection to identify each school and LEA's math instructional leaders, convene 30 of those leaders, 15 elementary and 15 secondary across DCPS and charter schools, monthly to share data, learn from each other, learn from our local university professors, participate in design sprints, and then ultimately sharing a report broadly with the sector to share those learnings across the network. Third, a successful SBAC assessment transition. EK-12 supports OSSE's move to DC CAPE 2.0 and the SBAC assessment system. This will generate long-term savings for the city and gives teachers and families better access to interim assessments, formative tools, and instructional playlists that turn that testing from that once a year sort of timeframe to ongoing support. But I also urge OSSE to engage schools and the community now on the high school assessment program. We must take this opportunity to align all of our high school work and with accountability, what the required state test should be, so that this exciting work on college and career pathways is really illuminated through our system. DC has real momentum. With targeted investments in data, math leadership, and a modernized assessment system, we can turn that momentum into historic results. DC is only one of 4 jurisdictions in this country where low-income students are closing the achievement gap with the national average. Empower K-12 believes that the city can be the first jurisdiction in the history of this country where low-income Black and brown kids score at or above the national average by 2030 when we continue to invest in learning acceleration for all of our students. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Boots. Marcia St. Hillier Finn.
Yes, I'm here.
You would be next.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Marcia St. Hillier Finn, owner and operator of Bright Start Early Care and Preschool with campuses in Ward 4, 5, and 6. I am here on behalf of my company, early childhood educators, families, and the youngest residents of the District of Columbia to advocate for full funding for subsidy, pre-KIP, and pay equity. I urge you in the strongest possible terms not to cut or eliminate funding for the childcare subsidy program, pre-KIP, or pay equity for early childhood educators. These investments are not discretionary. They are fundamental infrastructure for our city. The childcare subsidy program allows working families, especially low and moderate income families, to participate in the workforce. Without it, parents are forced to make impossible choices between earning a paycheck and ensuring their child is in a safe, nurturing, developmentally appropriate environment like ours. When families lose access to affordable care, workforce participation drops, economic stability erodes, and employers like us and across the district feel the impact. This is not just a family issue, it is an economic competitiveness issue. Pre-KIP has been transformative for our program and other ECE programs. By investing in 3 and 4-year-olds, DC has positioned itself as a national leader in early childhood education. High quality early learning reduces achievement gaps before they widen. It also strengthens literacy, social emotional development, and long-term academic outcomes. Students from our high-quality program have consistently graduated in the top 10% of the graduating class. Cutting pre-KIP would reverse hard-won progress and disproportionately harm children in communities that already face systemic inequalities. Equally critical is pay equity for early childhood teachers. For decades, early educators who are overwhelmingly women and disproportionately women of color have been underpaid despite performing work that requires specialized knowledge in child development, curriculum implementation, health and safety, family engagement. Pay equity is not a bonus. It is a correction of a long-standing inequity. When compensation is unstable or inadequate, educators leave the field and the entire system destabilizes. If we remove pay equity now, we will accelerate workforce attrition at a time when the sector is still struggling to recruit and retain high-quality teachers. We must be clear. Cutting this investment does not save money in the long term. It shifts costs elsewhere into social services, remedial education, lost income, and increased economic strain on families.
Ms. Hilliard, I'm going to have to cut you off. I do have your statement, so I do appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
I think that concludes everyone on this panel. I saw Max Broad come in. I'll call you on the next. I did not have questions for you all. Some of you didn't give us statements, written statements, if you would. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you all. Those in person can get a gold star. At some point that will no longer have its humor. So, Max Broad. Depends on how tardy. Depends on what we're talking about, the law or. Sam Bertucci. Tyrell Holcomb. And Noah Doherty. What about Sam Bertucci? Okay. Lauren Hibbs. Christina Hansen. BC Oyadel, CEO with Education Forward DC. Leslie Chavkin, Board Chair Jubilee Jumpstart. Come back. Online. Kimberly Bowling Lewis. Michael Rodriguez. think I'll leave it there. I think I'm going to leave it there. Mr. Broad.
Hello, Chair Mendelson, committee staff, and all the educators and educatees in the room. My name is Max Broad. I'm with the DC Good Food Purchasing Program Coalition. We're made up of over 30 organizations focused on values-based purchasing in the district. I've yet to submit my written testimony. I'll do that right now. But I want to acknowledge DC Public Schools for moving forward on values-based purchasing. They're coming up with their second baseline assessment this spring of good food purchasing. This is kind of the leading values-based purchasing framework in the district, and we look forward to seeing the results and all the headway that DCPS has made, which I've included examples of in the testimony. And I just want to invite DC Council committee members and staff to attend the DCPS presentation when they present on the baseline assessment on good food purchasing. Charter schools have been kind of a quagmire for us, and we haven't figured out how to navigate it. Our understanding is that OSSE has oversight of charter procurement, which could help conduct the GFPP assessment for charters. Also, the Green Food Purchasing Act and collecting food procurement data for evaluating the climate impact of food per DC law. And school food vendors provide at least purchasing data on items that were locally sourced to OSSE. It'd be great to know how that information is used, what the impact is. What's the total local spend by DCPS and charters, and the number of farms our schools purchase from. Again, the charters have yet to engage to provide purchasing data to be in compliance with this law, and DC GFPP Coalition member Community Purchasing Alliance has worked to provide technical assistance to charters. We're interested to see if there is opportunity for group purchasing to support DC values, and enhancing the charter's values-based purchasing is a priority for us in 2026. In terms of buying local, we want to recognize the work that Melissa Gurovich has done at OSSE to increase local purchasing for our school food in partnership with the wholesale food distributor, the Common Market. Supporting local economies, key way we can lift up businesses operated by people with marginalized identities and keep funds local. However, LFS funding is running out this year and it's not going to be renewed. Starting next year, there will be no additional federal funding for local food programs. This should be an impetus for schools to utilize the buying power of federal support to increase local purchasing this year in creative and attractive ways. It's come to our attention that there are cases of vendors not providing the farm name for the item that listed as local, that they list as local. We'd like to see that. And we'd like to have OSSE continue to be involved in the DC GFPP coalition. We'd like to have OSSE continue to include training on values-based procurement and incorporate GFPP values. And lastly, I'll just wrap by saying that we would like the charter schools to build off the momentum to include food waste initiatives such as share tables, food rescue, and composting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Broad. And I don't have a copy of your statement. I believe Sam Bertucci is not here. Tyrell Holcomb.
Good morning, Chairman Wilson and staff. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, born, raised, and still residing in Ward 7, and I have the proud honor of serving as Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. At Jubilee Housing, we advance what we call justice housing. That means deeply affordable homes in thriving neighborhoods paired with the services and opportunities families need to succeed. Housing stability works best when it is connected to education, youth development, and long-term opportunity. That is why out-of-school time programs matter. Across the district, community-based organizations provide safe places for young people after the school day ends. These programs offer tutoring, enrichment, mentorship, and leadership development while also providing stability for working families. At Jubilee, we see the impact of these programs firsthand. Many of the young people who participate in our youth programming come from families balancing work, school, and housing stability. For those families, after-school programs are not simply enrichment. They are a trusted place where young people can learn, build relationships with mentors, and stay engaged during the hours when many parents are still at work. The district currently supports more than 20,000 OST seats through grants administered across agencies, including the Deputy Mayor for Education and OSSE. Those programs serve thousands of young people each year and represent a critical part of the city's youth infrastructure. At the same time, this ecosystem is more fragile than it may appear. Many OST providers operate with limited margins and staff who are often undercompensated for the work that they do. Because these programs rely heavily on public funding to remain affordable for families, even modest reductions in district grants can have significant consequences. When funding becomes unstable, programs reduce capacity, scale back services, or close entirely. As the district navigates tighter budgets and continued federal uncertainty, it will be important that funding for OST providers remains stable. Protecting these investments help ensure programs can continue serving young people and families across our city. It is also important to recognize that OST programs function as prevention. When young people have access to safe environments, mentorship, and enrichment after school, the benefits extend well beyond the program itself. Those opportunities strengthen families, support academic success and progress, as well as reduce pressure on other systems the district relies on to respond in crisis. In that sense, destabilizing the OST ecosystem would be short-sighted. Maintaining strong youth programming is one of the most effective ways the district can continue to support long-term success for young people. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued work on behalf of the District of Columbia. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Holcomb. Noah Doherty.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee staff. My name is Noah Doherty. I'm a Ward 2 resident and Director of School Talent and Academic Strategy at the DC Charter School Alliance. Thank you so much for holding this hearing, allowing us to highlight our collaborative partnership with OSSE and share a perspective on ways to strengthen our collective efforts to deliver excellent educational experiences for all DC public school students. We want to thank Dr. Mitchell for her leadership in building a robust state education agency, for setting high expectations and supporting educators and evidence-based practices. For example, OSSE's management of the Public Charter Educator Compensation Grant directly supports our educators and streamlines reporting requirements. Their apprenticeship and teaching program is strengthening our city's teacher pipeline and giving valued members of our community, such as paraprofessionals and tutors, the opportunity to grow professionally in the classroom. And their administration of the High Impact Tutoring LEA grant is directly improving academic outcomes for thousands of students at 15 public charter LEAs. DC is the fastest improving urban school system in the country. And with a more challenging budget year ahead, we urge OSSE to prioritize the work that most directly impacts student learning and allows us to continue to lead the nation in accelerating student growth. We must also ensure that work can not just survive, but thrive in LEAs of all sizes and models. There are several areas we would encourage OSSE to prioritize. First, next school year, the DC CAPE will transition to the SBAC assessment model. We want to emphasize how big of a change this is for LEAs. It requires an analysis of the new assessment, its format, question types, timing requirements, and other compliance, implementation, curriculum, and instructional implications. We understand the necessity of this shift and support the choice of SBAC, and we ask OSSE to reconsider how they prioritize other work, knowing this will be a major priority and lift for LEAs. We appreciate the increased engagement OSSE has had with our LEAs on the proposed high school graduation requirements. We are in strong alignment on several of the proposals and are continuing to engage OSSE on areas that we believe will have significant policy, budgetary, and staffing implications. We ask that OSSE maintain its increased level of direct engagement with our leaders and leverage the Alliance to ensure all students graduate ready for post-secondary success. We appreciate the Office of Teaching and Learning's engagement with us and our schools on the implementation of a variety of legislative requirements and for their flexibility in how schools meet those requirements. As we move into a particularly challenging budget cycle, we urge OSSE to remain closely coordinated with school leaders in the Alliance. Finally, we urge OSSE to explore streamlining existing systems and procedures to maximize flexibility and minimize administrative burden on schools that are already stretched thin. This will allow public charter schools to spend more time implementing requirements and less time figuring out how to report on them. Thank you for your time, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Lauren Hibbs, I think, is not here. Christina Hansen, I believe, is not here. BC Oyadel, I believe, is online.
I am, yes.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is B. Adeli, and I'm a Ward 4 resident, the parent of 2 public school students in the district, and the Chief Executive Officer of Education for DC. We combine strategic grant making and hands-on partnerships across both traditional public and charter schools to ensure a great public school for every DC student. DC has done something remarkable. The intentional and growing investment of public dollars and leadership committed to our students have created conditions that have allowed great schools to thrive. OSSE has been central to that progress, and we are here as genuine partner in the work. And we must be honest, much work remains ahead. Today, only about 1 in 4 students from low-income households attend a high-performing public school. Achievement gaps persist, chronic absenteeism remains elevated, and federal meddling is creating real headwinds for schools and families. This is a moment to push forward, to not just play defense, but to accelerate DC's progress and extend it to every student who hasn't benefited from it yet. We know what's working. DC already has high-performing schools that are changing outcomes for students from low-income families. The challenge is getting more students into those schools and supporting all schools to perform at that level. We have seen OSSE's commitment to that work through our partnerships to create positive school climates and its work to implement the Literacy Task Force recommendations. We also want to applaud the cross-sector approach to school improvement it has undertaken to accelerate DC and its leadership in the post-secondary space to advance Compact 2043 for stronger post-secondary pathways for all DC students. OSSE's commitment to driving transformation at public schools in DC extends beyond this work and into complementary efforts that Ed4DC is pursuing through the Partnership for DC School Excellence, which offers non-evaluative school reviews and centralized resources to improve outcomes with an emphasis on academics, talent retention, and governance. Dr. Mitchell's decision to serve as an advisory board member and continue our engagement with the pilot supports for selected schools ensures our efforts are building on and learning from one another. OSSE's engagement with this work signals exactly the kind of cross-sector collaboration that turns progress into lasting change, and we hope that carries through to their forthcoming strategic plan. I raise these not just to celebrate, but because they point toward the opportunity ahead. DC has proven that citywide improvement is possible. Education for DC has set a North Star goal. By 2029, 40% of students designated as economically disadvantaged will attend high-performing schools. Getting there will require sustained partnership between OSSE, both school sectors, philanthropy, and this council. We at Ed4 are committed to that partnership, and we're grateful for an agency that is leaning in alongside us. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Chavkin.
Yes, thank you so much. Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council, my name is Leslie Chavkin, and I'm honored to speak with you today. I'm wearing 2 hats that are deeply meaningful to me. I'm the chair of the board of directors for Jubilee Jumpstart, a community-based childcare organization in Adams, Morgan. And I'm also the parent of 3 young children that have all benefited from DC's exceptional early childhood education programs. And I want to begin with a simple truth, which is that DC's commitment to early childhood education is not just good policy, it's a very smart investment in DC itself. It's what makes DC a place where families can thrive. The Pay Equity Fund, the Child Care Subsidy Program, and Pre-Keep represent more than budget line items. They represent DC's promise to its youngest residents and to working families. As a parent, these programs have been truly transformational for my family. All 3 of my children have attended or currently attend community-based childcare organizations just like JJS, where they receive not just care, but a foundation for lifelong learning. It's precisely because of these programs that we have stayed in DC, because we know that our children have access to high-quality early childhood education. And for countless families like mine, these programs aren't just helpful, they are a decisive reason why we continue to call DC home. Without these programs, many families simply cannot afford to remain in DC. The Child Care Subsidy Program and Pre-Keep support children's development. They enable parents to work full-time jobs and contribute to the city's economy. When we invest in early childhood education, we're investing in the entire ecosystem that makes DC a vibrant, thriving city. And the numbers speak for themselves. With childcare costs often exceeding rent and mortgage payments, these programs provide the critical support that allows families to build lives here. Without them, we risk losing the working families that are the backbone of the community. And as board chair of JJS, I see firsthand how the Pay Equity Fund has really transformed our ability to attract and retain exceptional early childhood educators. This fund addresses a fundamental inequity. For too long, the educators that work with our youngest learners during the most critical period of brain development have been among the lowest paid in education. The Pay Equity Fund changes that equation. It recognizes that early childhood educators deserve compensation that reflects the profound impact of their work. The Pay Equity Fund ensures they can afford to continue this vital work instead of being forced to leave the profession due to financial necessity. And when we lose experienced educators, we lose institutional knowledge, we lose classroom stability, and we lose the trusted relationships that are fundamental to quality early childhood education. DC's early childhood education system has become a national model, and rightfully so. We lead the nation in pre-K enrollment rates and have created more innovative programs than other cities that are trying to replicate. This competitive advantage attracts families and businesses to DC. But competitive advantages can be lost just as quickly as they're gained. And if we step back from these investments, we risk not just individual hardships for families, but the erosion of what makes DC distinctive and desirable. So I urge you to protect and maintain these critical investments. Maintain full funding for the Pay Equity Fund beyond FY26. Increase
Ms.
child.
Chapkin, I'm going to have to cut you off.
Sorry, it's in the written testimony.
Yes, I do have your statement right here in my left hand. Thank you. Kimberly Bowling Lewis, I think, is not here. Michael Rodriguez, Chief Executive Officer, St. Coletta's.
Yes, Chairman Mendelson, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mike Rodriguez, and I lead the St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School. We acknowledge several areas where OSSE staff have demonstrated meaningful engagement and support to St. Coletta this year. OSSE has made efforts to better understand the unique structure and needs of our program, especially as they relate to compliance, reporting, and data requirements. When we raised challenges related to the administration of the school climate survey, OSSE staff from multiple departments conducted an on-site visit, toured our school, and engaged in productive discussions about data management and reporting. OSSE staff have also provided technical assistance to help ensure compliance with the district's literacy legislation, including training, progress monitoring, and ongoing guidance. This support has been instrumental in helping St. Coletta meet all requirements under the Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Difficulties Amendment Act. Additionally, OSSE staff provided valuable support during the Elementary and Secondary Education Act grant application process, helping to ensure that our submission was accurate and complete. We are grateful for the professionalism and responsiveness of OSSE staff in these areas, and we appreciate OSSE's continued engagement and willingness to listen and work collaboratively. I must reiterate that St. Coletta continues to face threatening structural funding challenges that remain unresolved. We must reach a clear and sustainable resolution that ensures our funding fully reflects the intensity and cost of serving students with the most significant disabilities. The 2023 adequacy study identified this structural funding gap and recommended level 5 funding as the appropriate correction. St. Coletta serves students whose needs are among the most complex in the district. We provide the legally mandated services that other DC public schools cannot. Ensuring our school is sustainably funded is essential not only for our students, but for the integrity and equity of the district's entire special education system. We remain committed to working collaboratively with OSSE, the Council, and our partners to reach a durable solution, and we appreciate the Council's continued attention to this issue. Thank you for your time and for your support of students with disabilities in the district.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I do not have questions for any of you, but I do thank you. Those of you who didn't give me statements, please do that. Nicole Preston, who is President and CEO of Special Olympics District of Columbia, Inc. And there's several folks who I'm calling, as I understand, I'm not sure how to pronounce this. Ayokunle Ajiko, Alea Briscoe, Deja Totley, Diana Totley, Arlene Salvador, and Juanita White. So I'm going to leave it to you how to manage the 2, 4, 6 students. Do you want me to repeat any of the names I called, or do they know?
Could you repeat them, please?
I was Ayokunle Ajiko,
Ayakunle. Bathroom.
Alea Briscoe,
Leah. Okay,
Deja Totley and Deanna Totley.
here's Deja.
Okay, and Arlene Salvador and Juanita White.
Juanita's here. Juanita's coming.
Okay.
Okay,
He just called to Leah too.
here, let's have a seat there. Great, thank you. Appreciate your, okay. All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nicole Preston, President and CEO of Special Olympics DC. I'm here to speak on behalf of more than 2,000 students with special needs we serve in the DC public school system. I want to give everyone who came today, we have teachers, students from Woodson and Coolidge High Schools. If everyone can stand. They've been very patient and came out of their classrooms today to show how important Special Olympics programming is to them. There are many more parents and teachers who could not come in person. They are in their classrooms, but rely on the work that Special Olympics DC provides. Some of their testimonies are uploaded for your review from several schools. These students have different abilities, but must have equitable access to programming to support their academic needs. Far too many of our students with special needs continue to face social exclusion and isolation in school, negatively impacting their ability to achieve personal and academic success. For more than 30 years, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education has transported students to our sports facilities to participate in Special Olympics DC programming, which is vital to meeting the physical education requirements and providing equitable access for DCPS special needs students. My testimony shows all of the legal requirements and obligations under DC federal law, but I really want to give voice to the students to talk about their experience. Ariane, you can come. So I'm going to cede my time to Ariane from Woodson High School.
And your name is?
My name is Arya Sampson. I attend HD Woodson High School. Special Olympics make us feel good and motivates us to try our best at everything. We need budgets for Special Olympics because not everyone has a way to get there. As a Special Olympics athlete, transportation is my right as an American citizen. Without the buses, my classmates and I have no access to Special Olympics. Without the buses, our rights as a special needs students are not guaranteed. As a Special Olympics athlete, we should have resources available to us. If you take away Special Olympics, it will affect the students who aren't able to play sports anywhere. The school in Maryland and Virginia have budgets for Special Olympics, but I live in DC. I want to be in Special Olympics so I can represent my family, my school, my city, and my country. So please find a way to keep our budget for special needs students. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So who do I call next?
Deja.
Deja?
Good afternoon. My name is Deja Totley, and I am a Special Olympics DC athlete. And being in Special Olympics have provided me with meaningful opportunities to feel included and empowered and seen in the past. Because of my disabilities, I have overlooked and have been nervous to make new friends because a Special Olympics DC athlete has helped me change that for me. Being part of Special Olympics DC has given me the chance to make new friends with and without disability, travel the world, become a leader in my community, and be a celebrity on ESPN, on ESPN. That's it. Without money for OSSE and transportation for my fewer fellows athletes, those opportunities will go away. We need transportation for trainings and competitions and events so that we can continue being included and not excluded. Without the support for Special Olympics DC, us along with our peers, please don't take our support. Please continue to help us be brave in our intent in all things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Totley. Then I think you said Deanna Totley's not here.
Yes.
So who's next?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I am proud to be a ninth grade unified warrior at H.G. Woodson. Special Olympics is very important to me because I feel supported and I can use various skills like communication and physical activities. My favorite activities are cheerleading, tennis, and bowling because it helps me with my physical skills. My concentration, and I have fun with my friends. I began practicing the Special Olympics when I was in sixth grade at Elliott Hines Middle School. Special Olympics helps me feel supported. We need transportation to help us attend these activities. Without transportation, we are unable to get to the support that is needed and described in our IEPs.
Thank you. And your name again was? Briscoe. And who would be next?
Anita White.
Go for it.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council members. Thank you for allowing me to testify and be heard. My name is Juanita White. I'm here to advocate on behalf of my son, Kobe, who has autism. He attends H.D. Woodson High School and also represents Washington, D.C. in the Special Olympics. I strongly oppose the proposed removal of transportation funding, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education budget for 2026 and 2027 school year. For many students, DCPS students with intellectual and developmental disabilities, transportation is the only way they can participate in programs, for example, Special Olympics. Without this support, many students may simply be unable to attend. Special Olympics provides far more than sports. It builds confidence, inclusion, friendship, life skills, and for students who have already faced tremendous barriers, their families, financial support, flexible schedules, and reliable transportation fills those gaps in their lives. Removing this funding will create a serious issue, limit opportunities for some of our most vulnerable students. I urge the decision makers to restore transportation fundings so that all students can continue to access inclusive programs that support their growth and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Ms. Preston, is there anyone else that you want to testify? Okay.
So, Sarah, my name, well, good afternoon. My name is Ayakunle Jiko. I have been participating in the Special Olympics for 4 years, and I am very upset about us not having transportation and to participate in the Special Olympics. This is my last year in high school, and I want to finish what I started for some students. This is the only opportunity they have to play sports. If there's anything I love, is for us to have transportation to and for the event.
Thank you. Ms. Salvador?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Mr. Mendelson, council staff, guests, educators, and students. My name is Arlene Salvador, a teacher, a mentor, a coach, a head of delegation for Special Olympics at HD Woodson. I've been teaching for 15 years at Woodson. I saw how Special Olympics grew at Woodson. When I was new at Woodson, I observed how students glowed and were enthusiastic when they attend and compete with other schools in Special Olympics. I even witnessed Cornell Gray, former athlete, won a gold medal when he competed for speed skating in 2017 Special Olympics World Games in Austria. Then I became a coach. We had unified sports in various sports. We added some partners, students without disabilities, to join us for Special Olympics Unified Games. So our participation rate grew bigger. We even won the most attendees in the Polar Bear Plunge. Moreover, I became the head of delegation. We added more unified sports. We had athletes and partners attend leadership trainings, sports events, whole school engagements, exchange programs in Jamaica where I attended, which led to being a banner school. Woodson is one of the 2 banner schools in the entire high school in the district and even recognized by ESPN. Special Olympics programming is intertwined into our curriculum. It helped the students to learn life skills, sportsmanship, teamwork, and it also builds character and social interactions or social skills. It has changed our lives tremendously, especially our students. Our students have garnered new friends, skills, talents, and family. This family now became a community where there are love, empathy, acceptance, trust, camaraderie, respect, equality, and lifelong learning. For your information, our students missed bowling this year, which is one of the favorite of most of our athletes. And unfortunately, we will miss all sports for next school year. It broke our heart upon hearing that there will be no more transportation for Special Olympics this coming 2026 and 2027 school year. Finally, I would like to ask for your compassion and open your hearts to our students and bring the transportation back to Special Olympics DC. Please listen to the athletes as they say, "Let me win.
Let me win.
But if I cannot win,
What if I cannot win?
let me be brave
Let me be brave
in the attempt."
in the attempt.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, each of you who testified, and thank you, Ms. Preston. I'm going to keep moving along with the, so I don't have any questions, but I will ask the superintendent with regard to transportation. So, thank you. Lisa Mornoff. Catherine Draper. Graham Kelly. Tracy White, CEO of Paul Public Charter School. Aviz Hayes, Director of Academics at Paul Public Charter School. You are.
Graham Kelly. Graham Kelly.
Got it. Thank you. Did I say Aviz Hayes? Sarah Quinn. Julia D'Ambrosi. Pamela McKinney. Mashia Ashton. Talia Livna. Jonathan Johnson, founder Rooted School Foundation. Stephanie Maltz. Yangali Hernandez. Beth Kushner. Catherine Peretti. Antonia McGee. Shalonda Coleman. Melissa Hall. Sherelle Williams. Do you want to thank everyone who came? So you're leaving. Chrysanth Kurnioks. Shayna Skolnick, Director Promoter Pathway Latin American Youth Center. All right, we'll go back up to the top. You are excellent. Lisa Mornoff, I believe, is online.
I am. Thank you, everyone. I am home recovering from a cold, but I am grateful for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lisa Mornoff. I'm one of the lower school special education case managers at Capital City Public Charter School in Ward 4 and a resident of Ward 3. This is my 21st year at Capital City and my 16th serving as a special education teacher and/or case manager. I have also served as the LEA's special education database trainer, first with SEDS, EasyIP, and now with special programs. In that capacity, I am responsible for training, supporting, and troubleshooting for the 11 staff members at Capital City who use special programs regularly. I would like to begin by appreciating the Division of Teaching and Learning at OSSE. This team offers frequent trainings about creating high-quality special education documents and about various functionalities of special programs and the related policies. Last week, I attended 2 trainings with Jana Jones and her team, both of which were well-planned and informative. Ms. Jones also actively encouraged questions and feedback from participants and worked to address technical issues with the platform in real time. That being said, I continue to have many concerns about the special programs platform. It regularly triggers frustration for practitioners trying to generate legally binding paperwork in service of our students. After nearly 3 years of working with this database, I can confidently say that it nearly doubles the amount of time it takes to create thoughtful and thorough IEPs and related eligibility documentation for students. For example, glitches seem to occur every fall with accessing special education records for students who transfer between LEAs. Last year, we could not access the paperwork for some students until midway through September, which impeded our ability to complete 30-day reviews with families within the established deadline. When we finally could access the documents, we discovered that the goals from each IEP were missing. This issue impacted schools across the district, not only at Capital City. Also, the special programs platform makes it more difficult to meet the needs of families who are not native English speakers because the platform appears to experience a range of challenges generating PDF files that can be successfully imported into other programs to make efficient translation possible. At Capital City, we take compliance deadlines very seriously, not only because it is legally required, but because it is what our students need and deserve. With a steadily growing special education caseload, our time is precious, and these challenges significantly impact our ability to create high-quality paperwork for all of our students in a timely manner. We need a system that centers the end users, students, their families, and the staff charged with supporting them. I included more details about specific examples of issues with special programs in the written testimony I submitted yesterday. Thank you for your time. I am happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morenoff. Catherine Draper, who's virtual.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Draper, and I'm a Ward 6 resident. I'm the Director of Recruitment and Enrollment at Educare DC, serving Ward 7 and 8. My team handles all new enrollments as well as eligibility as a Level 2 provider for the Child Care Subsidy Program. I'm here today to speak on the impact of this program and how the proposed changes would negatively impact the children and families we serve and the DC community at large. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. The updates OSSE made to the Child Care Subsidy policies in October 2024 have increased accessibility to the program, improved parent and caregivers' ability to work knowing their student is at a high-quality early childhood education center, and have resulted in our center creating our own internal waitlist due to the increase of families who are eligible and in need of these dire services. The expansion of documentation acceptable for eligibility has eased the burden on both families and providers to effectively, efficiently, and accurately complete this process. These policy changes reflected the high need for these services for families, and I encourage the district to continue to meet the need that's been established. This includes not only maintaining the current policies, but increasing funding to meet this need. Many early childhood education centers rely on the child care subsidy funding to provide care and services to the families in their community, regardless of their ability to pay. The current reimbursement rate already falls below the cost of care, and any decreases to this reimbursement rate will be detrimental to children and families. This is the case for Educare DC. If OSSE decreases the reimbursement rates for providers and moves towards a waitlist for new families, it would force centers to move away from the child care subsidy program and towards private pay only operations. This would further limit low-income families' access to high-quality education and critical services for their students. These impacts won't be contained to early childhood. We will see an impact on the DC economy as access to childcare restricts families' abilities to work. We serve almost 50% of our enrollment utilizing the Child Care Subsidy Program to fund extended hours, including before care starting at 7 a.m. and after care closing at 6 p.m. These extended hours provide parents with the ability to participate in the workforce and increase financial stability. Children are receiving dinner, additional time with high-quality educators, and critical services to support healthy growth and development. Decreasing the reimbursement rates for quality and high-quality programs would further diminish the investment DC has already made in early childhood education. These centers have worked hard, invested in their staff and their center to earn the high-quality ratings they have. The proposed decrease in reimbursement rates may force centers to limit hours and services they can provide to families or move towards a private pay tuition, further limiting the access low-income families have to high-quality childcare. Under OSSE's proposal, high-quality facilities like ours would face an 8% rate cut. Educare DC would see an increase of $114,000 per year, which could lead to laying off staff, further limit available enrollment slots for before and after care, or close classrooms. A waitlist would disproportionately impact early childhood education centers and our most vulnerable young children and families. A waitlist would mean that early childhood education centers can no longer enroll new families, but families with a current voucher will continue on to a K-12 school. Seeing the council's commitment to DC's K-12 education is encouraging and important. However, a child's ability to be successful in their K-12 education is heavily influenced by their access to high-quality education from birth to 5. Thank you for your opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Draper. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide it. Next is Graham Kelly. I do have your statement. You're a student at John Francis.
Hello, my name is Graham Kelly. I'm in the 5th grade at John Francis Education Campus in Ward 2. I also live in Ward 2. I'm here to talk about the Freshborn Food Prints program. I've been doing food prints at Francis since I was in the 1st grade. I remember making ABC salad in that grade. And that day, I took the recipe home to my parents, and we made it the very next day. And my family loved it. I even shared it with my grandparents. Over the years, I learned a couple of spices that I like. There's a specific kind of chili flakes I learned a lot here in food prints. I use them a lot in my recipes, including my family's recipes. But my favorite thing about food prints is kale. I like kale because of the leafy flavor, and it goes great in smoothies. Food prints taught me to love kale, so now I eat kale chips. My favorite recipe is the kale salad, which was amazing. There was some garlic dressing in it. It complements the kale so well. Everything complements kale well. I just love kale. Food prints is important to my school because everyone at our school absolutely loves food prints. After a while, it's become part of the culture of our school. School is no longer complete without food prints. Everyone here loves the gardening, the cooking, and teachers at food prints. And the teachers have become like our teachers at our school. And food prints ties into learning at school. Food prints is important to my learning because just like math, ELA classes, you learn so much, including things like nutrition that you don't learn in other classes, gives you culinary experience. At home, there might not be much diversity in what you eat, but in food prints, we sometimes make chili, sometimes baked things. You can learn about cooking and gardening all in one place. Why pollinators are important. You learn about the garden ecosystem, how to measure things, which goes into math, how to read recipes, which is ELA, and food science, which is, of course, science, which all tie back into your classes. And you get to eat a treat which you made by yourself at the end. One final thing you should know about food prints is that teaching us things take time. We grow things and take care of the plants, then we pick them and prepare them into foods we can eat together, and whatever we don't eat goes into compost. It's a full cycle, and it takes time and patience, just like life. Thank you to the committee of the whole. Schools across DC able to participate in food prints.
Thank you for your testimony. You did leave out this sentence. The best thing that complements kale is more kale. Let's see, Tracy White, who is virtual.
Thank you. And
The tough act to follow,
It
unless
is a
you want
tough
to talk
act
about
to
kale.
follow. But I also agree that the best thing to complement kale is kale. Absolutely agree with that. All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Tracy White, and I serve as the CEO of Paul Public Charter School here in Ward 4 of the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. And I testify on my behalf and behalf of the organization, and also on behalf of Ms. Hayes, who is our Director of Academics, who unfortunately had to stay at the building because she's focused on access testing with our students. I want to begin this afternoon by acknowledging the complexity of OSSE's role as our state educational agency and by expressing appreciation for the educator compensation grant that we received this year, which allowed schools across the district, in the charter sector in particular, to move resources quickly and transparently to the educators who make our work possible. That investment mattered for our teachers and for the students they serve. At the same time, it also highlights an important reality, which is educator compensation and the fact that it is not a one-time need. Schools must plan for sustainable salary growth if we are to recruit and retain excellent educators in a competitive labor market. For that reason, it will be far more effective for these resources to be incorporated into the Uniform Per Pupil, the UPSFF, where they can support predictable and long-term investments in educator pay rather than being delivered through one-time grants. Predictable funding is particularly important because schools are simultaneously being asked to meet ambitious academic expectations for student growth and performance. At Paul Public Charter Schools, our educators are deeply committed to that work. Our instructional teams have strengthened data analysis, instructional alignment, and targeted academic supports for scholars. As a result, we are seeing encouraging indicators of academic progress, including a growing number of students predicted to perform at advanced levels on the DC CAPE assessment. That progress is the result of sustained efforts by educators, thoughtful use of data, and consistent alignment between policy expectations and school-level implementation. However, the policy shifts currently underway will have significant implications for our schools' ability to sustain and accelerate that progress. First, the upcoming transition to a new statewide assessment aligned with SBAC represents a major operational and academic lift for local educational agencies. While changes in assessments may appear procedural from a policy standpoint, for schools, this requires significant investments in curriculum alignment, professional development, instructional adjustments, and assessment preparation across multiple grade levels. When those changes occur without long lead times or additional financial resources, schools must absorb the cost both financially and operationally, while continuing to deliver strong academic outcomes for our students. Second, we appreciate OSSE's continued engagement regarding proposed changes to high school graduation requirements, but it is essential that this process remain deeply collaborative. Changes to graduation pathways can affect course sequencing, staffing models, scheduling structures, and academic programming. Schools need both time and resources to implement these shifts successfully. Finally, as we work together to strengthen literacy and mathematics instruction across the district, we encourage OSSE to continue to provide implementation flexibility for charter LEAs. Our schools all serve different populations and communities, and the ability to tailor implementation while still aligning with evidence-based practices is essential to maximizing student outcomes. Chairman Mendelson, as the council enters a challenging budget season, I encourage you to consider the totality of these policy expectations alongside the fiscal realities schools are facing. Charter schools continue to operate without full funding parity in several areas while absorbing rising costs for staffing, student services, and facilities. I understand that I'm over time. There are recommendations that are written in my testimony, which I uploaded. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. Yes, I did take my eye off the clock, and I don't have your statement if you could provide it.
It is. I uploaded it.
Okay. Avis Hayes, I believe, is not here.
Yep, she's my director of academics. She's administering the access test. So I was testifying on behalf of both of us. Thank you.
Okay. And Sarah Quinn, I believe, is not here. Julia D'Ambrosi, I believe, is not here. Pamela McKinney, I think, is not here. Online is Mashia Ashton.
Yep, I'm here, Chairman Mendelson.
Please proceed.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mashia Ashton, and I am the founder and CEO of Digital Pioneers Academy Charter School, serving Ward 6 and Ward 8. I'm testifying today about our participation in the $50 study DC pilot. We decided to participate in the $50 study pilot because we are committed to exploring innovative, evidence-based strategies that remove barriers to student success, attendance, and well-being. Our students, all students, are ambitious and capable. We are a computer science, STEM-focused school preparing young people for careers in technology and entrepreneurship. At the same time, many of our students navigate real financial pressures, transportation challenges, food insecurity, and family economic stress. We are also a school community that has been deeply affected by violence, chronic absenteeism, and related dynamics. We know that from the district data that chronic absenteeism is closely connected to economic instability. We know it from our experience as a school community. When students are worrying about basic needs, school attendance becomes even more difficult. The research behind the $50 study showed that students who received modest weekly cash support attended school more consistently. That evidence prompted us to pilot the program in our community. Students receive $50 per week while enrolled in school. And while there are no daily attendance requirements, they are required to stay enrolled. More carrot than stick. The program reduces financial stress that can interfere with showing up. While we are seeing what we are seeing is encouraging. Students are showing up. They have resources to cover small urgent expenses. They are talking differently about finances, saving, and planning. With DC's new financial literacy standards now in place, our classrooms are teaching budgeting, financial institutions, credit risks, and long-term planning. The $50 study allows students to connect those lessons to lived experiences. They can reflect on real spending decisions, they can discuss savings goals, and they can understand the trade-offs in a meaningful way. As a school leader, I evaluate programs based on whether they support attendance, prepare students for adulthood, and operate without creating administrative strain. This pilot meets those standards. Councilman Parker's proposed legislation would build on it. The $50 study complements instruction, it supports engagement, and it communicates something more powerful to our students, and that is that adults trust them, that trust fosters responsibility. Thank you for commitment to DC students and examining innovative research-backed approaches to strengthening their success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ashton. Talia Livneth?
Yes. Good afternoon. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Talia Livney, and I serve as the Senior Director of Programs at Rooted School Foundation. I oversee the implementation of the $50 study nationally and the pilot currently underway at Digital Pioneers Academy that Michelle just spoke about. I want to briefly explain what this program looks like in practice and what we are seeing in DC. The model is intentionally simple. Students are selected through a randomized process and receive $50 a week for 40 weeks on a reloadable debit card. There are no spending restrictions. Students must remain enrolled in school to continue participating. Parents provide consent, and university research partners oversee evaluation. Funds are distributed weekly. Students can use their cards for purchases, transportation, savings, or any other needs. Transaction data is analyzed in a de-identified manner for research purposes. Nationally, we see that nearly 46% of students' spending went toward essential needs such as food. Students also spend on transportation and school-related expenses. By the end of a study that we conducted from 2022 to 2024, students had an average of over $300 remaining in their accounts, demonstrating financial discipline. We are seeing similar patterns in our DC pilot. Students are using transfers for transportation so that they can get to school more easily. They're supporting their families in a multitude of ways, such as contributing to groceries at home and paying for their own phone bills. They are saving towards larger goals like post-secondary education. One student recently shared with me that each week when she gets her transfer, she makes a budget for the upcoming week. These behaviors align directly with DC's new financial literacy standards. Students are expected to create and adjust budgets, analyze different forms of payment, compare financial institution, and evaluate financial risks. The $50 study reinforces those standards through real-world practice. Students are not just learning about budgeting, they are creating budgets. They're not just discussing savings, they're actively saving. They're not hypothetically planning for unexpected expenses, they are successfully navigating them. From an operational standpoint, this model is a low-burden lift for schools. Rooted School Foundation manages fund distribution and related programming. School leaders provide the space for onboarding and communication. The pilot at Digital Pioneers Academy demonstrates that this model can operate smoothly in a Washington, D.C. school context. As DC continues addressing chronic absenteeism and strengthening financial literacy instruction, the $50 study offers a practical tool that operates at the intersection of both goals. Thank you for your leadership and your commitment to supporting students in a meaningful and evidence-based way.
Thank you, Ms. Livney. Jonathan Johnson, who's online.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name's Jonathan Johnson. I'm the founder and CEO of Rooted School Foundation, and I'm here to share evidence from the $50 study and explain why it is especially relevant to Washington, D.C. at this moment. The $50 study is the largest randomized controlled trial of unconditional cash transfers to high school students ever conducted in the United States. In partnership with researchers from the University of Tennessee and University of Pennsylvania, we tracked more than 380 students across 3 high schools over 2 years. Students in the treatment group received $50 per week for 40 weeks. The findings are clear. Students who received the cash attended 1.23 more days of school in the following semester compared to the control group. Nearly 46% of funds were spent on essentials like food, with additional spending on transportation, school expenses, and savings. Students ended the program with an average of over $300 remaining in their accounts, demonstrating planning and restraint. And importantly, there was no negative impact on GPA. In short, when young people receive modest, predictable income, they use it thoughtfully. They show up more consistently, and they build real financial capability. This matters in Washington, D.C. The D.C. Policy Center's analysis of OSSE's data found that 40% of D.C. students were chronically absent in school year 23 and 24, with rates reaching 65% among Black students. Economic disadvantage is one of the strongest predictors, and once students become chronically absent, 82% remain so the following year. When students are managing financial stress, attendance suffers. The $50 study doesn't claim to solve absenteeism alone, but the randomized evidence shows that modest, predictable support improves attendance. That finding is directly relevant to the district's goals. At the same time, DC is now implementing comprehensive financial literacy standards for grades 9 through 12, requiring students to budget, compare financial institutions, evaluate credit risk, and set long-term financial goals. The question is, how do students meaningfully practice those skills? The $50 study turns financial literacy from theory into application. Students open and manage accounts, they track spending, they make trade-offs, they save, they adjust when unexpected expenses arise. This year, as you've heard, we are piloting with the $50 study at Digital Pioneers Public Charter School in Ward 7. 40 students are participating in a randomized pilot funded entirely by philanthropy. No district dollars are being used. Early results are promising. In the first month, nearly half of participating students are using their transfers for transportations to school. And this program is affordable. It costs $2,500 per student per year. The city of New Orleans has already invested $1 million in the $50 study based on this evidence. And DC has the opportunity to build on that foundation. Looking ahead, the Youth Financial Literacy Pilot Amendment Act of 2025, introduced by Councilmember Zachary Parker, provides a thoughtful framework for the district to scale this work. The bill proposes an OSSE-administered pilot with research oversight, voluntary school participation, and annual reporting to the council. This is a responsible, evidence-informed approach. The research is clear, the local need is clear, and the policy framework is emerging. At a time when DC is working to reduce chronic absenteeism and strengthen financial literacy, the $50 study represents a practical research-backed strategy aligned with the district's goals. Thank you for your leadership and your commitment to DC students.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Stephanie Maltz.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and council members, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Stephanie Maltz, and I've been a DC resident since 2005 and currently reside in Ward 3. Since October of 2021, when my son was in kindergarten, my son has relied upon OSSE transportation to attend school each day. Because this school is more than 40 miles away from BC, he spends at least 2.5 hours riding the bus daily. I recognize the important role of the bus driver and attendant play in my child's education service, and for the past 4.5 years, with the exception of the 2 weeks this past summer, we've been fortunate to have a bus route with a reliable bus staff. This consistency benefits my child's overall education experience. My testimony is going to focus on the status of the parent tracking app and the communication challenges. The lack of progress that has been made with regard to the parent tracking app over the past several years is unfair to students and families. My child was part of the most recent pilot tracking app program, which took place more than 2.5 years ago in the fall of 2023. Based on prior commitments made by OSSE that have long since passed, it's hard to believe that the response in the FY 2026 performance oversight pre-hearing questions that OSSE is on track for implementation of the new GPS system and parent application in the 26-27 school year will actually come to fruition. OSSE has had a lengthy procurement process for securing a vendor for the parent tracking app. The initial request for information was opened July 29, 2024 and closed August 7, 2024. OSSE did not award a letter of contract until more than 6 months later in November 2025. And it took another several months for the contract to be fully executed on February 6, 2026. My request is that the chairman and council members continue to hold OSSE accountable for making this app available in the 2026-2027 school year. While I acknowledge that the improvement that occurred at the start of the 2024-25 school year when customer service representatives at the Parent Resource Center, or PRC, obtained access to live track the bus, as opposed to having to call to locate it, the persistent communication failures leave much to be desired. According to the performance response from OSSE, when parent calls a PRC, a call center representative can locate the bus and share the location and ETA in real time. However, that's not what's happening in practice, as the call center representatives are now refusing to provide parents information about the location of the bus unless it's 15 minutes late. Unfortunately, this has happened to me about 6 times since January. It is especially frustrating to call a representative who has information about my child's bus location and be unwilling to provide it for me and tell me that I have to call back when the bus is 15 minutes late. This is just one of the many reasons that a GPS parent tracking app is necessary. I look forward to OSSE making continued progress to providing access to real-time data, a reality for parents and students with disabilities who depend upon OSSE transportation to attend school daily. Thank you.
Have you submitted your statement?
I submitted about 5 minutes ago. I uploaded it.
Okay, because if I have it in front of me, I can ask the superintendent about it. What was it that you said happened on February 6th about the contract?
It says that the contract was officially executed on February 6, 2026. That's according to page 294 of the performance documents that were submitted.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Maltz. Jungali Hernandez.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for this opportunity, members of the council. I will be speaking on behalf of Centronia and myself as the staff member. Centronia has been a high-quality early childhood provider since the district introduced quality designations. If childcare subsidy reimbursement rates are cut and replaced with a uniform rate that fails to reflect quality, our ability to retain highly educated educators and provide enriching learning opportunities will be significantly harmed. We will no longer be able to fully support professional development, enrichment, and extracurricular activities for children or family engagement and the support that we provide them. These are not optional, they are essential to long-term outcomes for children and our city. What we offer is what keeps our educators proud to work at Centronia. When pay equity fund salaries were cut by 4 to 5% in December, we were fortunate not to lose any staff. That was largely because our teachers trust us and know we strive to provide meaningful professional growth opportunities and supportive work environments. However, with additional subsidy costs, we will lose the ability to offer those supports to our staff. As a result, we risk losing dedicated educators who are eager to grow professionally. Losing staff will likely force us to close classrooms or limit enrollment, reducing the number of families that we can serve in the city. We cannot build a strong foundation for our children with cheap materials. Children need academically prepared, well-supported teachers who can trust their dedication is valued not only through their students' growth, but also through fair compensation and opportunities to advance. Protecting differentiated subsidy rates is essential to sustaining a strong early childhood workforce and securing the future of our city. Thank you for this opportunity, and I will be glad to answer any questions if needed.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez, and I do have your statement. Beth Kushner.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee, my name is Beth Kushner, and I serve as the workforce manager at Brea Public Charter School, where I work to ensure that our adult learners have the academic preparation, professional skills, and employer connections they need to succeed in college and careers. I want to begin by thanking the DC Office of the State Superintendent of Education for its administration of the Adult and Family Education, or AFE, grant. OSSE has not only provided critical funding, but also meaningful technical assistance, professional development, action research, and instructional innovation that directly strengthen our programs. As the Council makes decisions for the FY27 budget, I urge you to continue to invest in the AFE grant, a local match to Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act grant, but that you have reduced funding for in recent years. At Brea, we operate 2 workforce programs, Medical Assistant and Child Development Associate programs. Our outcomes reflect the strength of this partnership. Last year, 92% of our medical assistant students and 100% of our CDA students passed their credentialing exams. These results are made possible not only by strong instruction, but by OSSE's investment in high-quality education infrastructure. A core component of this work is the integrated education and training model. Through AFE, OSSE has supported professional development and action research initiatives that help us integrate literacy and numeracy instruction with workforce training and preparation. Rather than teaching these in silos, our instructors combine foundational academic skill building with clinical and early childhood coursework, along with resume development, interview practice, and professional communication. For Brea's learners, many of whom have experienced interrupted formal education or are navigating school in a second language, this integrated approach is transformative. OSSE's support for HighFlex and distance learning models, instructional technology tools, and educator training has enabled us to experiment responsibly, strengthen digital literacy, and meet students where they are. Over the past 3 years, Brea's AFE allocation has decreased by 17.5% or $60,000. These funds support not only instruction, but also transcript evaluation and translation services for students with foreign diplomas, access to educational technology licenses, professional development, and program innovation. Workforce programs are inherently more resource intensive than traditional ESL or high school diploma programs. They require specialized instructors, lab equipment, and ongoing clinical supplies. AFE funding is foundational to sustain high-quality programs. Brea's workforce graduates are securing stable, family-supportive careers and strengthening the district's healthcare and early childhood sectors. We are grateful for OSSE's partnership in that work and look forward to continuing to build a system that fully recognizes the power of adult public charter schools within the district's broader education and workforce strategy. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kushner, and I do have your statement. Catherine Peretti? I thought she was online. Antonia McGee, I believe is not here. Shalonda Coleman, I think is not here. Melissa Hall, I think is not here. Ms. Peretti?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee. My name is Kat Peretti, and I serve as Executive Director of City Schools Collaborative, formerly City Tutor DC. City Schools Collaborative leads DC's efforts to expanding high-impact tutoring and strategic staffing models across more than 100 of our schools, helping thousands of students to accelerate learning and improve academic performance each year. I'm here today to commend the Office of the State Superintendent of Education for its commitment to scaling and strengthening high-impact tutoring in the district. I've testified several times before this council to share the impressive and important results of high-impact tutoring. We know that tutoring works to accelerate student outcomes. I shared with you in November that a rigorous study by Empower K-12 found that students who received the recommended dosage of 900 minutes in math tutoring gained the equivalent of 59 additional instructional days compared to peers who did not receive tutoring. That equates to nearly 3 additional months of learning over the course of one school year. These results are huge and would not be possible without the support and work of our state education agency. They play a few unique and crucial roles in the HIT ecosystem. First, they establish a high standard of data collection and quality, requiring schools to track student-level attendance and session-level attendance, enabling us and others to make the connections between dosage level and student outcomes to measure the true impacts of individual programs. OSSE ensures strong implementation by tying the public funding with required participation in programming focused on quality implementation. This means that as HIT programs function in our schools, OSSE and City Schools Collaborative conduct observations, provide technical assistance, and host workshops and sprints targeted at areas for improvement. And OSSE drives continuous improvement of program models. Each year, we've learned more about what works, and OSSE has fine-tuned its supports, its grant and contract requirements, and its guidance accordingly. This has resulted in an ecosystem of tutoring orgs and schools that are continuing to push themselves to increase dosage and increase student outcomes, all on the same or fewer dollars. OSSE has done all of this in service of our students and families. In the most recent 50-CAN national survey with 23,000 parent respondents, we saw that an overwhelming percentage of DC families, 92%, favor free tutoring, and DC families were by far the most satisfied with their public schools. The percentage who strongly favored tutoring exceeds, in fact, the percentage who strongly favored other important resources like free summer camps. Families know the important value of tutoring to provide that individualized support and supplement whole class instruction. This sentiment bears out in our research. The HIT program at OSSE is critical to ensuring that we not only sustain, but improve these results. We are learning more every year, thanks to OSSE's leadership, about what types of program models see the greatest impact, what the necessary conditions are for success, and how to reduce costs while increasing impact.
Ms. Peretti, I'm gonna have to cut you off because you're a little bit over your time, but I do have your
Sorry to
statement.
welcome your questions.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Sherelle Williams, who I believe is virtual. Sherelle Williams was with us. I'm not understanding everything you're saying. Actually, she just came up. Sherelle Williams,
Yes, I'm here.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, Councilman Mendelson and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Charlotte Williams. I am a parent and my child attends the United Planet Organization at UPO at HD Woodson, and I'm a resident of Ward 7. I'm here today to testify to the importance of fundings that impacts my family and the teachers that work with my child. The fundings I'm speaking about are the Pay Equity Fund for my child's teacher and child care subsidy. UPO has helped my family and I during this critical time. With the child care subsidy funded at UPO Early Head Start, it was possible for me to successfully finish and graduate school. In addition to childcare and all of its benefits, they helped me to become a confident spokesperson in my role as chairperson for the Parent Policy Council and new step into a current position of the Board of Directors. The pay equity helps to hire qualified teachers to provide high-quality childcare development for my son. I would love for my son and other children to experience the best quality of childcare and have the Head Start I believe they deserve. I believe that this early impact will help them become better citizens in their community, even becoming a council person as yourselves. UPO has been a blessing to me and my family, and I'm grateful for this program. DC has a proud track of record of expansive and inclusive subsidy services, but now we risk instating and waitlist for a subsidy program for the first time in over a decade. It is essential that our city continues the progress it has made in providing parents and caregivers with child care their families can afford and the qualified teachers that children like mine desperately need. As a Ward 7 voter and resident, I urge the council to strengthen these programs like UPO by funding the Pay Equity Fund and Child Care Subsidy. In the upcoming fiscal year of 2026 budget, I ask again if these fundings and services be a priority to serve its community and families like mine. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
Shayna Skolnick. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, no problem. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Shayna Skolnick, and I'm the director of the Promotor Pathway at Latin American Youth Center. I'm testifying about OSSE's Show Up Standout program and the district's continued investment in longstanding community partners addressing truancy. OSSE is eliminating the SUSO program as of June 30th, replacing it with a new competitive RFA, Partnerships for School Attendance. We are in the process of applying, but with significant modifications to the RFA and 6 to 10 awards to be distributed, LEYC faces ongoing threats to funding that will disrupt or possibly end services for youth. We are actively working to secure new and additional funding. However, ongoing cuts locally and federally are a huge challenge in ensuring we can provide the same level of support to our communities. Through our current partnership with OSSE, LEYC's Promotor Pathway partners with school staff, placing promotors or youth advocates in the schools to provide long-term one-on-one mentoring and intensive case management to young people facing high levels of risk and socioeconomic barriers that significantly contribute to their truancy. Through regular intensive engagement, we monitor attendance and academic progress, encouraging youth to remain committed to school. A randomized controlled trial evaluation by Urban Institute demonstrated that students with a promotor were 1/3 more likely to stay in school than students without. A 2022 follow-up study confirmed the long-term impact, citing higher rates of high school completion, employment earnings, and self-efficacy among participants. Additionally, as DHS truancy efforts continue, we have seen an uptick in referrals from these programs looking to us for more intensive long-term support, as well as our capacity for bilingual services. Addressing truancy needs a multifaceted, coordinated approach, and continued investment in our evidence-based model allows us to stay at the table as a strong community partner. I do want to stress that coordinated approach. Right now, it continues to be fragmented across agencies in the district. One young person enrolled in our program last year, arriving in the U.S. 2 years before. He was referred due to truancy and the need for mentoring. Unfortunately, this fall, he was assaulted by other students in the school building. With concerns for safety, the family requested a transfer. However, it was denied. So we worked with the school and the family to make a safety plan. The promotor talked at length with the youth's mom, who was now back in Guatemala, to assure her the youth's safety was a priority. A plan was put in place, including the promotor transporting the youth to school and home daily. Since then, he has attended school consistently, his sense of safety has improved, and he's on track to graduate this year. The support structure we provide is even more critical in this moment. So many young people and their families are facing amplified challenges, including increased fear and financial hardship in our immigrant communities and cuts to available resources. Families are having a harder time meeting basic needs, and just as their needs are skyrocketing, the support is significantly declining. We're here to amplify the voices of the youth and families we serve and ensure that the council can hear their stories. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Oh, thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement if you could.
Submitted it earlier today, so it should be there.
Okay, I'll look for it. Thank you. I had a couple questions on this pilot. Looks like Miss Livney is disappeared, but Mr. Johnson, you're still here?
Yes, Chair Mendelson.
So The statistics that you cited are based on what, several hundred students?
Yes, over 380 students.
And is that a large enough sample size to draw conclusions?
Yes, if you conduct a power analysis, you need at least 200 in a sample size for the results to be statistically significant.
And so the students, that's not 380 students in one school. That's in three high schools over 2 years.
Yeah, sorry, Chair Mendelson. Yeah, it's across 3 high schools over 2 years.
So the pilot in the district is in addition to that.
It's an expansion of that. And if I can just share, Chair Mendelson, what we would propose based on feedback from stakeholders is that the district pilot focus on a targeted grade level band, and that grade level band be 9th grade focused based on DC Policy Center's research, and that we would then follow those students through an on-time graduation as a proxy for upward mobility and other priorities of the district.
Your pilot is randomized, which probably makes sense for study purposes, but could there be some skewing of data one way or the other? The fact that one child in a classroom is getting the $50 a week and the child next to him or her is not?
Yes, I understand. And that is a factor that our evaluation team at Penn takes into their research design. But essentially, it does not affect our ability to execute the program with the target sample size and achieve statistically significant outcomes around attendance and any other metrics that are of import to the district.
How much does 380 students cost? It's $50 a week, right?
Yes, and to date, we've delivered $50 a week for 40 weeks of the school year. So each student is receiving $2,000 over the course of a school year. And so we can just do $2,000 times whatever the target sample size or student size we're focused on to get a sense of what the approximate spend would be just for the cash transfers.
I'm not, my math is very slow.
Oh.
For 300 students.
Yeah, so for that, we're talking about $760,000.
Okay. Mr. Kelly, were you going to impress me with your math? And what answer did you have?
Same answer.
Okay. Good to know the adults are keeping up with you. Mr. Johnson, you also noted 1.23 more days of attendance. That's not a very impressive figure, I don't think.
Yeah, so in our RCT, and again, that design did not include any other interventions or wraparound supports that a lot of DC schools are implementing. So just by pure giving students unconditional cash, we saw an improvement of 1.23 days more a semester per student in the treatment group. And so to your point, Chair Mendelson, that is not necessarily a game-changing amount, but in our thinking, that improvement compounded across hundreds, if not thousands, of students, combined with the various wraparound supports that we would then couple with the intervention, we think we could make a meaningful improvement in chronic absenteeism in the district with participating schools.
I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, though. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you,
thank
Chair
you
Mendelson.
to each of the witnesses and those of you in person. Thank you especially. Those of you in person, if you want, we have gold stars over there on the right side. So you all are excused. It's a little hard to believe we're, halfway through the witness list. Isabelle Soner with LAYC, Tiara Robinson, also with LAYC, Shandelle Richards with Horton's Kids, Gustav Band, I have two people there. One of you is Dominique Moore with Empower Ed, Jaslyn Brown with Rocket Ship, Pastor Michael Campbell, Tammy Drakeford with Spaces in Action, Elliot Camarines with Spaces in Action, Sonia Orantes with Spaces in Action, Tamika Asanyingbemi, Candace Hempel, Spaces in Action, Shirley Nesbitt, Spaces in Action, Tishiana Prophet, Spaces in Action, Wanda Edwards, Spaces in Action. Got it. Nicole Chandler, Spaces in Action. LaDon Love, Spaces in Action. I'll stop there. Ms. Sloniker.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and Committee of the Whole. My name is Isabelle Soner, and I serve as a promotor/youth advocate for the Promotor Pathway of LAYC, currently funded as a truancy reduction program under OSSE. I have the privilege of working with young people at Cardozo Education Campus in Ward 1. I want to use this time to speak about the ongoing needs of our students and the importance of sustaining programs like the Promotor Pathway to ensure continuity of culturally responsive bilingual support to young people and their families. What makes the Promotor Pathway model unique is that we are embedded directly into DC schools and use an evidence-based approach focused on prevention, relationship building, and long-term support. Promotors are bilingual staff who often come from the same communities as the students we serve. Our lived experience and shared language allows us to build trust with students and families who may otherwise feel disconnected from our education system. When students have someone in their school they trust and can turn to, they are more likely to stay connected to school, make healthier decisions, and continue moving towards graduation. This is especially important in the current political climate where many immigrant and Spanish-speaking families are experiencing increased fear and uncertainty. These pressures show up in school every day through mental health struggles, family conflict, substance abuse, and risky behaviors. I want to share the story of a young woman I work with. She's a bright young woman who is currently at risk of homelessness due to ongoing tension at home. When we began services, she was coping with a lot of pain through substance use and engaging in unsafe sexual behavior. She struggled deeply with her self-esteem and was showing signs of depression. She often felt like she had no one she could turn to. Over time, through consistent support, we began working on practical and personal steps to help her build a healthier future. One day, she told me something that stuck with me. She said, "You're the only adult I trust. You're my safe place." That level of trust does not happen overnight. It happens because promotors are present in school every day. It happens because students can speak in the language they are most comfortable in, and it happens because our lived experiences allow us to understand the realities of the young people we serve. The progress our students make is often fragile. Young people dealing with housing instability, mental health struggles, and family stress need trusted adults who can remain consistent in their lives. Many promotores remain in this work because of our deep commitment to the young people we serve. But the current funding structure for programs like ours has been short-term and uncertain, which makes the work difficult to sustain in the long term. If we truly value these types of supports for students, we must also invest in the workforce that provides these services through stable, sustainable, and long-term funding. Programs like the Promotor Pathway work because young people trust us. And when a student tells you that that you are their safe place, you understand how important that work is to continue. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the young people of our city.
Ms. Soniger, is your program part of the Show Up Standout?
Yes, previously so, but that grant is ending in June, so we're applying for the new school attendance grant.
Sure, but what you're talking about was through the Show Up Standout.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Robinson?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole, and greetings to the room. And thank you for allowing me to advocate today. My name is Tiara Robinson, and I am a promotor/youth advocate for the Promotor Pathway program at the Latin American Youth Center. I currently provide truancy reduction services funded through OSSE to the amazing youth at McFarland Middle School. Today, I'd like to speak on why the Promotor Pathway program is essential to the youth in the city. More importantly, the need for youth advocacy as a whole. The Promotor Pathway is so impactful and unique because it's structured as a long-term program. We serve students from middle school on to young adulthood, providing continued guidance. Our evidence-based approach improves and enhances the lives of our youth and their families. As a promotor/youth advocate, we form trustworthy bonds by being directly in the school building. This guarantees consistent access and exposure. When there is a crisis, we are on site to handle the situation quickly and efficiently. We aren't school staff, so the youth feel more comfortable forming connections with us and letting their guard down. This is a plus because we essentially get deep in their business, touching topics that parents, teachers, friends, and family aren't discussing, ensuring the young people are staying safe, as well as learning how to make the best decisions, form good relationships, ascertain goals, and take on challenges. Here are a few words from my youth. This program is important for me to have a successful day at school. Coming to your office makes me feel safe. I am able to get all of my problems out so I can finish out the school day. I can escape my reality. I trust you. When I make a mistake, you don't judge me, you just help me through it. Hearing statements like these continue to make me committed to the work. Knowing that I am making a difference keeps me going. Learning the different hardships my clients are going through breaks my heart daily. So I continue to be that safe place person for them until I can't anymore. I came from the same neighborhoods my clients are from. I see firsthand the challenges they are faced with daily. I know why they can't focus on school and why they can't regulate themselves. With the current state of the world, there is heavy energy in the atmosphere, which makes everyday things seem trivial. I've been in this field for over 10 years and a promotor for 5. I have seen how having a promotor elevates the lives of my clients. Recently, due to funding cuts, in the district, our program and many programs like ours have suffered, causing many organizations to make those programs short-term, sacrifice certain services, or shut them down completely. Our long-term approach model is how we are able to create the continued success we've seen over the years. It takes time to cultivate and connect and learn the lives of our young people. Not having programs like the Promotor Pathway around for them to take advantage of, I fear will create chaos. Again, we are their outlet, safe place, their support system. Thank you to the committee for your time and continued support.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Shandelle Richards?
Hello.
Please proceed.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Shandelle Richards, and I am Chief Program Officer at Horton's Kids. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of continued funding for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE. Since 1989, Horton's Kids has served as a safe haven for youth growing up in Southeast DC. We've operated community resource centers in Wellington Park and Stanton Oaks, located directly in the apartment complexes where students live. In 2023, we opened Horton's Hub, a 19,000 square foot space serving pre-K through 12th grade students and families through academic enrichment, youth development, health and wellness, and family engagement. For several years, Horton's Kids was proud to partner with OSSE through the 21st Century Community Learning Centers Grant and the High Impact Tutoring Initiative. These investments made a meaningful difference in the lives of children and families in Ward 8. Through the 21st Century Grant, we were able to provide high-quality after-school and summer programming that supported academic growth, enrichment, and social-emotional development in a safe and structured environment. Through high-impact tutoring, we delivered targeted, differentiated, relationship-based academic support that's accelerated learning for students who needed it the most. We are not currently funded under these grants, but we are here today because we know firsthand how critical these funding is, not just for our organization, but for the communities across the district. OSSE funding strengthens the ecosystem of out-of-school time providers, tutoring programs, and community-based organizations that are essential partners in advancing educational equity. These investments help close opportunity gaps, stabilize families, and ensures that young people, especially those in historically underinvested neighborhoods, have access to consistent academic support and enrichment. At a time when students are still recovering from pandemic-related learning loss and facing increasing social and economic stressors, sustained investment in programs like 21st Century and high-impact tutoring is more important than ever. We urge the Council to continue prioritizing OSSE's budget to ensure that community-based organizations can remain strong partners in delivering the high-quality programming DC students deserve. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to the young people of the district. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Gustav Band.
Mr. Mendelson, you have my testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Mr. Mendelson and members of the DC City Council. For families living in poverty, the struggle for money is a full-time job. In the survival mode, children are often left behind because parents are simply trying to stay afloat. The daycare provides the only balanced nutrition and the only physical safety many of these children have. In neighborhoods plagued by the drug crisis, these centers are the only drug-free sanctuary left. Removing this funding will be a direct threat for these children. Healthcare is largely in hands of private corporations. Security and policing is heavily dictated by the federal government. Education is the only essential service that truly the DC government provides. If you fail in this, you're really failing on the primary role of existence. We have no moral authority to cut any of these programs. Now, we need to stop the waste pouring money into corrupted intervention programs that have no result. Instead of cutting programs to the poor, we should raise taxes to the rich, those who currently benefit from no federal tax while our children are hungry. Now, as an American born here in Washington, D.C., we're not in the 18th century Europe. For 250 years, the American promise has been that equality is built through education, not birthright. To cut education on child care is to revert to a class-based society where the poor has no chances. We must choose the American path, opportunity for all, funded by those who have the most. So stop corrupted spending programs, and do not cut the lifeline of these children. Tax the rich and keep the safety of education. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Band. We're learning things here. I don't think we want me doing this much longer. Dominique Moore, I believe, is not here. Jaslyn Brown? She's what? I'll call her then next group. Jaslyn Brown. Pastor Michael Campbell, I believe, was online. Mr. Campbell? Mr. Campbell, we're waiting for you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. My name is Pastor Mike, and I am a Washington, D.C. resident, pastor, community advocate, and educator currently serving at Monument Academy in Ward 7. Every day I work directly with young people and families across our city, particularly east of the river. I come before you today because education in D.C. is about more than policy. It is about the reality of our children. And right now, that reality includes serious infrastructure failures in our schools. Across DCPS, more than 95% of school buildings are still awaiting full modernization. Many of these facilities are struggling with severe maintenance issues that directly impact learning. We have seen sewage leaks at Anacostia High, classrooms at Cardozo where broken HVAC systems have left students sitting in freezing conditions, and ongoing concerns about broken security systems, including malfunctioning door locks and cameras that should be protecting our students and staff. These are not small inconveniences. These are conditions that undermine the dignity, safety, and focus that our students deserve when they walk into a school building. A child cannot concentrate on algebra while sitting in a freezing classroom. A teacher cannot inspire greatness in a building that is literally falling apart. Our young people cannot thrive academically if their learning environments are unstable, unsafe, or neglected. At the same time, we must think more creatively about how schools are supported in the broader development of our city. As DC continues to invest in major economic projects, our schools must be included in those investments. For example, Monument Academy, where I serve, sits just blocks from the redevelopment of the RFK campus and the agreement reached with Washington Commanders. Yet, while that deal moved forward, Monument Academy experienced budget cuts. Despite being one of the most unique and critical schools in our city, Monument does something extraordinary. It houses and educates at-risk youth, many of whom are facing some of the most difficult circumstances imaginable. And institutions like Monument Academy should be front and center when community benefits agreements are negotiated around major developments. If stadiums and large-scale projects are being built in our neighborhoods, the surrounding schools, especially those serving vulnerable youth, should directly benefit through funding, programming, mentorship opportunities, and facility investment. Because if billion-dollar investments can transform our skyline, they should also help transform the classrooms sitting in their shadow. Education must be part of the economic ecosystem of this city. I also believe we must strengthen partnerships between government, schools, and community institutions. Churches, nonprofits, and civic organizations across DC are already mentoring youth. OSSE should continue expanding partnerships that help build a stronger support system around our young people. They are the future leaders of this city, and the decisions we make today will determine whether they inherit opportunity or inequity. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Tammy Drakeford, I think, is not here. Elliot Camerines, Sonia Orantes, Tamika Osanyingbimi, Candace Hempel, Shirley Nesbitt, Tishiana Prophet, Nicole Chandler, which brings us to Wanda Edwards. Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and member of the committee. My name is Wanda Edwards Martin. I am a proud parent, a wife, a mother, and an educator, and a leader in my church. I serve in the early childhood education field for 32 years. My life is grounded by faith, family, and service to my community. My faith keeps me grounded. My family supports me in every endeavor, and my community is who I serve every single day in Ward 8. That is why I am here, because our children should always be front and center as a priority. They are our future generation. I want to be clear, the harm we are facing is not accidental. The responsibility lies with decision makers, the mayor's office, members of the city council, lawmakers, and elected officials. The choices you make about funding will directly impact families, educators, and children across the city. Do not abolish the subsidy program. Do not cut the pay equity fund. The ripple effect will be noticed immediately. Look at me. I was once a teen parent who relied on the subsidy program. Today, I am a college graduate and a proud business owner. It is the subsidy program. If the subsidy program is cut or reduced, chaos for families will be a tragedy, to say the least. Many parents will be forced to reduce their work hours, leave their jobs, or turn down employment opportunities. Families already living from paycheck to paycheck could lose housing stability, food security, or transportation. Children could lose access to high-quality early learning and enter kindergarten less prepared socially, emotionally, academically, creating a preventable learning gap. At Bethel Christian Fellowship, where I am the center director, we are a high-quality program. For providers like us, the impact is immediate and destabilizing. We lose the daily reimbursement tied to a child enrollment. There is no alternative private pay tuition to offset the loss. Even a short vacancy creates a budget gap that compounds over time. If multiple seats are unfilled, we are forced to operate at a deficit. Childcare operators already participate in subsidy program at a financial loss. Any further strain on our budget will push programs past the breaking point. That could mean reducing staff hours or delaying planned salary increases, which jeopardize staff retention and the consistency of child cares families rely on. It could mean cutting professional development opportunities that are essential for maintaining a high quality instruction. It could mean reducing classroom materials and enrichment activities that support children's learning. It can even mean delaying necessary maintenance and improvement that ensures safe, engaging environment. The immediate steps is clear. Do not cut the subsidy program or pay equity fund. Stabilize and strengthen what is already working so families, educators, and communities can thrive. Conduct impact assessment before implementing rate change. Ensure transparency around funding, projection, and long-term plan. Make decisions that reflect the children are the priority. I urge you to protect these essential investments, our families, our educators, and most important, our children are dependent on you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am here to answer any questions. Thank you again.
Thank you. You were Wanda Edwards and LaDon DeLove. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is LaDawn Love, and I'm the Executive Director of Spaces in Action, a grassroots membership organization building power with Black, Brown, immigrant, and low-income families raising young children across the wards 1, 4, 5, 7, and 8. We are members of several coalitions, including Under 3DC, Just Recovery, and Fair Budget Coalition. When I hear family-friendly DC, I expect to see values in action that help DC babies and toddlers thrive. For children to thrive, they need their parents, caregivers, early childhood educators to thrive. I am here to urge you to fully fund the Child Care Subsidy Program and the Pay Equity Fund, and to reject any harmful proposals that would destabilize our early childhood system. Mayor Bowser has proposed instituting a wait list for the Child Care Subsidy Program and cutting reimbursement rates to providers. At the same time, the Pay Equity Fund, which provides wage supplements and healthcare support to early childhood educators, has already been underfunded, resulting in a pay cut of about 5% for educators. These are not cost-saving measures. These undercut DC's workforce, families, and small businesses. DC has the highest childcare costs in the nation. Infant care averages more than $23,000 a year. For our lowest income residents, disproportionately Black and Brown due to systemic racism, childcare can consume up to 32% of annual income. The subsidy program ensures families pay no more than 7% of their income, as found in a DC Fiscal Policy Institute report entitled Proposed Child Care Subsidy Waitlist Could Leave District Parents and Providers Paying the Price. Without access to the Child Care Subsidy Program, parents will likely reduce hours, decline promotions, and leave the workforce entirely. A wait list could force families into impossible choices: rent or childcare, work or education, stability or survival. It would also create instability for providers who depend on predictable enrollment to keep their doors open. At the same time, cutting reimbursement rates ignores the true cost of care model required under the Birth to Three for All DC Amendment Act of 2018. Current rates are already 14 to 45% below the actual cost of providing care in most settings, according to a recent fact sheet by DCFPI. Childcare is a fixed cost business. Staffing, rent, and utilities do not shrink when funding is cut. Rate cuts of 2 to 8% will lead to classroom closures, staff layoffs and departures, and tuition hikes for parents and families. The Pay Equity Fund is not a luxury. It is the backbone of a workforce stability. Early childhood educators, primarily Black, Brown women, have historically been underpaid despite doing some of the most important work in our economy.
Ms. Love, I have to cut you off. I lost track over your time. But I do have your statement, so thank you.
Do you have my statement? Do you
Yeah.
have my testimony? Can you confirm you have it? Can I just leave you with 3 quick questions
No,
that I don't expect you
zero.
to answer now?
You were a minute over. So, yeah, I have it right here.
All right.
Didn't believe
I
me.
wouldn't mind getting a response in writing to my questions.
I have 168 witnesses. Chrysanth Kurniats.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Chrysanthi Corniotis. I come to you today as a parent of a child with special needs who is currently enrolled in an early learning support classroom and is thriving in that classroom. And I want, as my fellow advocates here have said, any cuts to, childcare subsidies or the Pay Equity Act as well would really put children, especially children with special needs, at risk for the services that they deserve and to thrive. And, I began fostering my daughter when she was 6 months old after she had had heart surgery, and she has a very rare genetic condition as well. And I was blessed to be able to enroll her at an early learning center, Military Road Early Learning Center. And I believe it's imperative that children like my daughter with similar needs or additional needs should have access to high quality early learning support classrooms, which are funded by a lot of the projected funding sources that are that may be cut within this budget. And I advocate that no cuts should be made if possible, to those types of, especially early learning support and education in the district. And I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. So thank you to each of you. Ms. Love, I think that you were not here at the beginning of the hearing when I spoke to the issue of funding for these programs. We've gotten a lot of testimony today regarding the child care subsidy as well as the pay equity fund. So the mayor, in putting together a budget, is looking at about $1 billion shortfall. Now, I might be wrong. Maybe it's 800 million. It might be 1.1 billion. She made a presentation to the council a couple of weeks ago, and that's a matter of public record. So the challenge for her is, as she puts it, what cuts can she buy back in constructing the budget or that she's going to propose in a month? The largest components of the budget are public education, which is about 25% of the budget, and healthcare, which is about 1/3 of the budget. So if there are going to be any reductions because of the $1 billion shortfall, it's probably going to be in education or in healthcare. Those are horrible cuts to have to make. But there isn't money. Now, there's some folks who have said we should raise revenues. We cannot raise $1 billion in revenues. If we were to make a substantial increase in, let's say, the income tax on millionaires, it would bring in maybe 20, 50 million, but not $1 billion. If we were to raise property taxes, our commercial taxes are by far the highest in the region. That would bring in 10, 20 million maybe. We actually raised property taxes last year. I think it brought in about 7 million. Just to give you a sense of the order of magnitude, $1 billion, it has to be either cut or found, and revenue raisers to that extent just simply don't exist. So would I fully commit to funding the child care subsidy program? Well, I don't know what fully funding is, what fully fund means, but we know that the enrollment in child care subsidy has grown by about 1,000 children in the past year, maybe the past 2 years. And that is a reason why there is substantial funding pressure there. And the pay equity fund was designed to grow in expense. And what we have had to do over the past year is to try to maintain the expense rather than to let it grow, which is not satisfactory because it means that we've actually reduced what the subsidy is for wages. And we're talking about a wait list. I'm not saying that's satisfactory. The idea behind the pay equity fund is that we have more teachers with more credentials or better credentials and more childcare facilities handling or taking care of more children and providing early childhood education. So how can we ensure lasting progressive funding? Well, let's see. The pay equity fund was set up, I believe, in 2022 based on a tax increase specifically to fund it. And the mayor redirected those dollars to other purposes. Now, to be clear, when the mayor sends their budget to the council can undo what she does, but the mayor is required to send a balanced budget. So anything we change in her budget means we have to change something else to offset it. So if she takes the tax that was intended for pay equity and uses it for something else, either we unfund that, which could be a healthcare program or an education program, or we go along with her redirecting the revenue. We did, in fact, maintain the budget. We've maintained the budget. Well, it hasn't grown, but we've maintained it about $70 million a year. each year, even though one year she zeroed it out entirely. So what I'm trying to say to you is that these budget decisions are very interconnected and very complicated. And the amount of challenge, everybody needs to realize this, is great. And it can't simply be made up by tax increases. And if we increase taxes for, let's say, the child care subsidy program, because all we need for that is, I think, $30 million, then what do we do with the demand to increase taxes for affordable housing or to increase taxes for the Alliance, which, if I remember correctly, is about $30 or $40 million. The point is that these are all interconnected and it is complicated. We haven't gotten the mayor's budget, do not know what she's going to propose. I think the testimony today with regard to the demand to maintain or properly budget for the child care subsidy program and to maintain the pay equity fund, I view that as political pressure on the council as well as the mayor. That's a good thing. Don't know what the mayor is going to propose, but we did secure lasting progressive funding for the pay equity fund. We did that 3 years ago. So not very meaningful to achieve that demand because it can be undone in the next year. And with regard to meaningful engagement with families, we have a task force that is stakeholders with regard to the pay equity fund. That is a way that the council tries to maintain engagement with stakeholders. And it's on the executive with regard to additional engagement with families and so forth.
So I appreciate your response. And I also want to say that you named a lot of educators who weren't able to be here because they were only able to do it while the children were sleeping. So I believe that we did submit those testimonies, but because of the time of day that this meeting happens, a lot of folks cannot participate. So when we talk about engagement of families and providers, we may need to look at ways of having something in the evening so that they can be a part of it. And I also want to say that a budget does show the values and the priorities of the council and of the mayor. And you named 30 million that's needed for childcare, 20 million that's needed for something else. There are other agencies that can also use some cuts because if we did a deeper investment, the young lady next to me talked about how she helped students to have a place to go to so that they could be involved in school, so that they could see the importance that they have in this life, in this city, in DC. And we also know that educators are making sure that children are being invested in earlier so that they can go into grade school and be ready for it. So if we invest in children, that means we need less money for policing. That means we need less money for things that are going to be punitive to our community. So I want to say that the council could also look in other areas and don't just state how you can cut from children and families, because when we divest from children and families, we're going to lose residents, we're going to lose businesses, and we're going to hurt DC. But thank you for your time.
If 25% of our budget is on public education, which I think is children, that's roughly $2 billion. And if a third of our budget is on public health care, much of which is for families and children, that is, help me here, maybe $4 billion. It's not like we're not putting money into those programs. Now, I realize that you're testifying at, 3 o'clock? But this is probably the third hearing we've had this year with OSSE, and we've had testimony on these programs. In addition, I would note, we're going to be here until probably 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. We have the public testify before the agency because in the past, when agencies testified first, the public had to wait. And they didn't like that, which I think is a fair point. So I appreciate that this is during the day. We're going to be here and we're going to be here until the evening. And we put the government last. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Thank you, those of you who are online. Continuing with the witnesses, Julie Williams with Spaces in Action, Kiara Fernandez with Spaces in Action, Eunice Fernandez with Spaces in Action, Betty Mills with Spaces in Action, Hope Joyner with Spaces in Action, Tara Brown, who's with PAVE, Angelique Spate, and Dr. Rustin Lewis, who's with Communities in Schools. I'll go back to the beginning. Julie Williams, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Julie Williams, and I'm an early childhood educator with over 24 years of experience in public school, Head Start, community-based programs, and technical assistance, including 5 years working directly with programs here in the District of Columbia and member of Spaces in Action. While my career began outside of DC, I'm here to speak specifically about what I've witnessed in the district. The value that guides my work is equity and opportunity. In a city as powerful and influential as Washington, D.C., equity must be reflected in how we treat the workforce caring for our youngest residents. During my time supporting programs in D.C., I witnessed extraordinary educators doing complex, emotionally demanding work while navigating compensation uncertainty, staffing shortages, compliance pressures, and rising operational costs. Despite progress, the strain on the early childhood workforce in DC is real. I've supported educators who were considering leaving the field despite loving their students. I've watched talented teachers quietly burn out. Educators are tired, directors are stretched thin. Classrooms experience turnover, and children, our youngest learners, absorb the instability. The harm is not a lack of dedication. The harm is systemic strain. Responsibility for addressing that strain rests within our public systems, including the funding structures and implementation processes overseen by the DC Council and the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. DC has taken important steps, particularly around pay equity, but bold leadership requires sustainability, clarity, and trust. My vision is that Washington, D.C. could become the national model, not just for launching early childhood initiatives, but for sustaining and stabilizing the workforce long-term. That means protecting and fully stabilizing the pay parity funding, streamlining compliance systems to support outweighs surveillance, creating predictable multi-year funding commitments, investing in educator wellness and retention, and including practicing educators and policy design. DC is the capital of the United States. If we get early childhood right here, truly right, the nation will follow. Our youngest residents deserve stable classrooms, our educators deserve professional respect, and the city has the power to ensure both. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Kiera Fernandez.
Good afternoon. My name is Kiera Fernandez. I'm the Assistant Director and an Early Childhood Educator at Blandy's Child Learning Center in Ward 4 and a leader with Spaces in Action. Blandy's is a family-owned center where I work alongside my mother, my siblings, and several staff I consider family. We are deeply connected to the children and families we serve. This is not just a business to us, it is our community. The Pay Equity Fund has made a real difference in our center. It has allowed me to set aside emergency funds and reinvest in classrooms with safe, age-appropriate materials and supplies. It also helps us manage the everyday cost of running a childcare program, rent, utilities, food, and staffing. In a time when cost of running childcare program, and in a time when everything continues to rise in cost, this funding helps stabilize our program. We are also a mixed subsidy provider, which means we serve both private pay families and families who rely on the district child care subsidy program. If we lose subsidy funding, we will not be able to serve those families who depend on it most. Losing subsidy funding would not only harm families, it would also threaten the stability of our entire program. If the Pay Equity Fund is cut after fiscal year 2027, we will once again be forced to cover financial gaps out of our own pockets. That is not sustainable. The Pay Equity Fund creates fairness between early childhood educators and educators in public and charter schools. It allows talented educators to stay in the field, support their families, and continue providing high-quality care for infants and toddlers. It supports working families and strengthens our local economy. I respectfully urge the mayor and the DC Council to fully fund the Pay Equity Fund through 2029 and ensure continued investment in the subsidy program so childcare programs like ours can remain stable and continue serving our community. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Fernandez, I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that. Great, thank you. Eunice Fernandez?
Hi, good
Please
afternoon.
proceed.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
My name is Eunice Fernandez. Miss Kira, who just spoke before me, is my sister. I am coming on to speak on behalf of Blondie's Child Learning Center to request the continuation of the Pay Equity Fund. These funds are very, very helpful to me as someone who is continuously working on providing trainings for the teachers, and also as someone as an individual person who needs the autonomy to do my job, and continuously every year asking for help to not cut these funds is very exhausting. It causes me and the work that I do, and it makes me wonder if what I'm even doing is reasonable or have purpose. I'm asking if we could please continue alongside with what my sister had said in her speech. And I know I'm going off topic. I have my speech in my, I'm coming from jury duty, but thank you so much for hearing us and giving us the opportunity to use today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. If you wish to submit your statement, please do that. Betty Mills? Hope Joyner?
Good afternoon. My name is Hope Joyner. I'm a DC native and caregiver and an early child care organizer with Spaces in Action. I come before you today not as an advocate, but as someone deeply rooted in the city and in the daily realities of families and educators. My testimony today will focus on two things: protecting the Pay Equity Fund and building a strong, effective, and connected early child care infrastructure in the district. The Pay Equity Fund is one of the most important investments the district has made in early education. It recognizes that people caring for DC's youngest and most vulnerable residents deserve fair and equitable compensation. To be clear, the Pay Equity Fund will not make any educator rich. The early childhood educators are not asking for luxury, they are asking for stability. They are asking to pay their rent on time, afford groceries without stress, maintain health insurance, and stay in the profession they love without sacrificing their own family's well-being. This is why the business activity tax should fund the Pay Equity Fund. Large businesses benefit from a stable workforce. They depend on parents being able to go to work every day, knowing their children are safe and cared for. Early educators is infrastructure for our economy, just like roads and public transportation. It allows businesses to function and grow. It is responsible and reasonable that the broader business community contributes to sustaining the system that supports their employees. We must think about the early childhood system as connected. Think dominoes. When you cut subsidies, providers struggle, educators leave. When educators leave, quality declines. When quality declines, children lose. And when children lose, the entire district pays for the price later. We have the opportunity to lead with intention and protect what is working. Fund the Pay Equity Fund sustainably. Protect TANF, strengthen the pay subsidy program, build a system that values educators, supports families, and centers children. As a DC native and someone committed to this community, I urge you to make decisions that reflect that our children and the people we care of are and show that they are worth the investment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Joyner. I don't have a copy of your statement if you want to provide. Okay. Tara Brown with PAVE.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and
Good
members of the
afternoon.
Committee of the Whole. My name is Tara Brown. I'm a parent leader with PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, serving on the Ward 6 and Advisory PLE Board. First, it is imperative to not only protect the $3 million budgeted for high-impact tutoring, but you need to find a way to put more into it. $3 million is only enough to serve 3,000 students. Considering 49,000 of our students are designated at risk, this leaves 46,000 students without dedicated support. You may say that the 2.5 increase to the UPPSF will help schools pay for HIT themselves, and some do. However, many LEAs serving at-risk students do not have those resources at scale, especially given the decrease in buying power. What can the Council and OSSE do creatively to give more students an opportunity to thrive with HIT? It could just be a matter of taking funds from a program that's not as effective and redirecting it to HIT. And as a member of the board for Learn DC and chair of their academic performance committee, I have seen firsthand how effective HIT is. Their growth and proficiency scores are amazing. Second, I want to focus on the importance of high-quality instructional materials. OSSE recognizes this and has done the heavy lifting of finding and evaluating these HQIMs for early literacy. Now, parents need enough transparency to understand what LEAs are using in reading and math in all grades, not just some LEAs for some grades in some areas. Every LEA, every grade. In a city that has a plethora of school options, we need to make sure parents have enough information to make an informed choice. Third, it's simple. To invest in teacher training is to improve student outcomes. Teachers are the cornerstone of our educational system. We acknowledge their importance by investing in their salaries. We also need to invest in giving them the training to become more effective teachers, grounded in the evidence-based practices we know work. When I say investments, I mean going beyond asynchronous modules and truly giving them interactive coaching, practice, and feedback. There is a real correlation between the effort put into teacher training and the proficiency scores of the students fortunate to benefit from a highly trained teacher. Finally, in this tight budget year, we cannot afford to lose the gains we have made in education by reducing our investments. The mayor acknowledged this by continuing to increase investments in education with the UPSSF. I'm asking OSSE and the council to do the same by aggressively budgeting for education initiatives that have been proven to work and by equitably giving more students access to these programs. It really is simple. Invest now or pay later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. And I do have your statement. Angelique Spate. Dr. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rustin Lewis. I'm the Executive Director of Communities and Schools of the nation's capital. Chronic absenteeism remains one of the greatest threats to closing the learning gap. For more than 20 years, CIS has partnered with DC schools to surround students with a community of support so that they stay in school and succeed in life. Thanks to the OSSE Community Schools Incentive Grants, our full-time site coordinators who are embedded in schools every day address the non-academic barriers that prevent students from showing up. Coordinators help families navigate housing instability, food insecurity, grief and trauma, the lack of clean clothing, and health-related needs. These are not optional supports. They are the foundational conditions for learning. And the results are clear. According to our most recent year-end report, 99% of our case-managed students stayed in school. 96% of our K through 11th grade students were promoted, and 88% of our seniors graduated. Students also showed measurable gains in attendance, academics, and behavior. Let me share one illustration. At one of our partnering schools, a case-managed 13-year-old living in a shelter stopped attending school. His stature was 6'3". He didn't have clothing that fit and was embarrassed to go to school, so he stayed home. Our coordinators found clothing that fit him and partnered with a barber to provide free haircuts. This wasn't about clothing, it was about restoring dignity. By the fourth quarter, his absences dropped from 13 to 0. He engaged in class and began smiling again. This is what CIS does. We remove barriers, restore confidence, and help students stay engaged. With this impact in mind, I offer 4 recommendations. Retain community school funding. Move toward multi-year grants. Relationship-based work cannot thrive under annual uncertainty. Improve real-time data sharing, and prioritize expansion to schools with the highest need. Chairman, community schools are working. Students are attending more consistently, families are more engaged, and our young people, once off track, are graduating. These supports must remain a pillar of DC's education system. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to our youth.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I'm somewhat familiar with your program and I appreciate the work that it does. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I have no other questions for you. Thank you. Dominique Moore. Angelique Spate. Kiyungla Che, last name is C-H-A-E. Catrice Turner, looks like this next half dozen are with Monument Academy. Catrice Turner.
Hello, I'm so sorry. I was called earlier. Oh,
You were not called earlier, but you were just called now.
okay.
So, but we're not ready for you to speak yet.
Okay, sorry.
So just hang in there. Salmia Lewis, a student at Monument Academy. Elijah Hill, a student at Monument Academy. Selena Hewitt. Kendall Curtin. Messiah Ray, a student at Monument Academy. Kyrie Nichols, a student at Monument Academy. Remedios Moya Gimenez, Chief Program Officer at Latin American Youth Center. You're Miss Gimenez? Scott Goldstein, Executive Director, Empower Ed. Devon Montgomery. I think I'll stop there. Ms. Moore, you're first.
Good afternoon, Chairman and staff. It's good to see everyone. My name is Dominique Moore. I'm the community organizer for Empower Ed, a substitute educator, founder and executive director of LifeRing. I am a community leader working directly with families, navigating the systems overseen by the Office of State Superintendent of Education. I'm here today to advocate for 5 priorities. The first one is data transparency. The second one would be an extension and prevention focused truancy pilot, more sustained out of school time funding, which I talked about last time, and also a meaningful alternate graduation pathway for students with disabilities. Also structural improvements to strengthen the community schools program. First, I want to talk about data. I do have a longer testimony that I will submit, but data transparency was really the highlight of my testimony. I know that data transparency is something that the council struggles with as well. So I really feel like as the authoritative figure in the situation, it would be great if council could do what it could do to empower the agencies that it oversees to have data transparency. We cannot solve what we cannot see. As educators, we are trained to look at the data. Families and community-based organizations need timely, disaggregated data on attendance, truancy referrals, special education compliance, graduation pathways, and out-of-school time access. I do have recommendations on how some of that information should be broken down. Public dashboards should be accessible and updated regularly. Transparency builds trust, and trust builds accountability. I will refer the truancy pilot information to my testimony, also out of school time. The fourth one that I want to talk about is that we must create meaningful pathways for special education graduation requirements. As a prior special education teacher, I think it is really important that we have established pathways that lead somewhere for our students. Right now, the proposed pathway program would not be recognized outside of the District of Columbia. They wouldn't be able to get jobs. They wouldn't be able to apply to institutions with those alternate pathway programs. So that is something that we really need to look at. An alternate pathway should not mean a dead end. It should mean a supported pathway to employment, entrepreneurship, post-secondary training. Finally, the community schools strategy must be strengthened. I think there have been several conversations about who should house it. I do recommend evaluating the community schools office to be housed with OSSE, whether there's structural changes or not. I think that gives a greater autonomy and cross-agency authority if it remains with OSSE. It also must be adequately staffed and resourced. As someone building community programming in Washington, D.C. and advocating daily for students with disabilities, I see the gaps and I see the potentials. When agencies operate in silos, families and students fall through the cracks. When data is hidden, inequities deepen. I thank you for your time and leadership and look forward to some follow-up.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
No worries.
Angelique Spate, who's online.
Yes. Hello, everybody, Chairman and the members of the council. My name is Angelique Spate Marshall, and I am the proud owner of Miss P's Child and Family Services here in the District of Columbia. Thank you guys for the opportunity to testify on behalf of child care providers, children, and the families we serve. Miss P's Child and Family Services is a small community-based program proudly supporting infants, toddlers, preschoolers, and children with special needs. We serve families who receive child care subsidy program, and we depend on the safety, stability, the high quality care so they can work, attend school, and contribute to the district workforce. We are deeply committed to our children and continue to face significant challenges that requires the council attention. First, providers who support children with special needs, we don't receive additional funding that reflects the care that we give the children. Children with developmental delays, limited skills, behavior needs, who also receive an ACC device to communicate. Toilet training, safety monitoring requires low ratio, specialized training, and additional staff time. Yet the reimbursements rates do not accurately help us increase the responsibilities. We do not specialize, we do specialize without working with specialized pay. Second, the equity pay staffing remains a critical concern. In order to prevent burnout and maintain quality, I intentionally structured my program with full-time and part-time educators. However, the wages increase remain dependent on the supplemental funding streams rather than the sustainable long-term compensation structure. If we want early childhood educators to remain in the field, especially those who train to support children with disability and compensation, we must reflect the professional level of work. Third, our small providers, like mine, operate extremely on tight budgets and margin. Every dollar must go directly towards payroll, supplies, and the food to meet the CFCP program. the training and compliance. We are a small business, but we are also part of district educational infrastructure. And when providers close, families lose stability, children lose the continuity of care. I'm respectfully asking the council not to cut the equity pay and definitely to support the families continued to receive the educational funding and vouchers in the program. Child care is not babysitting. It is an early educational fund. It's a workforce support and is a special education support. And it's also community stabilization. Thank you for allowing me with the time with the Committee for Our Children, Families of the District of Columbia. And I'm happy to answer any questions you should have. And a copy of my testimony should be in your files.
Thank you. Kyungla Che, who's online.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Kenla Che, and I'm here as a DC resident and a mother to urge all of you to reconsider. Can you guys hear me, by the way? Sorry. Okay, the timer isn't changing, that's why. To urge all of you to reconsider cutting the budget for the childcare programs. In the current childcare system, no one wins. Teachers receive poor pay, poor benefits, and the societal perception against them is not great. So a lot of them burn out and they leave the profession. Then that means childcare centers have a much harder time hiring and retaining quality teachers. So they can't operate at their full physical capacity. So they're running very low margin. So to make ends meet, they have to increase the price of childcare. So that leaves parents like me to pay a very high price in childcare. I pay $3,000 a month in childcare, and that's at a discounted rate with referrals. So imagine paying 2 mortgages every month. So now if you tell me that DC government is going to further reduce subsidy for these childcare programs, what will likely happen is, given all the reasons I mentioned, childcare centers will be forced to reduce their capacity, increase the childcare price, and some might end up closing. So that will lead parents like me to really reconsider whether we should live in DC, because I want to be very crystal clear. Me living in DC as a parent to a young child is a lifestyle choice. I love DC. I want my little one to grow up in this cultural, beautiful city. But I also know that I will pay significantly less in income tax and housing price if I were to move to Virginia or Maryland. And I know I'm not alone. A lot of families with young children, I know they're in the same boat. So I urge you all to not look at this as a simple budget cut, but to think about the whole ecosystem and to think about what this will do to the long-term fiscal standing of the DC government. Because if young families like me move out of DC, that will mean less income tax revenue, potentially less property tax revenue. And if we wipe out an entire generation of young families, then that means less families living in DC and maybe less businesses might want to operate here. So thank you all for listening. I hope you guys reconsider cutting the budget and thinking about the entire ecosystem versus just thinking about this as a budget cut. And I appreciate the complexity that you have to work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Che. Catrice Turner, who I believe is online.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. My name is Catrice Turner. I'm a native Washingtonian, current Ward 5 resident, and I serve as the Chief of Family Community Engagement at Monument Academy Public Charter School, where I'm known as bonus mom, teacher, counselor, mentor, and confidant to hundreds of students and families. Dually, I also serve as a citywide board member of Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, but my favorite title, as you all know, is mom to TJ, Justin, Devin, and Carter. I want to start by thanking the mayor and the collective for the $2.55 per pupil funding increase in what we know to be an extremely tight budget year. Investments like this matter because in education, we cannot talk about academic outcomes without first acknowledging a fundamental truth. Students cannot learn if their basic needs are not met. At Monument Academy, our work and mission is grounded in Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Before students can reach academic mastery, they must feel safe, supported, and emotionally regulated. That means ensuring students have safe passages to school, access to mental health support, safe environments, and adults who are equipped to meet diverse learning needs. This past week, 3 of my 4 sons attended the mayor's budget forum with me. And during the exercise, my son Justin, who you all are familiar with, said, the adults are only getting older, and we kids are really policymakers' biggest ROI. If you invest in kids' safety, different learning abilities and capacities, our mental health, and create more career post-secondary pathways, especially for kids like me who may not be able to go far away from college anymore due to my health, we as kids will be ready and willing to innovatively contribute to our city, fostering that booming economy that you're looking for. And he's absolutely right, and also a former Monument student. When we invest in our children, we invest in the future workforce, the future leaders, and the future stability of our city that should be a state. I could sit here all day and continue telling you why Monument Academy's boarding model exists, why we're aiming for a high school expansion, and why it all works. I could share how reviewing and assessing student data routinely and collectively with all Monument stakeholders is embedded into our culture. I could speak about how we equip our teachers with the tools they need to succeed, both personally and professionally, resulting in strong teacher confidence and high teacher retention. I could talk about how over half of our student population receives specialized education services through IEPs or 504s, or how our Tier 1 multi-tier system of supports intervention is dialectical behavior therapy for all students, or how we extend DBT and parent skill building to families to strengthen capacity and engagement. I can share how we provide mental health clinicians for both students and staff, maintain small class sizes, operate on a trimester calendar with 3 embedded enrichment and remediation weeks, run targeted academic supports like homework cafe and bounce back, and immerse all of our students, whether they want to or not, in robust OST offerings such as sports, cooking, music production, ASL, dance, and drumline. But today, I'm going to let my students share their stories with you as to why robust schools full of supports that are places of respite work like Monument. Thank you for your time, and we'll be available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. And I do have your statement. Somaya Lewis, I think is
Hi.
not here.
I am.
Okay. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council members. My name is Somaya Lewis, and I am an 8th grade honors student at Monument Academy. This is my 2nd year at Monument, and I live in an honors home on campus. If I had to describe myself, I would say that I'm a leader, organized, and sometimes a little bossy. Something people may not always know about me is that I grew up in a toxic, abusive household where there was a lot of arguing until my parents eventually separated. During that time, my siblings and I were in the middle of a custody battle, and some of us were separated from each other. And when I moved in with my dad, who is now a single father, I also had to take on a lot of responsibilities at home. I helped take care of my younger sibling and assist with taking care of my grandmother who had dementia. That new life came with a lot of struggles, and I also was bullied at school. All of that made school feel hard and confusing, unsafe, and slow moving. Sometimes I felt bleak and felt lost about where I was going. There's a lot of emotional luggage to carry back and forth to school every day. Coming to Monument Academy have helped me give my family a fresh start. My brothers and I began boarding with my dad while my dad worked extra shifts, and also participated in parent skill building classes offered by my school and supported groups of Black fathers in the city. The staff at Monument has helped my dad navigate different systems in DC, and he's always at the school to seek guidance, bounce ideas, and to visit me, of course. My dad has always loved me, but now that he shows up for me now, especially as I grow up into a young woman, shows how much those support have helped him too. It proves that when school cares about families, they are caring about kids, because if our parents are not okay, we are not okay either. Monument has also supported me by providing mental health services, OST opportunities to discover activities I'm good at, like dance, which I'm the captain of, student government, and journalism. With those support, life could still feel bleak, but now I care about school again. I understand my goals, and it helps me knowing that I really have to do to show up ready to learn, because the school provides what I need. I want the DC Council also to know that Monument Academy students come from single-parent households or foster care situations. The boarding model and strong mental health support don't just change our outlook on school, they change our outlook on life. I'm grateful for funding the initiatives that support students, but I also want OSSE to know that school need resources to support families too. In many cases, schools are only community we have, so that where those resources should be. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Elijah Hill.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and Council members. My name is Elijah Hill, and I'm an 8th grade student at Monument Academy. This is my 3rd year at Monument, and I live in the honors home on campus. I like to describe myself as a gentle giant. I love basketball, and I play on Monument's football and basketball team. Before coming to Monument, school often felt hard but exciting. Monument has helped me in 2 big ways. First, through a mentorship program with the Metropolitan Police Department. I've started to see police officers in a new light as a young Black male, especially someone my size. I've heard and seen a lot of scary stories about how people like me are supposed to interact with police or are treated by police. Being able to build relationships with officers in a positive way has helped me see things differently. Second, the academic support at Monument has made a huge difference for me. Our small class sizes, having 2 educators in many of our classrooms, and having staff available 24 hours a day through the boarded program means help is always there when I need it. Programs like Homework Cafe and Math Motivators have helped me realize that asking for help is okay, and that maybe I do understand math more than I thought. The boarding model also improved my attendance, my overall life stability, and the OST programs and career exploration camp makes school a place I actually want to be. What makes Monument special is that everything is in one place. Access is not a barrier, and help is always available. Because of Monument, I felt more confident and prepared for high school. I understand who I am as a learner and what I need to achieve. My message to the council and OSSE is simple. Please do better by creating this level of access for all kids in DC. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Selena Hewitt.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and Council members. My name is Selena, and I am a 7th grade student at Monument Academy. This is my 2nd year at Monument. If I had to describe myself in 3 words, I would say I'm pretty vocal, thoughtful, and encouraging to others. One thing people may not know about me is I am in foster care. My siblings are also in care, but we are placed in different homes. Through Monument Academy, I am able to see my big brother, Elijah, an 8th grader at Monument, which means a lot to me. Before Monument, school felt very hard, scary, and sometimes unsafe. When I got separated from my siblings, I felt like I had to live life alone. I even had to walk to school by myself sometimes. When I finally got access to an OSSE bus, I would get picked up around 7 in the morning, but because of long routes and directions, I wouldn't arrive at school until 11 a.m. Just one more thing outside of my control that was interfering with my learning and now my attendance. Coming to Monument changed a lot for me. When I first arrived, I had a lot of emotions built up and I finally let them out. I was angry about so much, and I can still remember the day where we were taken away from my mom. I didn't allow myself to cry. I felt like I needed to be strong for my younger siblings. My teacher and student life advisors may not also have liked my behaviors at first, but they cared and wanted to understand my trauma and help me grow. At Monument, therapy and trauma-informed care isn't just something we do. It's part of the culture, and I have grown. Monument has supported me through giving me access to mental health services and a safe and stable home and opportunities to try activities I have thought I would enjoy. I play on the football team with my brother, and I still believe I'm better than him at most of the boys. I've also participated in cooking club, dance team, cheerleading, and anime club, supporting funding through OSSE like OST programs, student-based mental health services, and investments in teachers have helped change the way I see school. Now I feel safe, confident, and proud of my progress. My grades are better. I have more self-love, and I've learned how to trust adults again, something I never thought I'd do. My message to the council and office and OSSE is the maintain strong school-based mental health support and fix the OSSE bus system. And please remember to support teachers too, because sometimes our teachers may be the only constant adults in our life. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. How many years ago was it that the bus would pick you up at 7 and drop you off at 11 a.m.?
It's still on me. You good?
What is it? Because I'm in 7th grade. It would happen like when I was in 4th grade. So 2 to 3 years ago.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Kendall Curtin.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and council members. My name is Kendall, and I am a 7th grader at Monument Academy. I live in Southeast DC, and this is my 3rd year at Monument. If I had words to describe myself in 3 words, I would say kind, energetic, and helpful. I am also a twin, and at Monument Academy, I stay very involved. I am the co-captain of the Monument Unleashed dance team, a Lady Bulldog volleyball and basketball player, and I play on our drumline team. I also have ADHD. One thing people may not know about me that affects how I show up is that my oldest sibling is currently in jail. When I hear people say that most Black kids are designated to end up in jail, it can make me feel really frustrated, because I know that that is not true for me or for the people I care about. Before Monument, school could sometimes be hard, but I still had supportive teachers and friends who cared about me. But when one of my guardians was incarcerated, that took me off track. At Monument Academy, I've been given space and permission to express my emotions in healthy ways. Programs funded through the Learn 24 OST grant allow me to participate in dance, volleyball, drumline, small business, and basketball, which give me a positive outlet and a healthy escape when life gets you stressful. Also, the mental health supports at Monument has made a big difference in my life. My well-being counselor has been working with me for the past 3 years. She has helped me learn how to identify my triggers and my process my thoughts and fears. These days, I feel more confident in myself. I understand my goals better, and my grades have improved. If support like this didn't exist, I think a lot of students would feel bored, distracted, and disconnected from school. I think this is why there are many kids in many schools who feel disconnected from reality, because everyone does not have access to these levels of support. I want you to know that when you, as policymakers, think about and prioritize how we feel about school, what we're expecting or going through to even be there, if the material we're learning is engaging, if high quality adults are in front of us, you'll know exactly what must be done for the kids of DC. Thank you. Investing in programs that support students like me. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Curtin. Messiah Ray.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and Council Member. My name is Messiah Ray, and I'm a 5th grade student at Monument Academy. This is my first year at Monument. If I had to describe myself in 3 words, it would be funny, nice, and kind. I'm also the youngest of my siblings. And sometimes me being the baby comes to play with how I view life. Before coming to Monument, it was really hard for me. A lot of staff didn't seem very approachable. People didn't smile much and they made it hard to ask for something for help. Sometimes we would have tests and I didn't know the answers and my grades were not the best. Since coming to Monument Academy, things have changed. The well-being team, other mental health supports like alternative recess or habitudes have helped me learn how to organize my thoughts so I can get things done, and that I am a leader in my own way. That has helped me feel less overwhelmed in school. Programs support me by OSSE, like OSST, and school-based mental health sports support have made a big difference for me. Because of the support, I did not feel more confident and more happy at school. If those supports didn't exist, I would feel like I was just there, stuck in the middle between where I don't want to be and where I want to go. I want the council and OSSE to know that just because a kid doesn't have the best grades doesn't mean they aren't smart. Sometimes they just have other things going on and need the right support. And lastly, I want to tell and all you thank you for the work you did. I know your jobs are not easy. Please remember to keep a smile on your face because that can make a big difference for kids like me. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Kyrie Nichols.
My name is Kyrie. I am in the 8th grade. I am a student at Monument Academy. I have been at Monument Academy for 3 years. When I think back to elementary school, a lot of the feeling confuses for me. I spend too much time playing around and getting distracted by my friends and my relatives who look back we're not always perfection from class also felt boring and hard to understand. So I will always end up off task when I first heard about Monument Academy I'm going to honestly was not expecting the boarding part, meaning spending time away from my friends and didn't know what to expect. And I felt it was a pushing, but I got to realize things was different. My classes was about half of the size of my old classes, and they were most adults in the room to help me understand. There was the gaze that gave me some progress performance to do after school and and starting of just being outside around people I probably shouldn't have been around if was a other schools because of boarding maybe I lived I mean around my teachers and staff during the week, and that has helped me build build real relationships with adults who care about me and have access to the uh academic support I needed more frequently. Those relationships made me went to the for focus more because I knew I had trust adults who believe I could succeed. That the staff here did just help me they kept me safe. Focus using during school. They also help my family support me outside of school and on weekends. After 3 years at Monument Academy, I can honestly say I have made a lot and gained more focus throughout in my home. Choosing progress, right? I truly discovered that I enjoy cleaning. Now I hope to stay home. Oh yeah, stay my stay my own cleaning business.
Yes.
One day in this summer, I am hope to get a cleaning job through SYEP. My message to the DC Council and OSSE is that students see when they have true trust, caring adults who believe in them. Before I close out, I wanted to also encourage you to commune improve school food and nutrition progress. I understand they are nutrition grave lines, but there is stable to make maintenance be better for students. Thank you for listening to my testimony and for supporting students like me.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Ms. Jimenez?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rame Moya, and I serve as the Chief Program Officer at the Latin American Youth Center. I am here on behalf of my team, those who are in schools every day supporting students, removing barriers, and often stepping into roles that resemble family. Their dedication is inspiring. I recently met with the Promotores team to better understand their daily work and the needs of the young people they support. Across the 5 DCPS schools where our 7 promotores serve, the challenges go far beyond truancy. And unfortunately, many families remain in post-COVID survival mode as resources shrink and basic needs intensify. At our schools, promotores wear many hats: crisis responders, mentors, family liaisons, case managers, and advocates. At several schools, they are de-escalating crises and helping the students rebuild a sense of belonging in environments students describe as chaotic or unsafe. At another school, a promoter supported a family following the homicide of a student, coordinating mental health support for surviving siblings and stabilizing a shaking community. Across all 5 schools, they routinely address hunger, homelessness, domestic violence, substance use, immigration fear, and acute mental health crisis, often for the same student at the same time. Research shows that students experiencing homelessness or instability have significantly higher absenteeism and dropout risk. Making the promoter relationship not just beneficial is essential. The promoter pathway works because of consistent, long-term relationships built over months and years, often across the student's entire school career. And those relationships cannot survive unstable or reduced funding. For nearly 60 years, OSSE has been that investment for DC youth. The promoter pathway is that commitment in action. My colleagues have already shared the voice of our youth. We respectfully ask that you continue investing in the promoter pathway, not just as a truancy intervention, but as the relationship-based, community-rooted support that keeps our young people in school safe and connected. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And I have your statement here. Scott Goldstein?
Good afternoon. First, I want to acknowledge that OSSE is an enormous agency taking on so many diverse tasks within our education ecosystem and doing many of them well. We really applaud the work OSSE has done to develop the teacher apprenticeship program, to continuously update academic standards with community input and develop new standards, to engage more educators on the state assessment, to running the successful Educator Wellness Grant Program, Bridge the Gap, promoting outdoor learning and school gardens and providing technical assistance, facilitating cohort learning for restorative justice, and more. Dr. Mitchell has been a steady and thoughtful leader, and the agency is lucky to have many expert staff at the program level that truly know their areas well and support improving education in the district. Of course, there's still many areas where OSSE needs to make substantial improvements, including community schools, educator pipeline, and as many people have talked about, early childhood educator pay and subsidies. Now, I've heard you say several times that it's not possible to raise revenue for these programs through revenue raisers that would exceed $10 to $20 million. But progressively tiered surcharge on capital gains for adjusted gross incomes over $500,000 would raise $87 million annually. A wealth proceeds tax would raise $61 million annually. Eliminating the stepped up basis loophole would raise $43.7 million annually, and a business activity tax would raise $505 million annually starting in year 2. The Community Schools Incentive Grant Program are a lifeline for many schools and highly effective. I'm not sure why some on the council and in the executive have said they lack evidence, but the CBOs receiving these grants, from the Latin American Youth Center to communities and schools to the family support collaboratives, have tracked extensive evidence of their impact. The community schools aren't something you incentivize for 3 years and then walk away from. It's not a Kickstarter campaign for a private business. It's the model all schools need to effectively serve families in poverty. It has to be sustainably funded and equitably funded. It's time to take our two-pronged approach to community schools and bring coherence to it. The mayor must not cut this program again in her budget. There has not been a time in the last 15 to 20 years where it's been more needed and critical to the success of schools. OSSE also plays a critical role in educator retention. We're grateful to be a grantee for the Educator Wellness Grant Program, which has achieved remarkable results and needs steady and growing funding to continue new cohorts. We are grateful for OSSE's work to pilot flexible scheduling in their recent report. The report showed that the pilot, despite a very short time frame, achieved great results. 86% of educators at participating schools agreed that flexible scheduling positively impacted their work-life balance. 83% said flexible scheduling met its goals to support educator wellness. Families were happy with the addition of enrichment activities for students, and 50% of students said flexible scheduling made them more likely to come to school, a powerful tool to address absenteeism. In other words, flexible scheduling isn't just good for educators, it's good for educators, students, families, and a powerful tool to increase engagement in school. But it's clear OSSE needs also to work with DCPS and charter schools to provide more targeted assistance to schools, which is why the council needs to create an educator retention fund to equip schools with the funds to do this, along with the other important initiatives like permanent substitutes, wellness coordinators, and OSSE should start up and sustain technical assistance for schools on scheduling models and play a convening role to help leaders learn and pilot new models. I have more in my testimony to echo what many have said about special education. And just conclude by saying that we need OSSE's leadership in confronting new federal threats to our school communities. OSSE carries a large load in our system, and we thank them for their good work and urge them to do more to make programs strong and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Your comments regarding those different taxes was not in your prepared statement. Could you provide that separately?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. I do not have any other questions for you all. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, I had Devon Montgomery, and Councilmember Lewis George, you've joined us. Did you have questions?
No, I don't have any questions for the panel, but thank everyone for their testimony.
Okay.
And that's only because of the abundance of time that I know we have to do, so.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Montgomery, can you hold on and let me call the next group of witnesses? And you'll be
Yes.
first up.
Yes.
Natalie, these are all educators with Empower Ed. Natalie Jackson, Andrea Trujillo, Alphonse Prince, Anjanette Planter, Alexa Prepetit, Ashley Bryant, Celia Dottridge, Elizabeth Weiss, Ayanna Dudley, Dallas Cherry, Jordan Doherty, Sophia Barata, Ange Perko, I think I'll stop there. Mr. Montgomery, you would be first. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No problem. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson. My name is Devon Montgomery, and I'm the Dean of Students and Culture at Harmony DC Public Charter School, an elementary school in Ward 5, and an Empower Ed Fellow. I'm here today to discuss ways in which the Office of State Superintendent of Education can protect scholars with disabilities, protect scholar data, uphold academic integrity, and ensure that equity is sustained for scholars, educators, and families. Federal funding cuts are specifically targeting scholars with disabilities. OSSE must take a firm stance to hold LEAs responsible for delivering services and guarantee sufficient funding for special education services in light of the possible loss of federal oversight. Scholars that utilize OSSE services are frequently punished for arriving at school more than an hour late. Support staff are not properly trained, and scholars are frequently left without timely or safe transportation to school. All scholars must have access to a diploma pathway. In order to allow some special education scholars to follow the same college and credential courses as their classmates in general education, we need to provide more flexible coordinated resources. For alternative pathways leading to a single OSSE certified diploma, LEAs must develop the coursework scope and sequence by obtaining support from OSSE. DC is leading the charge of developing culturally responsive standards. In order to guarantee that scholars become leaders in society, our social studies and SEL requirements are essential. Don't eliminate, cancel, or dilute our standards to suit racist, classist, sexist, or homophobic objectives of the federal government. As a proponent of SEL, I know firsthand the value that our SEL standards have for supporting our scholars and families. I worry that OSSE is in a unique position to guarantee that scholar data is safeguarded in the current environment where we are further criminalizing the actions of our youth rather than addressing their needs. The appropriate measures should be taken by OSSE to prohibit the use of scholar conduct reports in law enforcement databases. Criminalizing scholars based on their past behavior will disproportionately hurt Black and Brown scholars and exacerbate the school to prison pipeline. We cannot keep ignoring long-standing equity problems within our schools. This includes a persistent mental health crisis among scholars, educator burnout, unequal family involvement, and test score disparities that show significant discrepancies in the resources available to different scholar groups. OSSE must continue to invest in their Grow Your Own pipeline, boosting induction programming and flexible scheduling. Increase the availability of wraparound programs in community schools, support pathways for educators to pursue citizenship, and instead of increasing the quantity and frequency of mandatory high-stakes exams, provide schools the resources they need to meet the needs of scholars and have the faith in their ability to teach. OSSE must continue to protect special education scholars, scholar data, culturally responsive curriculum, and equity for all scholars, educators, and families. I am aware that OSSE and all of our agencies are working in the background to mitigate consequences from choices made by the administration. While working in the dark might provide some protection for the district, it also damages community trust. Business as normal is insufficient. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony. Please review my written testimony for further elaborations.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery, and I do have your statement right here. Natalie Jackson, Andrea Trujillo, Alphonse Prince.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Alphonse Prince, and I'm an educator in Ward 4, but a lifelong DC resident from Ward 5. I'm also an Empowered Ed Fellow because I believe our DC students deserve advocacy and people speaking for them in rooms they cannot be in. I work for Center City Public Charter Schools and have worked in 5 of the 6 Center City schools. I can see the effect of teacher retention on academic growth and proficiency of students. My interest in seeing DC students be in schools where teacher retention is high is also a personal effect for me because I'm a product of DC Public Schools and my daughter currently attends Center City Public Charter Schools. The challenge of teacher retention is one that I've experienced on both sides. As a colleague, I've seen how having high teacher retention allows the culture of a school, to strengthen and results in systems that have the best interests of students at heart. I've experienced having taught an entire family how that results in stronger bonds between those families in the school. With Center City, I've taught all 4 members of one family and another family. I vividly remember a student going home and complaining about me to their older sibling. That sibling probably told them, "You need to listen to Mr. Prince, he's preparing you for high school." That resulted in the student improving their actions in class, and that resulted in more academic growth and proficiency. My daughter has also experienced low teacher retention. I remember her asking me why the 4th grade humanities teachers kept changing, and would she ever get one that stayed more than 1 year? And while I know and tried to explain to her that there are sometimes reasons that teachers have to leave, the idea that a position within the school is such a revolving door that students notice is a problem. And just to close that story, the problem was resolved, and she now has had the same humanities teachers for 3 years in a row. And I see the effect on not only her learning, but her love for humanities and reading in general. As Washington, D.C. continues to struggle with teacher retention, I ask that OSSE step in and help create pathways so that D.C. schools can continue to keep teachers and show academic growth and proficiency that the students of D.C. are capable of. It is a great start with the Grow Your Own program, but it cannot stop there. Excuse me. The program should continue and become more publicized, but there are other things that can be done. This can include funding for schools so that they can do things that they know their teachers will appreciate. These things can include permanent school substitutes, mental health partnerships, flexible scheduling, and more. Rather than actions that are mandated by the district, the flexibility will allow schools to do authentic things to retain their teachers. There are schools that are retaining teachers, and DC should learn from them and try to duplicate the things that are working. It is vital that the council listen to teachers and support teacher solutions to retain educators and improve experience for our students and schools. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide it.
Yes, I'm sending it shortly.
Thank you. Anjanette Planter, I believe is not here. Alexa Prepetit, I believe is not here. Ashley Bryant.
Here.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ashley Bryant, and I'm an educator from Ward 6 who teaches in a Ward 3 DC Public High School and an Empower Ed Fellow. I'm here to raise concerns about OSSE's performance oversight to create a safer and equitable school system where teachers and students feel valued and supported. First, our schools are navigating fear and confusion around ICE threats without clear centralized guidance from OSSE or the district. A year into this climate of hostility towards immigrant communities, the silence has been deafening. I serve students whose families worry every day about deportation rates. Schools should not be left to improvise responses to potential immigration enforcement actions. OSSE must provide clear protocols, know your rights resources, staff training, and guidance for communicating with families. LEAs also need support to develop safety plans that protect all students and families from law enforcement and ICE actions. This includes creating safe pathways to and from school for students who commute. That responsibility cannot continue to fall solely on community members and teachers and staff. Without consistent system-wide direction, we risk uneven responses that put students, families, and staff at risk. Secondly, I urge you to stand firmly by our academic standards. DC has developed some of the most culturally responsive standards in the nation. Our social studies and social emotional learning standards ensure that students become informed, critical thinkers who can engage thoughtfully in our civic life and lead with empathy and anti-racism. These standards should not be removed, diluted, or reshaped to satisfy shifting federal political pressures. As a DCPS social studies teacher for the past 4 years, I have taught the full truth of our history, both past and present, because our students deserve nothing less and have done so without the support of the district or my administration. However, it is difficult to be an army of one, and creating a unified front where OSSE and the district supports its teachers in this truth-telling not only creates a better learning environment for students, but a supportive community for teachers. Finally, I want to highlight planning time as a serious teacher retention issue. This year, high school world history teachers are expected to implement new curriculum without guaranteed planning time during the workday. Many are planning at night and on weekends just to keep up. While some schools have offered limited support, it has been inconsistent and unsustainable. If OSSE is going to require new standards and curriculum, those materials created by DCPS must be fully developed and released well before the school year begins, with comprehensive lesson banks and protected planning time built into the workday. I participated in OSSE professional development from the school year 2023 to 24 and valued the opportunity to begin aligning my practice to these new standards. However, without effective coordination with the district, new standards were effectively dropped on teachers during the first week of school this year. If we want strong implementation, teacher retention, and safe, supportive schools, OSSE's oversight must be proactive, coordinated, and adequately funded. Our students and educators deserve nothing less. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. And I do have your testimony. Celia Dottridge, I believe, is not here. Elizabeth Weiss.
I'm here. Sorry, just stepping out of a meeting. All right, hopefully you don't hear too many kids in the background. My name is Elizabeth Weiss. I'm a math instructional coach and parent at Brown Education Campus, a DCPS school in the Carver-Langston neighborhood. I'm here to urge you to provide coordinated system-wide supports for schools facing ICE threats and to ensure clear, proactive communication to families that their children are safe and welcome in our schools. We need communication at every level, OSSE, LEAs, and individual schools. Families should not have to rely on rumors, group texts, or social media to determine whether it's safe to send their child to school. As a parent, I have received nothing official. No letter, no district-wide reassurance. Silence creates uncertainty, and uncertainty fuels fear. When immigration enforcement activity increases, or even when rumors circulate, the impact is immediate. Attendance drops, students struggle to focus. Children ask whether their parents will be there at dismissal. Educators do everything we can to reassure them, but reassurance without coordinated policy and clear messaging is fragile. OSSE must provide access to legal counsel for LEAs that do not have their own. School leaders should not be left interpreting federal enforcement policies on the spot. They need clear, centralized guidance so they can respond lawfully and protectively if law enforcement or ICE appears at or near a campus. OSSE should also develop and distribute standardized multilingual resources, classroom guides, posters, and know your rights materials for newcomer students and families. These resources should be consistent across the district so that every family hears the same message. You belong here, your child has a right to an education, and our schools are committed to protecting students. Most urgently, OSSE must support LEAs in developing coordinated safety plans, including safe pathways to school for students who commute. Many of our students travel across neighborhoods. Right now, families and community members are informally organizing carpools and walking groups. That burden cannot continue to fall on volunteers. Protecting students' access to school must be a systemic responsibility. This work is deeply connected to the community schools model. Community schools recognize that learning does not happen in isolation from social conditions. When families face immigration stress, housing instability, or food insecurity, schools must be equipped to respond holistically. Community schools funding allows schools to coordinate legal clinics, mental health services, and trusted partnerships under one coherent strategy. In moments of fear, that infrastructure is not a luxury, it's essential. And while physical safety is essential, we must also ensure that multilingual learners feel welcomed and valued inside our classrooms so that safety is not only about protection from harm, but about belonging and dignity once students walk through the door. If we believe that every child in the district has a right to a public education, then we must communicate that right clearly and back it up with policy, planning, and resources. Families deserve to hear directly and officially that their children are safe and welcome. Thank you for your time and commitment to the district students and families.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss, and I have your statement right here. Ayanna Dudley.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. My name is Ayanna Dudley, and I'm an educator from Ward 6. I've taught English and special education in DC for the past 6 years, and I joined Empower Ed because I believe teachers' voices need to shape policies that affect our classrooms. I became a teacher because I believe education is a key to ensuring that every child has access to opportunity and choice. I want to speak plainly about two things today: protecting student data and overtesting. First, student data. OSSE holds incredibly sensitive information about our students, not just test scores, but disability status, behavioral records, family information, and in some cases, immigration-related data. In this political climate, that responsibility carries real weight. Families should never have to wonder whether sending their child to school could expose them to immigration enforcement. Schools must be safe spaces. OSSE should take clear public steps to ensure student data is protected from agencies like ICE unless there's an absolute legal requirement. Silence on this issue does not build confidence for families or teachers and school staff. I'm also deeply concerned about the use of student behavioral records. Those records should not end up in law enforcement databases. When we blur the lines between school discipline and policing, we contribute to the school to prison pipeline. We especially harm Black students who are already disproportionately disciplined and surveilled. Labeling children early does not prevent crime, it creates barriers. Protecting student data is not just about compliance, it's about trust. Families deserve transparency about what information is collected, how it's stored, and who can access it. Without that trust, everything else becomes harder. Second, over-testing. We all care about accountability, but right now, testing takes up weeks of instructional time in our schools. Between DC CAPE and other required assessments like ANET, various curriculum assessments, classrooms often feel like testing centers rather than learning communities. My students take at least one test every week, creating a constant cycle of pressure that fuels stress and anxiety and leaves little room for genuine learning. As a result, students lose valuable time to build skills, explore ideas, and actually engage with content. Teachers feel pressured to teach to the test rather than to focus on specific skill gaps and learning needs their students actually have. And year after year, the results show predictable gaps along race, income, disability status, and language proficiency. More testing has not closed those gaps. What closes gaps are resources, strong special education services, mental health supports, smaller class sizes, and stable teaching staff. If we truly trust our teachers, we should reduce redundant testing requirements and streamline the assessment calendar. Let teachers teach and let students learn. Protecting student data and reducing overtesting are not abstract policy debates. They are about whether young people feel safe and valued in our school. I urge OSSE to act with clarity and courage on both. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dudley. Andrea Trujillo.
Hello, I'm here. Sorry, trying to get the video to work.
Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Andrea Trujillo. I'm an educator with Empower Ed. I teach at Lolo Taylor, fourth grade inclusion. As educators, we know that attendance is foundational to academic growth, social development, and long-term student success. When students are absent, whether sporadically or chronically, they miss critical instruction, fall behind academically, and often develop avoidant behaviors that compound over time. What I see in my classroom is not a lack of interest or motivation from students. It's their attendance. So one of the most significant challenges is the lack of consistent, affordable childcare. Many of our working parents hold jobs with inflexible hours or non-traditional shifts. For some families, transportation and timing simply do not align with school schedules. I work with students whose parents had no choice but to pick them up at lunch because they had to report to work, which meant those students routinely missed core instruction, especially in foundational areas like writing. This is not the result of negligence. It is a result of a system that does not provide families the support they need to fully participate in their child's education. Additionally, some families cannot afford formal childcare, leaving children in the care of relatives or older siblings who may be unable or unwilling to ensure that the child attends school consistently. When a parent must choose between maintaining employment or supervising the child, it's impossible, and the schooling suffers. So what we're looking at is expanding apprenticeship and teaching programs to help build pathway for DC educators, early educators, and providing affordable childcare and expanding the after school programs. So out of school time programs so that parents have somewhere where they know their children are safe, and career focused and certificate bearing pathways beginning, middle, and high school, making education immediately relevant and opening doors to employment. When families can see tangible outcomes, skills, certificates, and job opportunities, students are more motivated to attend and fully participate in school. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I do not have a copy of your statement if you want to provide it.
Yes, sir.
Dallas Cherry, I believe, is not here. Jordan Doherty is not here. Sophia Barada, I believe, is not here. Ange Perko.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Ange Perko. My pronouns are they, them, and I would appreciate being identified as Perko and not Mr. or Miss Perko, as I identify as a non-binary trans activist. I am a teacher and community member from Ward 4 and testifying here as a fellow with Empower Ed. Most of my experience in education has been with teenagers. I began as a tutor primarily for SAT, ACT. I spent over a decade focused on helping kids achieve the scores they needed to get into their dream school or to qualify for the scholarship that would make all the difference to their future. When I moved into the classroom, I still kept working primarily with seniors. I advised, I consoled, I encouraged. I wrote letters of recommendation and edited essays and helped students search for opportunities that would secure their future, including enlisting in the military. I'm so sorry. For some of my students who were just trying to get through high school and into the workforce and who were intimidated by the rigidity of some of the graduation requirement tasks, the military seemed like a safe, reliable option. I look at the news now every day and I am scared to death for my kids. They released the names of the enlisted service members already killed this past week. One of them is only 20 years old. And some of my former kids are now 20 years old. So I don't know, are some of them going over there? Are some of them already there and signing a child up for a military contract in the hope of the college they might someday attend? Did I accidentally help them sign their death sentence? And why do I bring this up? Because far too many children feel like they don't have a choice. As OSSE considers graduation requirements, they should be determined to make sure every child has as many post-secondary options as possible, ones that honor the variety of intelligences and skills our kids bring to the table. We should be expanding sciences and arts and music and other creative elective pursuits, not cutting them. We want kids to have a wide sense of possibility and the chance to find the career and life path that honors their unique talents and interests. I've got more detailed in my written submission, so EmpowerEd's more specific asks can be found there. I know now like 1/1000th of what military families must be feeling about their kids right now. And I know I'm going to be checking casualty lists with terror, thinking of my past kids. And if they had had more support and understanding about going out to the world, some of those kids might have made different choices about their futures. Thank you as always for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Perko. I do not have your statement.
I submitted it late today, sir. If you guys still don't have it, I can email directly.
All right. Oh, I'm told that we do have it. Jordan Doherty.
Hello. Hi, how are you? My name is Jordan Daugherty. I'm a 9th year DC Public Charter School teacher in Ward 4. I'm an arts educator, teaching dance proudly to pre-K 3 through 8th grade students. Additionally, like artists in the real world, I wear multiple hats at my school. I serve as family engagement lead, athletic director, after-school coordinator, and one of the leaders of school-wide programming like cultural events. You may ask, why did I give you this exhaustive list of my roles? Because I was hoping for you to see the passion behind teachers for their community. There are many teachers like myself who do various roles in the building. We know it adds to the student and family experience. However, alone, we are not as strong. So I'm asking today that you support 2 major programs. First, a major organization that I have benefited from personally to increase the student experience, Bridge the Gap. Bridge the Gap has provided busing, tickets, lunch, supplies, and a wellness PD for my school. The experience could not have happened within the simple confines of the school budget or my schedule with all the other needs I hold. I know my students and teacher peers deserve these experiences, but we don't always have capacity or funding. So if you could help support Bridge the Gap Fund, $700,000 in continued funding so they can continue to help not only me, but other schools and my teacher peers. Likewise, teaching in 2026 is not like teaching in previous years, especially for our families, and questions around social emotional learning. Teacher talk makes sense to other teachers, but when we get to the families, even when we say it plainly, they still need help understanding the needs of what our current generation is going through, what updated standards are, what system changes look like, and how to navigate transportation or special education needs. So I'm asking for OSSE to begin a family engagement program that explains system-level changes with accessibility for different languages, as in EmpowerEd's teacher agenda. It would help support me as a family engagement specialist and make sure schools without strong family engagement programs have access. So I'm asking if you could support OSSE through this by funding $200,000 to OSSE for multilingual family education classes on post-secondary options and social emotional learning. I thank you for your time today. If you have follow-up questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Daugherty. I don't have any questions. I don't know if Councilmember Lewis George does. I will note we have 28 more witnesses, and I am going to have to recess at 5 o'clock. Council members have a meeting. So Councilmember Lewis George, do you have any questions?
No, Ms. Dottery, what school do you attend? You teach?
I'm at Center City Public Charter School, the Petworth campus.
Okay, great. I can follow up with you there on the two programs you mentioned. Thank you, Chairman. I know we have to leave at 5 o'clock, so I want to make sure I don't. I won't ask any questions, so we can get through the witnesses so that we don't have people waiting for an hour during our 5 o'clock meeting.
Correct. We'll
Thank
keep the
you.
government waiting. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Nina Mack, who's Executive Director of the Hill Preschool, Felicia Stewart, Laura Houston, Vashti Cooper, Sienna Miner, Alyssa Norris, Natasha Ellis, Kirsten Seckler, who's Board Chair, Special Olympics, Sharon Murphy Brown, Andrea Tobin, Dana Cardozo, Fatima King, Sharice Crawford, Cheryl Hayes, Anthony David, community organizer with Empower, Sharon Edwards, Melvin Buck Cooper, Rohan Davey, Joanna Blotner, Jill Barefoot, Ariel Siegel, Tiffany Williams, Alexandra Faust, Felicia Stewart, Aisha Hicks, Ronise Hall, and Adrian Smith. I'll go back to the top. And I don't know anybody's name, so shout out if you're at the table. Nina Mack.
I'm here.
All right, please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nina Mack, and I'm the Executive Director of the Hill Preschool here in the district, Ward 6. I'm here today to urge you to fully fund and protect the Pay Equity Fund in the current fiscal year and restore it in the upcoming budget. The district was the first in the nation to implement a true pay equity program for early childhood educators. DC became a national model. Other states are watching us. We should not retreat from leadership now. The January pay cuts of 4.5 to 5.5% were deeply unfair and have caused real harm. Once again, early educators, a workforce made up largely of women and women of color, are being asked to absorb budget shortfalls. Early educators are not line items in a spreadsheet. They are professionals who nurture the minds and development of our youngest residents during the most critical years of life. At the Hill Preschool, we employ dedicated educators who serve many young children and families every year. The Pay Equity Fund allows us to offer competitive wages, recruit qualified teachers, and retain experienced staff. Without it, our salaries would fall significantly behind parity with K-12 teachers, and we would struggle to keep the educators our children depend on. Before the Pay Equity Fund, turnover in early childhood programs was consistent. Classrooms were unstable. Children experienced disruptions. The fund changed that trajectory. It has increased compensation, strengthened credential attainment, stabilized programs, and reduced turnover. It is working. When the council flat-funded the program despite its growth, the results were predictable. Salaries were cut. There is no more room to reduce compensation. If the pay equity fund is eliminated in fiscal year 2027, educators could see salary reductions between $10,000 and $25,000. That is devastating. Many will leave the field entirely. Cutting this program will not just harm educators, it will harm children and families across the district. Programs will be forced to raise tuition, reduce staff, limit enrollment, or close classrooms. When classrooms close, parents cannot work. When parents cannot work, our local economy will suffer. The Pay Equity Fund is not wasteful spending. It is an efficient investment. It strengthens children's outcomes, reduces turnover issues. Our children deserve stable classrooms. Our families deserve reliable care. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Mack, and I do have your statement. Felicia Stewart.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members of the committee, and educators. My name is Felicia Stewart, and I'm an early childhood teacher in Southeast DC at the National Children's Center Early Learning Center, which also serves children of varying need. I am here today not just as a teacher, but as a mother, a provider, and someone whose life has been directly impacted by the Pay Equity Fund. I love what I do. Every day I pour into children during the most important years of their lives. I comfort them when they cry. I teach them how to share, how to speak up, and more importantly, how to believe in themselves. I help build the foundation for their future, for our future. But love does not pay rent, love does not cover groceries, and love most certainly does not send a child to college. Before the Pay Equity Fund, I struggled. I worked hard. The same hard work I do now, but it was not enough to feel financially stable. The Pay Equity Fund changed that for me. It allowed me to stay in the classroom doing what I love most. It allowed me to go back to school, and in May I will be earning my bachelor's degree. It also allowed me to send my own child to college, something that once felt out of reach. This funding didn't just increase my paycheck, it restored dignity to my profession. It told me that my work matters. Eliminating the Pay Equity Fund would not just hurt teachers, it would hurt the children who depend on us. Young children need stability. They need trusted adults who stay. If educators cannot afford to stay, our children lose. The child care subsidy program is just as critical. The families I serve rely on subsidy to access quality care. At National Children's Center, most of our children are on subsidy. Without adequate funding, families will lose access to safe, nurturing environments, and working parents will be forced into impossible decisions. Early childhood education is not babysitting. It is a brain development. It is workforce support. It is community stability. Please do not eliminate the Pay Equity Fund, and please fully fund child care subsidy program. Our children, our families, and educators like myself are counting on you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart, and I have your statement. Laura Houston, who is virtual.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Thank you to the chair and your council members for your time today. My name is Laura Houston, and I'm a resident of Ward 6 and a parent supporter of the Under 3 DC Early Childhood Coalition. I'm here to express support for the Child Care Subsidy Program, which has been an economic lifeline for DC families like mine. I moved to the district in 2022 for my partner's job. And when we moved here, we were astonished at the cost of childcare, which stretched beyond our budget. Although we qualified for the Child Care Subsidy Program based on our family income, our application was denied because I worked as a freelancer. Unfortunately, I couldn't keep up with my work without childcare, and I couldn't pay for childcare without working. Given the high cost of childcare, it made more financial sense for me to leave the workforce and take over as the full-time caregiver for my 2 young children. Too many people, especially mothers, find themselves stuck in this cycle where they can't afford care, but as full-time caregivers, they don't have time to apply for full-time jobs or fit in their gig work. Last year, OSSE made significant progress by expanding the eligibility for child care subsidy programs to allow people who are searching for work or people who work as freelancers to qualify for the subsidy they need to participate in DC's economy, which was major progress. And I'd be devastated if that progress was undone because the program wasn't adequately funded. So I urge the council to adopt the current 2026 all-in for institutes of business activity tax. That way, corporations and firms who are operating in the district and benefiting from our economy, from our services, but not paying business taxes to DC, they should be contributing to our shared resources. And a simple wealth proceeds tax can raise $120 million or more for essential programs and services like the Child Care Subsidy Program and the Pay Equity Fund that our community relies on. So I moved here in 2022, and now in 2026, I'm still home with my youngest child. I plan to work this year when she begins pre-K 3, another DC initiative that benefits all DC families, but especially financially vulnerable ones like mine, enabling higher overall workforce participation and economic health for the district. Let's please keep up that progress instead of throwing DC's most vulnerable parents and their children, not to mention the quality childcare centers that rely on their participation, who we're hearing from today, into financial crisis. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Houston. Vashti Cooper, is that you? Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and the Council. I stand here today as an administrator of the National Children's Center Early Learning and Early Intervention Program in Southeast DC. Our program has experienced the benefits of both pay equity and the child care subsidy. Pay equity incentivizes our high-quality staff to remain in community-based organizations. Currently, 21% of our teaching staff have earned bachelor's degrees, and this number will rise to 26% in May of this year. I've also witnessed the personal milestones that staff have been able to achieve because of pay equity, purchasing homes, sending children to college, and becoming financially stable. By employing staff under pay equity, our retention has increased. Currently, 36% of our staff have been with the program for at least 5 years or more. The Child Care Subsidy Program has made just as much of an impact on our program. Currently, 97% of our student population is part of the program. The Child Care Subsidy Program provides access to high quality care and educational services for a marginalized population. By attending early childhood programs, these children have an opportunity to participate in programs that promote school readiness. School readiness is crucial to closing the achievement gap in education. Our children have an opportunity for success because they are learning how to be successful at an early age. In closing, both pay equity and the Child Care Subsidy Program are essential for early childhood educators as well as the children in their care. Our voice and our children matter, and now is the time for us all to show that we believe in our children. We need your support to continue a systemic solution to closing achievement gaps in education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper, and I have your statement right here. Sienna Miner, Alyssa Norris, Natasha Ellis, Kristen Seckler, that's you.
That's me.
Please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Special Olympics District of Columbia and the more than 2,500 children and adults with intellectual disabilities we serve in the city. Some of them you already heard from today. Special Olympics DC is providing opportunities for people with intellectual disabilities, their families, and the broader community. Whether it's health and wellness, social inclusion, or skills that translate into lifelong abilities leading to employment and contributions to the community and society, all of this is provided free thanks to the private and public funding. I serve as the board chair for Special Olympics DC, a role I took after spending 20 years with Special Olympics International. I have a global perspective on the power of Special Olympics programming, which not only impacts the estimated 3% of the population with ID, but also positively affects those who connect with Special Olympics, such as volunteers. Having this global perspective has given me unique insights. It is important to note that Special Olympics is in over 170 countries worldwide, and many of these countries have a smaller annual budget than the District of Columbia. I have witnessed firsthand how countries like the Gambia, Lesotho, Andorra, Liechtenstein, Dominica, Vanuatu, and St. Kitts and Nevis all have annual budgets of less than $4 billion and have thriving Special Olympics programs and support for people with intellectual disabilities. Or even here in the US, Alaska, Delaware, Kansas, Mississippi, Montana, New Mexico, Nevada, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Vermont, West Virginia, and Wyoming are all states with similar or less annual budgets than the district's annual $22 billion budget, but are all providing more support for Special Olympics and for people with intellectual disability than the District of Columbia is currently providing. Last November, Burkina Faso, a country facing enormous challenges and civil unrest, pledged ongoing support for people with intellectual disabilities thanks to its partnership with Special Olympics to broaden programming to reach more youth with and without intellectual disabilities. Sports creates a universal playing field for opportunity, and Special Olympics is making that accessible to all who can benefit. The organization is filling gaps for healthcare with free health screenings. Did you know that if a Special Olympics athlete is found to have visual impairment, they receive free corrective eyewear? Did you know that Special Olympics is providing free sports physicals? Did you know that schools that provide Special Olympics programming are seeing better graduation rates and more accepting school climate? Not to mention, Special Olympics is ensuring that the Americans with Disabilities Act and Title IX requirements are being met here in the district. While the name Special Olympics may conjure visions of nice track meets, the reality is that this organization is doing much, much more every day in this community. Thank you to OSSE for the transportation support you've provided to Special Olympics athletes over the years. You have fit in transportation support when possible. My request today is simple. Budget $500,000 in guaranteed funding annually for transportation for all schools that have requested to have their Special Olympics education students participate in the 2026-2027 school year and beyond. Special Olympics athletes, people with intellectual disabilities, cannot be a nice to do, but deserve to be a have to do. They need fully guaranteed transportation funding for these students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seckler. Sharon Murphy-Brown, who's virtual.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Sharon Murphy-Brown, and I serve as the Deputy Chief of Education and Youth Programs at Martha's Table. At Martha's Table, our mission is to develop and support strong families, strong children, strong families, and strong communities. Early childhood education sits at the center of that mission. When children have access to safe, high-quality early learning environments, families can work and pursue opportunities, and children and communities can thrive. We operate 2 early childhood programs in DC. Our largest early childhood program is located in Ward 8, a predominantly Black community where many families face significant economic barriers. Roughly 40% of the families we serve live below the poverty line. The Child Care Subsidy Program through OSSE is what makes early education access possible for many of them. Without it, the cost of childcare would simply be out of reach. Potential changes to the OSSE subsidy program being considered, such as cutting reimbursement rates and implementing a waitlist, pose a direct threat to the stability of programs like ours. A waitlist would not simply slow enrollment, it would effectively freeze access for families seeking care. That means parents who want to work, attend school, or pursue training could be left without safe and reliable care for their children. For providers like Martha's Table, this creates a different kind of crisis. Childcare is a fixed cost system. Our staffing, rent, utilities, and food costs do not disappear when a seat goes unfilled. When subsidy seats remain vacant due to enrollment freezes or reimbursement cuts, programs like ours must make impossible choices by considering the unfavorable reduction of services or jeopardizing continuity of reliable care and education for children and families. At the same time, our educators are facing growing instability. The OSSE Pay Equity Fund has been one of the most transformative investments the district has made in early childhood education. It has helped recognize and elevate the professionalism and importance of our early educators and has improved morale and workforce stability across the sector. Our teachers show up every single day to care for and educate young children during the most critical development years of their life. But it is difficult for educators to give their best when they are wondering how to take care of themselves and their families, what their paycheck will look like a few months from now, or whether the system supporting their work will continue to exist. Teachers who are well supported are more present, more engaged, and able to focus fully on students rather than financial stress. Over the past several years, the district has built something important, very important, a stronger early childhood system, a growing workforce, and more families able to access care.
Ms. Murphy
It would be
Brown, I'm
deeply-
going to have to cut you off. You're over your time, and I don't have a copy of your statement.
Thank
So
you.
if you
It
could
will be
provide the
submitted.
statement. Thank you. Andrea Tobin.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Andrea Tobin, Executive Director of Kid Power. We're celebrating our 24th anniversary today. We're a nonprofit rooted in sustainable community-focused development. Today, we support over 1,000 youth across DC through after-school, summer mentoring, and high-impact tutoring. Today, I'm here to urge the council to sustain funding for high-impact tutoring HIT programming through OSSE. The HIT works because students feel seen, respected, and that they belong. When students feel a sense of belonging, learning follows. We see it in their confidence, their engagement, and even their joy. The clearest evidence of this program's impact comes from the voices of those close to it, our youth and our schools. The students are always happy to see their tutors, Boone Elementary School ELA coach. The kids are running to their Kid Power sessions, Rocket Ship Legacy Prep. My tutor is nice and always comes with a smile. I can always understand what he is teaching me. Savoy student. When students are running towards intervention instead of away from it, we know something's working. Because when students feel safe, supported, and connected, they take academic risk. They persist and they grow. In fact, last year, students in our HIT program demonstrated an average of 8.4 months in reading skills in just over 25 weeks. They achieved 87% lesson mastery. But academic progress is only part of the story. 92% of teachers reported tutors built strong relationships with their students. 94% of students said they enjoyed learning, and 89% reported a strong sense of belonging at school. HIT is not just accelerating skills, it's rebuilding confidence, connection, and engagement. We know that learning disruptions of the pandemic did not disappear when schools reopened. They remained, disproportionately affecting students in communities that have long faced educational inequities. In fact, across our partner schools, a majority of students are still performing under grade level in literacy and math, making structured, aligned interventions essential. High-impact tutoring is one of the most researched and cost-effective strategies available to accelerate learning recovery. We believe it is essential educational infrastructure. I urge the council to protect funding for HIT through OSSE. Without sustained tutoring support, many of our highest need students risk falling further behind at a time when schools are already stretched thin. We cannot pull back from a strategy that is producing measurable academic gains, strengthening school partnerships, and restoring students' beliefs in themselves. I also want to express deep gratitude to the council, OSSE's amazing HIT team, to DCPS, to City Tutor, and our school partners. By investing in high-impact tutoring, you're not only addressing academic gaps, you're fostering belonging, confidence, and long-term opportunity. Together, we can close opportunity gaps and ensure that every student has a path to success. Thank you for your continued commitment to district youth, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tobin, and I do have your statement. Dana Cardozo, I believe, is not here. Fatima King, I believe, or Fatima King is not here. Charisse Crawford, I think, is not here. Cheryl Hayes is not here. Anthony David is online.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson Allen, or Chairperson Mendelson, my apologies. My name is Anthony David Jr. I'm a community organizer with Empower DC. For the past 2 decades, Empower DC has worked to advance racial, economic, and environmental justice. And today, my testimony is highlighting the OSSE W Street bus terminal. This is one of the most pressing issues facing the Brentwood community. And it's continued with lack of transparency surrounding this W Street bus terminal. Residents have repeatedly requested clear, consistent, and accessible updates on this project, yet information remains scarce. Community engagement should not be treated as an afterthought. It must be an integral part of the decision-making process. The failure to provide meaningful transparency undermines trust and contributes to a growing frustration amongst residents who feel excluded from discussions that directly impact their health and well-being. Residents have received no updates on this bus terminal for over 2 years now. There is no information about updated site plans, and we know that there were site plans updated because there was a perennial stream found on the site, and no one has addressed the insufficient traffic analysis conducted on the bus terminal project, which is on the corner of W Street and Montana Avenue, which experiences high traffic volumes at peak hours. An expert reviewer analyzed this and found that the scope and accuracy raised a lot of questions and concerns. Furthermore, residents were promised additional traffic analysis to fully assess the impacts of increased buses and whatnot, which leads me to my next questions, because residents were told that the New York Avenue buses in Ivy City were supposed to be coming to this site. Now we found out that the New York Avenue buses have signed a new multi-year lease, so there's still uncertainty and unclarity about the amount of buses are coming to the Brentwood community. We were told that there's 220 buses, 250 buses, and also trying to figure out the amount of buses that are supposed to be receiving electrification. There's also uncertainty and unclarity about where these district government workers are actually going to be parking. This area also has insufficient parking, and they are also battling for space between DC Paving, DDOT, and all the other industrial facilities that are all along W Street. So residents are already receiving, troubles with parking issues. So this bus terminal will add more to that. In conclusion, the Brentwood community deserves transparency and accountability and meaningful engagement in transportation and infrastructure planning. We urge the committee to hold OSSE accountable and providing updates to the Brentwood community on the OSSE school bus terminal, and that a public meeting should be held with the community as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David. Who have you reached out to at OSSE?
We've reached out to Raphael Park, and then we've also been getting bounced around between OSSE and DGS. DGS felt like it's not their responsibility.
So you've reached out to Raphael Park. And
yeah.
Did he say no to meeting with the community?
He hasn't responded to multiple emails that was sent by us, and also Councilmember Parker has reached out to OSSE to request meetings for.
Who sent the emails? Was it you, Mr. David?
Yes.
Okay, because when he comes up, I'll ask him to respond. We did get an update at the last hearing on OSSE transportation. Sharon Edwards, I believe, is not here. Melvin Buck Cooper, I believe, is not here. Rohan Davey, I believe, is not here. Joanna Blotner.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Joanna Blotner, and I serve as the Director of Government Affairs at DC Action, one of the conveners of the Under 3 DC Coalition. You have heard multiple testimonies today on the funding crisis facing OSSE. I'm here to testify on the crisis of leadership and transparency, both OSSE's and the mayor's. Last June, we testified before this committee that the mayor's proposed budget for the child care subsidy program and pay equity were woefully insufficient. OSSE had to know this too, because their subsidy spending for FY24 was $106 million, yet the proposed budget totaled just $86 million. Their leadership testified under oath that they provided the council with an accurate budget to fully fund the program's then current enrollment level. It has now been more than 8 months that OSSE has known that the subsidy program could run out mid-year. They knew thousands of families and providers would be at risk, and yet instead of immediately launching a robust, transparent public engagement or rulemaking process to enable stakeholders to be real partners in problem solving, they waited and waited. In August, the agency published outlines of a draft waitlist policy soliciting feedback only after publication. Providers, families, and advocates took time to respond in good faith, and then silence. No response, just a void. Last month, the Mayor Council Breakfast was the first time the early education community had an opportunity to hear how the administration was considering addressing the funding pressures on the subsidy program. But they didn't hear those considerations directly, and they were not consulted beforehand about the real-world impacts of such considerations. Changes of this magnitude, waitlist, freezes, rate cuts, are changes that could collapse the entire early education system. As such, they demand robust public stakeholder engagement to shape outcomes before changes are made. They deserve rigorous evaluation of the downstream costs that these changes would trigger, and they deserve a full standard rulemaking process. An emergency rulemaking process makes decisions behind closed doors and then asks for public input after changes are in effect. This wrongly shifts consequences of the administration's mismanagement onto working families and small businesses already operating on razor-thin margins. OSSE already tested the community's trust once, frankly, more than once, because of the budget hostility the mayor and therefore the agency continue to demonstrate toward pay equity. If changes to the subsidy program become necessary because the mayor fails to identify the remaining $32 million necessary to sustain FY26 operations, those regulatory changes must go through full rulemaking, period. And let me be clear, we strongly oppose these changes, and a waitlist will not magically solve this budget gap. But if the district insists on moving in this wrong direction, they must do so transparently and equitably. This funding shortfall has been known for months, and a failure to act sooner does not justify cutting the public out now. Finally, the council must obtain clarity today about who is calling the shots about if and when to proceed with drafting regulations that would enact a waitlist or rate changes. And separately, who was responsible for drafting these changes? If it's not OSSE's Division of Early Learning, you must ask why. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blattner. We do have some questions for them about it. Joe Barefoot. Ms. Barefoot, I believe you're online. Maybe we'll come back to you. Ariel Siegel, I believe, is not here. Tiffany Williams is virtual. Ms. Williams,
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman.
please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tiffany Williams, and I am the President and CEO of Martha's Table. As we celebrate 45 years of service to the District of Columbia, we have faithfully served its residents, committed to helping neighbors thrive. We have maintained a front row seat to the evolving needs of families across the district as costs for basic needs increase: food, housing, clothing, and childcare. Through the offerings of 17 programs at Martha's Table, we work holistically to meet the needs and support the aspirations of families, helping them transition from instability to thriving. I am here today to speak in strong support of the OSSE Child Care Subsidy Program. As the leader of a large nonprofit in DC employing 120 people, including 30 highly credentialed early childhood professionals and administrators, we have seen a 50% increase in the number of community members needing food support in the past year alone, resulting in a 40% increase in our food budget. The needs of our city are growing while the resources needed to support them are waning. I commend you all for grappling with these very difficult challenges. Through our early childhood programs, Martha's Table provides high-quality, nationally accredited early learning services to almost 60 children and their families. 83% of our children transition from our early childhood program to kindergarten ready. 100% of families at our Northwest location and 92% of families at our Southeast location participate in the Child Care Subsidy Program. Families need their children to be in a place they can trust with properly trained educators who can teach and care for them while they go to work each day. The Child Care Subsidy Program is a lifeline for thousands of families working diligently to build a better future for themselves and their children. DC has the highest child care costs in the country, with an average annual cost of $26,000, while the average salary of families in the communities that we serve hovers around $47,000. No doubt, our most vulnerable citizens will bear the burden of cuts to the Child Care Subsidy and Pay Equity Fund. Without subsidy support, child care centers will be forced to shut their doors, and families will have to make difficult decisions between working, being productive taxpaying citizens, or quitting their jobs because the cost of care is beyond their reach. We know that from an economic perspective, investing in early care pays dividends. Every dollar invested generates more than $7 in economic activity, according to the First 5 Years Fund. Simply put, we cannot have a thriving city when families are forced to choose between work and childcare. We cannot make cuts on the backs of our children. Our families and our children deserve better and more. I acknowledge there are no easy solutions to the enormous budget crisis the mayor and council are facing, but I am more than willing to be a part of the conversations focused on solutions and welcome any opportunities to further the discussion. Thank you again for your time and commitment to supporting strong children, strong families, and strong communities.
Thank you,
Happy to
Ms.
take any
Williams.
questions. Thank you.
And I don't have a copy of your statement if you would provide it.
I submitted it earlier. Thank you.
Jill Barefoot,
Hi,
please proceed.
sorry about that. Chairperson, members of the council, I'm here because once again, early childhood educators are being asked to carry uncertainty on our backs while the city makes other priorities clear. I'm here today not just an early childhood educator at the Hill Preschool, but as someone who has spent years building classrooms, mentoring teachers, strengthening curriculum, and raising quality in this city because you asked us to. When the pay equity was introduced, it was presented as a correction, a long overdue acknowledgement that early childhood educators deserve compensation comparable to our colleagues in K through 12. We believed you. We leaned into the system. We submitted to ITERs and class observations. We pursued degrees and credentials. We raised standards for lead teachers and assistant teachers alike. We opened our doors for evaluation and accountability. We did not resist higher expectations. The bar was raised and we met it. We did what you asked of us. And now, just as the workforce has begun to stabilize, just as teachers have begun to feel that they can remain in the field without sacrificing their financial security, we're again facing the loss of this funding. The same system that required more of us is preparing to pull away the financial structure that made those higher standards sustainable. This is not simply about educator pay. This is about stability. We're already operating in a fragile workforce. Many educators remain in this field because they believe in children, in community, in the foundational importance of the first 5 years of life. But belief does not pay rent, dedication does not cover childcare, and passion does not offset inflation. We cannot say that we value public safety, infrastructure, or economic growth while neglecting the foundation that makes all of those things possible. High quality early childhood education is infrastructure, or it is economic development, it is public safety, it is community stability. At the same time, the city has allocated $681 million toward a new stadium project at RFK Memorial Stadium. This is not an argument against development. This is a question of priorities. And let us be honest about what that communicates. It tells early childhood educators that their work is conditional. It tells women who make up the overwhelmingly majority of this workforce that their labor is still negotiable. It tells children under 5 that their foundational years are less urgent than other city investments. And for decades, early childhood educators were underpaid and overlooked. The Pay Equity Fund did not create a luxury, it created sustainability. It allowed educators to remain in the field they love without choosing between their profession and their survival. So now we are asking you to demonstrate that early childhood education is not a temporary political priority, but a permanent civic value. Children under 5 can now advocate for themselves in this chamber. We're here to do it for them. So please preserve the Pay Equity Fund, honor the commitment, and protect the foundations of this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Barefoot. And I do have a copy of your statement. Let me see. I think I had called Ariel Siegel, who's not here. Alexandra Faust is not here. Aisha Hicks is not here. Ranice Hall is not here. And Adrian Smith is not here. I do not have questions for any of the witnesses. All of the testimony has been helpful.
Yeah.
I hope that witnesses have gotten a sense that the council is supportive of the ECE, the pay equity program, and also wants child care subsidy adequately funded. So the testimony has been helpful. We'll see what the mayor proposes. Councilmember Lewis George, did you have any questions?
And no, I would just say ditto to you, Chairman, in all those respects, that the council is absolutely supportive of our early childhood educator pay equity fund, and we appreciate the feedback and the great testimony. Was very helpful. Thank you.
So thank you all. You all are excused. We're going to take a recess, and I'm hopeful the recess is no more than a half an hour. It could be a bit longer. Maybe I can text staff and give them a sense to give the agency. The next witness is the agency. I'll give them a sense of what time we will resume. The time is 5:01 and we are recessed. We're resuming this hearing. I'm sorry to keep everybody waiting. This is a continuation of the performance oversight hearing by the Committee of the Whole, the topic being the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Time is 6:45. We've completed the testimony from all the non-government witnesses, and we are turning now to Dr. Antoinette Mitchell, who is the State Superintendent, Office of the State Superintendent of Education. I understand you have a statement,
Yes, I do, sir.
so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Antoinette Mitchell, and it is my honor to serve the District of Columbia as the State Superintendent of Education. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the Office of the State Superintendent of Education's performance in fiscal year 2025 and our work to date in fiscal year 2026. In my testimony today, I will highlight some of our biggest successes from the past year, a few of our greatest challenges, and our vision for continuous improvement moving forward. Before we get into the specifics, however, and the work that we are doing, I would like to take a step back and ground us in the context of who we are as a city. Our public education system continues making progress across several core outcomes. Academic achievement is improving. Graduation rates are rising. Teacher retention is strengthening. And career and technical education participation is growing. Every student in the District of Columbia, from birth to adulthood, deserves access to high-quality learning experiences that lead to strong academic outcomes. At last year's performance oversight hearing, I shared that researchers ranked DC first in the nation in math and reading recovery. This year, I am proud to report continued progress. We've accelerated the pace of progress in both English language arts and math, and our students are among the small number nationally to have surpassed pre-pandemic ELA achievement. While we still have significant progress to make, it is important to recognize our children's growth. Our 2025 DC CAPE scores reflected the greatest year-over-year improvement to date. High school graduation is more than a milestone. It is a gateway to college, career, and long-term opportunity. High school graduation rates reached record highs this year. In 2011, OSSE first published Adjusted Cohort Graduation Rates, or ACGR, the standardized measure of the percentage of high school students, high school freshmen, who graduate in 4 years. At that time, DC's graduation rate was 59%. This year, the district's ACGR was 79%. This 20 percentage point increase means that 1,000 more young people graduated on time and have a clearer path to opportunity. Graduating from high school has a direct link to earnings and workforce participation, so these gains translate into real and meaningful benefits for district residents. Excuse me. Strong schools depend on educators who stay and grow their careers. Teachers are the most important in-school factor influencing student learning and lives. While there is a continuous need for new teachers to enter the profession, experienced teachers bring critical skills that strengthen instruction and student support. Teacher retention continues to improve in the district. This year, DC's overall teacher retention rate is up to 88%. Same school retention is 7 percentage points higher than 4 years ago. Furthermore, more than 9 out of 10 teachers rated effective or higher remained in the district's educator workforce this year. Career and technical education is another area of progress. CTE transforms learning into real-world possibility by connecting students with experiences that expand opportunities. As state superintendent, I consistently hear from young people who desire clear, accessible pathways to post-secondary success. In alignment with this goal, we have made significant investments to expand CTE, growing from 2 programs of study in 2020 to 41 programs of study today. Last year, 32 high schools participated in OSSE-funded CTE programs, and nearly 6,200 students earned at least 1 CTE credit. Nearly 2,000 students concentrated in CTE, earning 3 or more credits in a program of study and placing themselves on a pathway to a family-sustaining career. That growth represents a 188% increase since 2020 and a 29% increase, year-over-year increase. High-quality CTE programs align student interests with workforce demand and long-term economic mobility. OSSE has also invested in and continues to strengthen the district's Advanced Technical Centers, or ATCs. Over the first 3 years of the ATC's operation, we expanded enrollment from 96 students across 8 high schools to 368 students across 25 high schools and 2 locations. To date, our students have earned approximately $3 million worth of college credits. We have simultaneously strengthened access to work-based learning by adding strategic partnerships with Children's National Hospital, MedStar Health, and Whitman Walker Health. These are trajectory-changing opportunities for our students. For example, one senior at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School said, "Being at the ATC opened me up to field experiences and hands-on opportunities. Now I'm back as a senior to do the Certified Nursing Assistant class. Next year, I'm planning to continue college at Trinity to become a nurse, and I'm excited to go back to campus because I'm already familiar with everything. I've gotten a jump start on my future success by being at the ATC, and I know now what I want my life to look like." There are human stories behind each of the statistics I have cited that are grounded in the individual efforts of our students, families, educators, and public servants. I am incredibly honored to have the opportunity to recognize those efforts through the relaying of these positive statistics. Nonetheless, we must be clear-eyed and honest about the fact that despite academic gains across most racial and ethnic groups and every ward in our city, we continue to see large outcome gaps between students who are economically disadvantaged and their non-disadvantaged peers. Our nation has made progress in reducing opportunity gaps stemming from odious, ingrained racial, ethnic, and economic divisions. However, this progress has plateaued in recent years, and we see that academic outcome gaps persist locally and nationally. We as a community must continue to strive to ensure that we break down the barriers that stratify opportunity across race, class, and geography. Access to high-quality early learning is essential to student success. Universal Pre-K strengthens educational equity by ensuring students begin school ready to learn. Alongside gains in student achievement, graduation rates, teacher retention, and CTE participation, the district continues to operate the nation's leading universal public pre-K system. Due to the district's robust investment in a universal system and high-quality early learning experiences, 82% of 3-year-olds and 95% of 4-year-olds enroll in public pre-K in DC. This compares with national averages of just 8% and 37% respectively. These efforts also help retain families in the district, supporting the workforce and the local economy. The final success I'd like to highlight before transitioning to areas of growth is OSSE's DC Tuition Assistance Grant Program, or DC TAG. This is a vital resource for college accessibility. DC TAG provides scholarships to DC residents attending eligible 2- and 4-year colleges. I'm very pleased to share that after a multi-year advocacy effort, DC TAG's annual and lifetime caps were recently raised 50% by Congress. DC graduates can now receive up to $15,000 annually and up to $75,000 over the lifetime of the award to attend public colleges nationwide. This is a huge win for our students and for the district as a whole. Our OSSE deeply appreciates Mayor Bowser, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, and other key stakeholders for moving this effort forward to completion. The money makes a real difference. Armoni Evans, a current DC TAG recipient, recently shared the following about her college journey. My DC TAG award was the critical last piece of financial support I needed to enroll at Norfolk State University. When I got the DC TAG award, it was a huge relief and motivation. It made attending NSU feel possible and confirmed that I was making the right decision. Now I'm halfway through my freshman year and really enjoying my social work classes. None of this would have been possible without the support of DC TAG. It has opened doors to experiences that will define my future long after I've graduated. Armoni's story is a clear reminder that the district is driving tremendous educational progress from birth through adulthood. While I've shared some of our successes over the past year, we have also faced challenges, and I'll talk about some of those next. Our challenges include OSSE's Child Care Subsidy Program, special education delivery, and a changing federal landscape. I'll provide you with an overview of OSSE's approaches to these challenges and how we are seeking to strengthen our systems and supports in 2026 and beyond. First, childcare. Childcare is vital for working families and a foundation for early learning. The Child Care Subsidy Program is one of several ways that OSSE supports families with their child care and early education needs. We have experienced tremendous growth in the Child Care Subsidy Program. After supporting fewer than 5,600 children in fiscal year 21 through 24, program enrollment increased to nearly 6,800 in fiscal year 25. As of January 2026, we now exceed 7,500 children enrolled in the Child Care Subsidy Program. This growth, combined with an increase in program quality designations, has created a significant budget pressure. We are currently on pace to spend $138 million in fiscal year 2026. As council and other interested stakeholders consider this matter, I'd like to emphasize 3 points. First, the Child Care Subsidy Program boosts workforce participation and the local economy, supports child development, provides stability to providers, and helps low to moderate income families make ends meet. In sum, it is a program of value. Second, my team and I have engaged deeply to identify a path forward to sustain services for currently enrolled children while reducing program costs. We believe that our best course of action is to implement a wait list with clear prioritized eligibility criteria for families that need it most. This action will ensure that currently enrolled children will continue to be served while seeking to bring enrollment in line with available funds. It will also support future budget stability as the district will be able to budget for a target enrollment figure. Third, I am committed to transparency and continued communication with council, with providers, and with families as we move forward. While we must move quickly to maximize programmatic savings, we will only implement these changes after fully communicating them with all stakeholders, providing transition time for changes, and carefully considering alternative recommendations that may be raised. Next, we are strengthening oversight and accountability to improve the quality and consistency of special education services district-wide. In 2023, OSSE launched our inaugural Special Education Performance Reports, or SEPR, transforming our oversight of special education by providing every LEA in the district with a comprehensive evaluation and clear action steps. SEPR's compliance, diagnostic, and outcomes-oriented data provide the robust foundation we need to strengthen special education service delivery. In fiscal year 25, OSSE revamped our monitoring and technical assistance to increase LEA compliance and drive student outcomes. We transitioned from quarterly touchpoints for all LEAs to weekly practice improvement supports for LEAs with a significant data-informed need and monthly touchpoints for all others. As OSSE delivers high-quality monitoring and technical assistance to LEAs, we remain committed to using increasing accountability measures to improve special education practices. OSSE will continue to strengthen our monitoring, technical assistance, and accountability to better foster a system that recognizes, values, and supports all students with disabilities. OSSE student transportation services are also an important part of the special education landscape. I am happy to report that we are modernizing student transportation systems to improve reliability and transparency for families. We have made improvements to our multimodal transportation delivery system and how we track progress. This year, we launched our new and innovative parent portal, and we tripled the number of families enrolled in our parent stipend program. As a result, we anticipate reducing our agency transportation spending by approximately $16 million and consistently staying within our budget. Based on these efforts, this year, our buses have a 93% on-time arrival to school. Despite these achievements, however, we are not yet at our goal of 100%, and we must continue to improve our systems. We are excited to have an approved contract in place for a new enterprise GPS routing and parent application system. We are working with urgency to implement the new system. Among other important advancements, the new enterprise system will provide our families with clear, accurate information about the status of their child's bus, and it will eliminate our dependence on paper trip tickets. Looking forward, we will continue to seek programmatic efficiencies and target transportation services to those who truly need them. The final challenge I will highlight is that the federal education landscape is shifting rapidly. As DC's state education agency, OSSE plays an integral role in implementing federal education programs in the district. In this capacity, we have worked closely with partners across government to navigate recent changes to the federal education landscape. After the U.S. Department of Education attempted to rescind previously granted COVID-19 relief funds last March, we joined a multi-state lawsuit. Through this lawsuit and our agency's persistent, effective communication with the U.S. Department of Education, we were able to secure an additional $25 million in reimbursements for the district. We also successfully navigated the department's unexpected freeze of Elementary and Secondary Education Act grant funds this summer. Regardless of what programmatic challenges may lie ahead, OSSE will continue to work purposefully and in partnership with stakeholders, including our federal partners, to minimize disruptions to district programs in the coming year. Finally, I will share OSSE's commitment to continued progress and improvements moving forward. I look forward to making progress on several agency priorities we have been advancing in fiscal year 25 and 26. We have laid important groundwork by developing comprehensive strategies to increase math achievement in the district, by winning and administering a $10 million federal grant to support DC's school mental health workforce, and by launching a survey to identify what AI-related supports LEAs want from our agency. We have also been meeting frequently with LEAs as we prepare to join the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium and transition statewide assessments in 2027. This change will enhance teaching and learning in the district by reducing testing time and providing schools with access to aligned interim assessments and instructional tools. These tools will provide teachers with more timely, actionable data to inform instructional practices. Through these endeavors and more, OSSE will remain committed to continuous progress with a particular focus on serving students furthest from opportunity. OSSE will celebrate a milestone of 20 years of service to students and families in the district next year. As we take that work into the future, we will launch a new 5-year strategic plan this spring. The strategic plan will set forth a unifying vision and shared purpose for OSSE staff and stakeholders. It will have ambitious but actionable goals that sharpen OSSE's focus on improving academic outcomes for all students and create accountability for the agency and our partners. To ensure that the plan is inclusive of multiple perspectives, we engaged a variety of internal and external stakeholders. To date, we have hosted 26 targeted focus groups with stakeholders across the DC educational landscape. We have also disseminated a public feedback survey to help inform the selection and refinement of the plan's proposed priorities and initiatives. We are working to finalize the plan, and we will be happy to share it with you once we launch it this spring. OSSE has accomplished a great deal over the last year, from doubling the impact of our high-impact tutoring dollars to opening a new ATC in Ward 8. As we look forward, I am committed to putting the agency's collective experience, expertise, and efforts toward continuous progress for the district's learners from birth through adulthood. I am privileged to lead, to head an agency where the ethos of hard work and commitment to continuous improvement permeates every division. None of the accomplishments I speak of today would be possible without the knowledge and sacrifices of OSSE's workforce. I am deeply appreciative of the OSSE team's commitment to public service and bettering education in the district. In conclusion, DC's educational outcomes continue to be among the fastest improving in the nation. We are building clear on-ramps for students to join the workforce in high-demand, high-wage careers. We have the nation's best public pre-K system, and we will prioritize efforts to sustain the child care subsidy program. We have established strong special education data systems, enabling us to provide more robust accountability, and OSSE's transportation services will be further enhanced by our recent procurement of a new enterprise data system. We will continue to work with our federal and district partners to successfully navigate the shifting federal policy environment and make continuous improvements to our agency's systems and programs. I appreciate the opportunity to share the progress we have made on these matters and others. I will end with the words of 3 students because they are the driving force behind every decision and action that our agency takes. A 4th grader at Rocket Ship Legacy Prep shared his love of OSSE-supported high-impact tutoring, relating that the best part about tutoring is that when she comes to pick us up, we get straight to work and I get more intelligent. A high school student stated the following about our advanced internship program. This experience solidified my job interest. I've been able to apply all that I've learned in real life. I've developed as a person because of this internship, and I've done things I thought I would never be able to do. I learned about software and how to manipulate photos, and that's helped me grow my brand. And finally, a student and paraprofessional explained that OSSE's apprenticeship and teaching program changed my life for the better. For one, it has made achieving my degree financially possible. Without this support, the high cost of tuition would have kept this dream out of reach. Beyond the financial aspect, I am gaining the knowledge and confidence through my coursework to become a more effective educator and a stronger advocate for students like me, those with the drive to succeed but not the financial means. OSSE is proud to administer these programs and many others, which expand student horizons and strengthen educational programming in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to present our work today, and thank you to the many members of the public who took time to testify. And I'm happy now to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Put me on a 10-minute clock. I'm going to start by asking some questions about OSSE DOT. The contract, so we learned that the contract was entered into, I guess it was a letter contract in November. Why did it take until February before it was fully executed?
I think that it took until February for the contract to be fully executed because of procurement rules in the city. We were able, however, to begin working with the contract with the vendor once we signed the letter contract. And so we made great progress in terms of preparing the data for the system to be implemented once the contract was signed.
Did you come to a point late January where the vendor had to stop work?
No, we never did.
So the 2-month delay did not in any way impact the work you getting from the vendor?
No, sir.
You were present, maybe, or Mr. Park may have been present, when there was testimony from Anthony David about the community not being kept informed of what's going on with the W Street terminal?
Yes.
Since Mr. Park is there, maybe he's the one to answer. Mr. David said he had sent emails and didn't get a response.
Yes, it's my understanding that OSSE has indeed worked with Mr. Davis and his group when he contacted us in 2003. We attended a 2023. We attended a meeting. He contacted us in 2024. We sent data. In 2025, he contacted Mr. Park, as you indicated. We also had staff from Councilmember Parker's office contact us at the same time, asking for data. We provided that data. Mr. Park did not get back to Mr. Davis, but we thought that having provided the data for the meeting was sufficient. So we have been interacting and sharing as much data as possible.
Well, data, but they want to know what the status is of the work, when it's going to open. They had questions about whether it was going to accommodate the buses at New York Avenue. That sounds like a community meeting to me. Have they asked for a community meeting?
I'm going to take it.
Yes, so when Mr. David contacted us on October 28th, it was actually the day of our transportation hearing. That day, Mr. David, when he reached out, council member Parker's office also reached out to us for updates regarding information that can be shared out in the meeting, including anti-hiding laws and how our routes are built and whether our buses will drive through the residential areas. And we were able to provide not only data but also information specifically being asked to be shared out in the meeting. Now, I also understand that Mr. David has been in contact with our DGS partner last year, who was conducting the construction. But having said all this, during our recess period, I actually reached out to Mr. David and offered to have a meeting with the community as well for anything that OSSE is able to
So you reached out to him and offered a meeting?
Yes.
A meeting, not a community meeting, but a meeting.
I did mention community meeting, so we'll be happy to go to a meeting or actually host a meeting with a particular.
You would be willing to do that.
Yes,
But
sir.
so when did you reach out to him and say you'd be willing to meet?
Oh, I just did that after I was hearing the
Today?
testimony. Yes, earlier.
Okay. There was testimony earlier today, and I'm reading from this testimony. According to the performance response from OSSE DOT, quote, when parents call the PRC, I think that's the Parent Resource Center, a call center representative can locate the bus and share the location and ETA in real time, unquote. That's that was the response to us and the pre-hearing questions. Continuing with the testimony, however, this is not what happens in practice, as call center representatives are now refusing to provide parents information about the location of the bus unless it is more than 15 minutes late. It is especially frustrating for the call representatives to have information about my child's bus location and be unwilling to provide it to me.
I'll start and let Mr. Park pick him up. As you know, we have 3,700 kids riding our buses. And so the call center can't take so many calls, can only handle so many calls. And so unless the caller is calling about a bus that is late, we have difficulty answering those calls. And I think that this is a particular case that Mr. Park can speak to more directly.
Yeah, so certain parents, call us. Most of our parents tend to call us when the buses are running behind schedule. So if your pickup is 7:30 and let's say it's 7:35 or 40, our parents can call the call center and ask for a status of why there may be a delay when the next ETA is. We also have parents, who just want that peace of mind, which I want for them as well, where they call maybe about an hour early in terms of can we know where the school bus is as well. And when we have these instances, we have about 25 call agents answering calls from various different parents as well. So as you may know, we have internal GPS equipped on every bus, but it takes about 5 to 10 minutes to really find out what bus number is running, where this is located, to be able to help support our parents. However, we actually have to prioritize calls that are more tier 1 for us in terms of buses, that are running behind. So we tend to, have a practice of, informing the parent right now, we can't, answer this question, but if the bus is actually delayed, then, we're happy to report the, information back out to the parents. So, there are some calls that, we may not be able to help support the parent because we have a call queue that, we have to handle.
I'm a little confused, and I'm also not feeling why this is good customer service. So your call taker is going to have to deal with me asking what time the bus is going to come. And that's going to take some time because I'm a little concerned, and then I get kind of annoyed because you're not going to tell me when the bus is going to come.
We do share that the bus is on time. So, but we may not be able to share out the information in terms of the bus is located currently at the X and Y intersection.
So the issue here is looking at this testimony, call center representatives are now refusing to provide parents information about the location of the bus unless it's more than 15 minutes late. I mean, if I'm a parent and the bus has been late in the past, why am I going to feel good with the call taker telling me that the bus is on time when apparently the call taker is not checking on the location of the bus?
Well, so it does take time to find out where the bus is, and when we are waiting for a call, other calls to answer. I mean, for example, let's say, we have a route there that's running 99% on time this whole year, and parents just want the peace of mind on where the bus is. So some parents, tend to call into our call center, and we would, want to prioritize our agency resources to be, able to go to buses, that are currently late. So, we are able to just tell.
Well, how long does it take you to find out that bus? You said you have an internal tracking. So how long does it take for you to find out that bus 99 is on time, not on time, where it is?
So, I mean, I would say it would take about 10 minutes. And, you know,
For your
as-
folks to
yeah.
find out where the bus is.
Yes. And, you know, with the new GPS project, you know, obviously we are really, you know, excited and, you know, happy about where we're going, because we wouldn't, you know, have to have those types of calls where we have to look into a software and inform the parent where the bus actually is. So we, you know, want to move forward to the place, you know, where parents are able to self-identify where the school bus is.
Some of this isn't feeling right. So, I mean, the parent's been burned a bunch of times with the bus being late, and he or she calls, and your call taker is going to have to take the time of dealing with the irate parent. Maybe I shouldn't say irate, but concerned parent. And then you're not going to provide information because I'm not quite sure why, because you only know if the bus is on time if you check the tracking.
No, so there's a separate place we check. We can check faster if the bus is running on time or not. It is the location that's being asked that takes a longer time.
So the call taker does say to the customer or parent, we've checked and the bus is on time.
Yes.
We know that on time means a window, which I think is a half an hour.
It's 15 minutes forward then. Yes.
Yep.
Sure.
15 plus 15 equals a half hour.
Yes.
One other OSSE question. So we asked about administrative leave. How about one of the employees placed on administrative leave last year and this year were employees of OSSE Dot? That's a lot of administrative leave. What's going on here?
Yes, so because OSSE DOT is a public-facing function, and because, you know, they have a CDL requirement, you know, if there's any type of on-road accidents or incidents, we have to place them on administrative leave in order for them to get drug tested. So it takes time to, you know, do a reinstatement process. So, you know, if OSSE main employee or headquarters employees, you know, obviously don't have to go through such a process, but from a, you know, admin leave perspective, you know, I believe we are within the industry standard.
And you're paying them while they're on administrative leave. There are currently 25 open investigations, 2 dating back to last June. We asked you about overtime earners. We asked the agency, not OSSE Dot. And one of the top 10 overtime earners for the agency is an investigator on these administrative leaves. Why do these investigations take so long? How many individuals are employed to investigate? This sounds like an area where there could be more efficiency.
Yes, so it is definitely an area where we can be more efficient. So we currently have 3 investigators, to my understanding, who investigate these cases. And the cases, you know, could be on-road accidents. So when there's an, you know, accident, we have to go through a process for an accident review board where we have to determine if an accident was preventable or not. So if we get rear-ended, then, you know, that would be something that's commonly considered as a preventable accident. We also have at times where the parent or a complaint may generate a particular behavior by the attendant. You know, we obviously don't want those to, you know, happen, but when those things happen, we also, you know, have to do a safety investigation as well. There's a separate team who I believe, you know, also has about 3 investigators, you know, who conduct those investigations as well. Now, when we complete the investigation, the information moves over to our human resource department because we have a 90-day obligation to either to decide to discipline or not discipline the employee. So yes, I mean, we you know, it's an, you know, area that we're constantly, you know, thinking about how do we, you know, maximize our efficiency as well. But we do have a, you know, a lot of incidents. I mean, we are a, you know, man of 947 employees who transport students. So, you know, we do have some, you know, healthy
So you have 3 investigators. I think that's what I heard you said. You have 3 investigators. Well, why are there 2 investigations that date back to last June?
Well, so there are some investigations that we still need to close out once we make the determination of whether to investigate the employee or not. So yeah, so it's in that area we actually have to do better, in terms of getting cases more closed. But some of the cases may actually take a long time, and obviously, I do know a very specific example that still continues to have to remain. But obviously, I can't talk about personnel issues, but based on the nature of the issue, it may take a longer time.
Is that one of the cases from last June?
I have to find out, what the specific case is, but it's a very case by case situation. I'll be happy to get back to you, sir.
Well, when you get back, why don't you give us what the average time is that these cases it takes to investigate? And I think what I want is mean, median, and mode. I don't know who's next. Councilmember Parker?
Just quick follow up on that. For those investigations that date back to June, are those individuals still on payroll?
So they may or may not be, but I will, actually include that in the information. Normally, it would be a pending investigation. When we have a pending investigation, we would still have an employee on payroll.
I just want to acknowledge the clock is not reset, but see, look at me being honest. That is outside of the 90-day window that you gave.
Yes. So it does not prevent us from investigating. The 90-day window is whether our agency needs to discipline the employee. Now, we may still have discipline an employee or may have gotten some type of exception, but our investigation requires.
So 90 days comes and goes. These investigations are ongoing, yet someone is still on payroll for the last not even 6 months. Nearly 9 months, someone's on payroll, presumably not at OSSE, while this investigation drags on.
Yeah, so I believe it is a very case-by-case situation. So I'm happy to do a thorough
and this
review.
is because what we're hearing from the administration is we have to cut all of these vital programs because we don't have enough money. I want to move on for the sake of time. For that meeting that you are committing to regarding the bus terminal on W Street, can you please just include my team? In addition to the meeting, residents want to know about the plans for the bus routes, how staff will be placed and positioned on site, and the impacts to the neighborhood from idling buses to the routes, as I've mentioned. Also, has another traffic study been completed as it relates to that bus terminal?
So it is my understanding that both the Department of Transportation, DDOT, as well as the Department of Buildings conducted an air quality assessment as well. It's not a study that our
I'm aware of the air study, but has another traffic study been conducted?
I will have to consult with our sister agency colleagues to confirm.
Okay, and then neither the Brentwood nor Ivy City Community or my office was notified of a lease extension for the New York Avenue bus terminal. Are there further details or updates that can be made available regarding that extension?
Yes, so we will share out that information prior to and during that meeting as well. So it is a 10-year lease to my understanding, and we have to continue our operation. So it was prior. My understanding was the owner, the lot owner, initially was uninterested in extending the lease a while back ago, but then the owner was interested again, and we had to because of the time it takes to build a new terminal, the city ended up renewing that lease for another 10 years.
Okay, the headline there though is community engagement is important, especially when neighbors are negatively impacted. I wanted to come to the Special Olympics. It is my understanding that the Special Olympics transportation is funded through overtime funds at OSSE. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I'm told that there is a commitment at least to fund the transportation through the end of this school year. Is that accurate?
That is correct. We committed to working with DCPS to find a way forward, yes.
And the total we're talking about is $500,000 or $500,000 roughly.
Over the course of a year.
Over the school year. So, and we're being told for more than 2,000 students, this transportation is going to be cut next year. How do we justify that?
Well, we can't get ahead of the mayor's budget, but we can say that we totally and completely support Special Olympics. We understand the value that
We just won't pay for it.
we have. We don't have a line item in our budget to pay for it.
Okay. We don't have a line item. That's a fixable problem, right?
I can't fix it, but I believe folks could fix it, yes.
Is it the expectation that the executive will address this in the mayor's budget? Because what Special Olympics is hearing and what families of these special needs students are concerned about is come next school year, they won't have access to this vital resource and program.
Yes,
That's been in existence for decades. And again, more than 2,000 students in DC are taking advantage of.
Yes, I completely understand that. We are facing some budget constraints. And so what we can say is we will continue the service through the end of this school year. I cannot get ahead of the mayor's budget in terms of what is put into that budget. In the past.
But it sounds like you're already communicating out to Special Olympics and families that there won't be transportation next year.
I've not communicated.
So that has not been communicated.
I've not communicated.
So there is a chance that it will be funded.
We don't know what's going to be in the budget next year.
Okay, so I heard testimony today. I've met with the team at Special Olympics and they're sharing that actually the plan was to cut the transportation in December, that there was a Hail Mary effort to extend it at least through the school year. And again, what I'm getting at with the investigations that are dragging on for 8-9 months, it's curious that this is a program that we would cut for special needs students. And we're talking about $500,000, which isn't a lot of money in the grand scheme of a $200 or $22 billion budget. So is this something your team is looking at, or?
My team is prepared to fulfill the obligations that come in the 27 budget.
Okay. Well, I surely hope for the students that look for this transportation and relies on it, that we can make it happen. And if the executive refuses to do that, then it's important that the council takes that up. I wanted to end with the child care subsidy, another vital program that now the narrative has been built that we must cut it. A few questions here. $138 million is the estimated cost for fiscal year 26, is that right?
That is the estimated cost for fiscal year 26 if we do nothing and allow the program to continue to increase in the number of families that are participating.
How many families are expected to be placed on the waiting list if the changes the mayor is proposing take place? And what criteria will be used to determine which families are taken off of that waiting list?
So the number of students that the program can support will be dependent upon the budget. For this year, the budget will support 5,200 students. No students will be taken off, will be taken out of the program.
But I thought in your presentation, sorry to overstep. I'm just mindful of the clock, trying to jump in. In your presentation, you said there are 7,500 participants, or roughly 7,500 participants.
That's correct.
And now you're saying the expectation is 5,500?
I said that the number of families participating in the program that we have budget for at this very moment is 5,300. The wait list will not solve the problem. There will still be a budget gap. Consequently, no students that are participating in the program right now will be impacted.
Okay, so we should expect funding for all 7,500 students that are currently in the program.
Yes, nobody.
If that, whatever the number is.
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that is also being proposed is there is going to be a consolidation of subsidies provided to these child care centers. I spoke to someone today that says, if OSSE reduces the investment in my child care center, I don't know how I'm going to remain open. And so it almost seems a bit disingenuous to say we're not kicking families off the roll, yet we're going to take away subsidy from the centers that they are enrolled in. If the owners of those centers are saying we won't be able to operate without these lifelines from OSSE and the child care subsidy, how do we reconcile that?
Yeah, well, first of all, the subsidy program is very important. I think I spoke to the importance that we all recognize for the subsidy program in my presentation. We don't know what the budget will be for 27, so we don't know how many students we will be able to accommodate. I will say that the wait list is a method to further sustain the program by identifying and enabling us to know a set number, to meet that set number, and then put families on the wait list that aren't able to, that aren't within that number.
So we have roughly 7,500 families participating. There is a commitment to fund those many families.
Through the end of the year.
Through the end of this year. There's not a commitment to fund that moving forward.
We can't get ahead of the mayor's budget. I don't know what's going to be in the mayor's budget.
Okay, so this is a little different. When we say the end of this year, are you talking about the end of the fiscal year or the end of this calendar year?
Fiscal year.
Okay, so at least through the end of the fiscal year 27, those families will be funded. I'm out of time, and I hope one of my colleagues picks this up. We know that child care centers will not be able to sustain with such a cut to investment. So we are undercutting the program. I think we just need to level set with the public. We can't have it both ways. We can't say, yeah, we're fully funding it, while at the same time, child care providers are saying we won't be able to operate.
It is difficult. It is a difficult situation, and one that is not one that is easy. But when you're dealing with financial constraints, difficult decisions have to be made.
Understood.
Parker, I just want to
One
clarify
second.
one thing.
1 second, and I'll leave you all with the floor. Can you just speak to, were there other programs in OSSE or elsewhere that were considered for a reduction in lieu of the child care subsidy? How did we end up here that this was the program that we need to have on the chopping block? If you could just speak to that as my last question.
Sure, I'll speak, and then Sarah, you can go. The subsidy program, all of our programs have budgets, and the subsidy program, because enrollment increased so much during 2025, we were over budget. And so how do we address this concern? We certainly didn't want to turn families away and cut things off in the middle.
Respectfully, we've been over budget with MPD. We've been over budget with, you name the agency. But if you can follow up after this hearing with, was there an analysis that said this program, we believe if right-sized, needs to be reduced and yield similar results in comparison with other programs? I'm just struggling that we are reducing transportation for our neediest students, potentially. We are reducing childcare for our neediest families, potentially. And we are just supposed to accept that this has to be. And there's no analysis made public of this program versus another. I know you've been trying to jump in.
Sorry about that, Councilmember. First of all, I want to be clear, no currently enrolled family in the subsidy program will be exited in this year or any other future year until they either naturally
How do you
lose
guarantee
eligibility. Under federal law and our district laws, we will not exit children until they meet the criteria to be
What if the
exited.
child care center I go to is now underfunded and therefore they can't operate?
It's their eligibility, and they can take that voucher to another facility. That's the way the program is designed and structured. We will be very carefully monitoring what the impact is this has on facilities. We have structures in place to try to support families who have subsidy eligibility to move to facilities that remain open so that those facilities can backfill vacancies with children who've already been found eligible for subsidy. We are aware of these implications, and we are thinking about how to address them. We will not exit the children until they either lose eligibility naturally or at redetermination, or age out of the program, or exit the district, or other reasons they can be exited. We are not going to cut enrollment to reach a specific target. What we can do is, through a wait list over time, manage who can come into the program until the program naturally reduces in size.
Okay.
To your question, though, about how does this compare to other programs, I want to remind you
that the early childhood programs, pay equity and childcare subsidy, are the largest share of locally funded programs in the OSSE budget. They account for about 85% of the non-personnel locally funded expenditures. That means that they are simply too large relative to the rest of the agency's pot of local funding for the agency to backfill the kinds of gaps we are seeing by pulling money from other programs. To the extent we are able, we have already reallocated funding from a number of smaller programs within early learning and other parts of OSSE's budget to fill this gap. It is just too large a gap at this point for us to fill that way.
Our budget in a zero-sum nature, and we invest more money in the agency. I'm way over time. Thank you. I will follow up. I am deeply, deeply, deeply troubled and concerned. And I just would, this is a PSA for the public, challenge the assertion and the narratives that are being provided that these programs just must be cut in order for us to have a balanced budget. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm told by the chairman that my colleague Janice Lewis-George is next, so I'll turn to you for a round. And again, my apologies for going over. Councilmember Lewis-George, you're up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Mitchell, and the OSSE team for being here. I'm also going to start with some follow-up questions on the early childhood piece, because this is where the district decisions are going to hit families first and the hardest. And the question today is not whether these programs matter. I think it's abundantly clear. The question is whether the district is going to sustain them, and what realities we do need to tell the public regarding that. One of the things in the pre-hearing responses, you noted that approximately $100 million in total funding is available for fiscal year 26, and this level is sufficient to serve roughly 5,300 children at current payment rates, while more than 7,000 children are currently enrolled. As of today, what does OSSE's most recent internal forecast show for the subsidy program this fiscal year? Basically, surplus, break even, or shortfall, and what is the projected dollar amount?
So moving forward for the rest of this year, the projection, if we don't implement a wait list, if we don't do anything else, is $138 million, 138 or 30, $138 million.
Okay, and when OSSE says the current funding level is sufficient to serve about 5,300 children, what exactly does that figure represent, and how should we reconcile that with the number of children currently enrolled in the program?
So that 5,300 children is an estimate of, given that how much it costs us on an average basis to serve the currently enrolled profile of children, how many children could we serve without exceeding the budgeted amount of funding? And that would be about we have about $100 million currently, and that's sufficient to serve 5,300 children.
Got it. Now, if the subsidy program were to exhaust available funds mid-year, would the district face risk of federal noncompliance under the Child Care and Development Block Grant or other federal requirements?
So the Federal Child Care and Development Fund has specific requirements for how we implement the child care subsidy program. And we currently have policies that are in line with that and seek to implement the program in alignment with that. I think it is not possible to answer your question without thinking specifically about what strategies or steps the district would take to cover any gap in funding. In looking at the options available to us, have taken very seriously what the federal requirements are. For example, the fact that federal law requires us, once a child is found eligible, to allow that child to retain eligibility for at least 12 months, except with very narrow exceptions. And we've made sure that all the options that we're looking at would align with that federal policy. If you're asking me a specific question, or us a specific question about where the funding to cover any gap would come from, or other strategies other than the waitlist strategy and the rate strategy that were shared in the breakfast on February 10th, those are not questions we can answer because we don't know enough about the scenario you have in mind.
Okay. Well, all I know is that you all will have to be in compliance with the Child Care and Development Block Grant and federal requirements. And I see a future potential there that that you could be at risk if you were not to meet those requirements. And that's something that should be kept in mind as you all consider the route forward. The mayor's presentation to the council indicated the potential cost containment strategies could include a subsidy wait list, reimbursement rate changes, and revisions to school age subsidy policies. Which of the options are currently under active consideration by OSSE leadership?
Right now, we are actively considering the wait list.
Okay. And as we look at a subsidy wait list, advocates testified that a wait list would only generate savings if it is effectively functions as an enrollment freeze. How did OSSE calculate the projected 6.8 million in savings?
Well, as Sarah indicated, the wait list would first try to bring the number of families that are eligible for subsidy down to a given number, right? And the number depends upon the budget. So when we get a budget for 27, we'll be able to say, given this amount of money, these are the number of students that or families that can receive a subsidy voucher. And we would enable the students that are currently in the program to remain in the program, but we would freeze enrollment for new families. So nobody new could come into the program, and then through natural attrition, we would the number of folks in the program would decrease. And once we get to the number that is the number that fits our budget, then we could begin to open the program up and allow new families to come in.
Got it. And so, I mean, I think the issue is that so many facilities already testified today that a wait list would break their ability to budget and plan their operations. So what OSSE is really talking about really is an enrollment freeze. And a freeze means every subsidy facility loses thousands of dollars every time a child ages out, and those won't be replaced. And that will shutter businesses. So that's why that logic, like that as a solution doesn't follow unless we're okay with closing, shuttering businesses in this current space where we don't have enough, we don't even have enough to support the amount of students and young people who need that care.
Yes.
How long do you think natural reductions would take? And how do we expect any childcare facility to continue participating in subsidy programs if we won't provide them with the sufficient funding or sufficient children to fill their seats?
Well, we anticipate that attrition will reduce the number of families in the subsidy program by about 1,200 to 1,500 per year. And so the wait list, if implemented, is not something that would be permanent over multiple years. We would anticipate being able to open up some spaces after about a year.
Okay, providers testified that and even short-term payment instability could force immediate operational decisions, including classroom closures or staff layoffs. What is OSSE's current standard for payment timeliness in the subsidy program? And what has actual performance been year to date? Sort of what is the average time from service month to payment? And what percentage of payments fall outside of OSSE's current target timeline?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. We receive data from DHS on a monthly basis. There's a bit of a lag, but we try very hard to get the payments out within a month or so after, within the month that we receive the data.
Okay. What commitment can OSSE make about advance notice before any major policy changes, right? Because providers also testified that communication about subsidy funding risk have been really limited. And so, I'm just wondering, when did you all first identify the risk of a subsidy shortfall internally? And when did OSSE first communicate that risk to providers in writing?
I would say that our budget hearing last year was the first indication that there might not be sufficient funding for the subsidy program. We communicated, though, in writing a draft waitlist policy in August of last year. And that draft waitlist policy was designed to give stakeholders an opportunity to share feedback about the idea, about the ways that it could be implemented. And we received a good deal of feedback from stakeholders. We are incorporating the vast majority of that feedback into a policy.
Okay. And what commitment can you all make about advance notice before any more major policy changes take effect, which came up and people have been waiting to hear from you all?
Yes, we've heard that as well, council member.
Yeah.
We are planning to provide at least 2 months and possibly 2 months notice once we make the formal announcement that we will be implementing a wait list, which
Okay.
will happen in the next week or so, we hope. Then after that 2-month period, we would stop enrollment in the subsidy program, and then the wait list would go into effect about a month later.
Okay, I appreciate that you all are working to make sure some more timely communications happens. As you can imagine, the other concern about is that in the instability in the early childhood workforce following recent readjustments to pay equity. What has OSSE data shown since those adjustments in terms of educator retention, staffing vacancies, and classroom closures among participating providers? Sort of more broadly, sort of what workforce indicators are you all tracking to understand whether our early childhood workforce is expanding or contracting?
We certainly understand the angst that this budget situation is putting on everybody involved, the providers, the workers as well. We have not heard about a lot of outcomes from the changes that were made to pay equity, though I would imagine anybody that receives a decrease in salary is feeling it, but it's not something that we've heard a lot about.
Thank you.
No, if anything, we actually have more educators than we did in the last quarterly payment.
Thank you. My time is up. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Good evening, Dr. Mitchell. I want to just echo the comments that have already been made by my colleagues on the child care subsidy piece. You and I have talked about this. I've talked to your staff about this. I've talked to the mayor's office about it. I think we have to think about it in the totality. At the same time that we're making choices around early learning and what to happen with childcare, we know that there are changes happening with the TANF program. We know there are changes happening with SNAP, where work requirements are going to be important for individuals to be able to keep their benefits. And how do they work if they have no place for their children to go? But I do want to turn my attention to some other topics within OSSE. I want to ask about the Advanced Technical Center. Last year, we opened up the new ATC in Ward 8, and this inaugural class began in August with 59 students enrolled from 15 participating schools. Are there any students who are currently on the wait list?
Yes, the ATCs have a wait list of about 400 students. It is an incredibly popular program.
This is good. I mean, it's good to hear that students are interested in the program offerings at the ATC. I don't like the idea that we've got 400 students who can't take advantage of the programming and opportunity there, but obviously I know there are certainly space constraints,
Yes.
and B, constraints around finding teachers for these programs. Yes?
The teacher component is not as pressing as the space. We do have plans to increase the number of students enrolled. Next year, we plan to move from 386 to 500 with the ultimate plan of being able to offer the ATC to 700 students in the out years.
That's great. How many students have signed up to participate in the summer CNA course?
I know that the summer CNA course is planned. We have 25 slots, and I know that we won't go beyond the 25.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't have in front of me right now a list of the folks that are enrolled.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you have a wait list of 400 and we have 25 slots for this, I'm going to imagine, or just take a wild guess, that we're not going to have very much difficulty in terms of getting students who might be interested in this program this summer. Are we currently in the outreach phase, or when will we know who is going to be taking this
Yes,
program this summer?
we are in the recruitment phase right now. We're really excited about this summer offering.
Okay. Now, what steps has OSSE or your university partner taken to establish a plan to ensure that students who complete the course and their clinical hours are able to take the certification exam within 2 months of finishing the program? Are you guys already having conversations with DC Health so that the exam will be an option for your young people who take this program?
Yes, absolutely. We are in conversation. I think we're even determining whether or not the ATC can be a site for the exam.
Oh,
So-
good. This is good that we're moving in the right direction on some of these things, particularly in these health workforce programs. Now, you all received a contribution from Bloomberg Philanthropies for both the ATC and the DC HEAL program, which was pivotal in scaling both of these programs. Should we anticipate any additional sponsors that can expand career pathway options?
We are certainly looking for additional sponsors for this work. It is such important work that is really transforming what it means to be in high school in the District of Columbia. We are always looking for philanthropic support, particularly as the Bloomberg money winds down in the coming year or two.
Okay. Again, I think this is really exciting what we're doing here, and I'm really excited to see this innovative program that we're thinking about in terms of for summer, for pipeline building, even for let's use the SYEP program as best we can to truly prepare students and set them up for success. I want to
Councilmember, may I interrupt you just to share that on this note, we are looking into the dental assistant program of study, and we're hoping to include that in our Ward 8 ATC in the coming years.
Dr. Mitchell, you know the way to a girl's heart. Let me tell you. And also, I think my staff on the Committee on Health will be very excited about that. As we, dental assistant is an excellent pathway for folks to get into the profession and get a job, because we need more dental assistants. Okay, let me turn to home and hospital instruction. I sent you all a letter last month. I want to express appreciation for the response on that. I want to follow up just on the record for some of the responses, because I had a similar conversation with DC Public Schools around, their evaluation of the applications, but also the minimum hours. So in our recent performance oversight hearing with DCPS, we learned that minimum instruction time is 5 hours per week. Now, I understand that LEAs are responsible for determining the minimum instructional hours based on the medical certification, but I want to get your perspective on the efficacy of LEAs providing basically an hour a day. Are you guys comfortable with that? Or should we have some other type of regulatory intervention here to make sure that students are receiving appropriate services?
We are certainly happy to look into this. I think you may know that the regulations say that the certification has to include a recommendation from the physician or medical personnel. But ultimately, it is up to the LEA, and these decisions should be very personalized and individualized to the student and what the student needs. Unfortunately, I don't have a window into the decisions that the LEAs are making for each student, so it's hard for me to talk about a hypothetical.
Except for, my understanding is that OSSE is responsible for the appeals. Is that not correct?
Yes. We've received 5 appeals over the last 2 years.
That's it. Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. So the majority of the denials over the past 2 school years were due to medical certifications not indicating a need for home and hospital instruction. Are there standards that LEAs are using to interpret whether the applicant demonstrates sufficient need for accommodations?
Well, the regulations indicate what should be in the certification from the employer. And that That says that the employer has to identify what the illness is and why the student can't attend school, and then
Okay.
make a recommendation. So the LEAs take it from there.
Okay. All right. I'm running down on time, and I don't think the chairman's going to give anybody a second round. So let me switch over to sexual health programming. So at a recent DC Health Performance Oversight hearing, and we heard from the Young Women's Project that testified they had a survey of 1,200 DC public and public charter school high school students, and 46% of them reported receiving 0 hours of sex education in the last year. And we've heard similar concerns from some other student organizations, which raised some concerns because I know what the curriculum or the requirements says in terms of what students should be receiving in terms of health instruction. Today, we heard testimony from a witness who raised concerns that the health and physical education assessment had been paused while OSSE revised the health education standards. Was that accurate? Have you all paused the assessment?
We have paused the assessment. First of all, let me say that health education is incredibly important. We know that it has the potential to save lives. We did pause the survey because we're looking to see if there are other ways that we can determine what health education is happening in the schools. The course catalog work that we're doing to identify courses that are happening in each school is giving us some insight into that work. The school health profiles are also tools that we are using to better understand this work. And as you know, the health standards include sex education. So we are serious about understanding what sex education is happening in the schools and looking at a few different ways to get at that.
So is the course catalog review the main way for determining compliance of whether LEAs are meeting the standard?
I would say yes. It is one of the ways that we understand what's happening in the schools. LEAs are supposed to meet the health standards, and as you know, at the high school level, health is a half credit course. And so if you talk to a bunch of high school students, all of them might not be taking the course at that year or that semester.
Okay. What is the, hold on, Jordan, what is the consequence if, what is the consequence if a school is not providing even the half credit?
Well, the school should not be graduating students that have not taken that half credit. If we found out about that, we would definitely begin with providing additional information about the requirements, providing some technical assistance. Ultimately, if it's a charter school, we talk to the charter school board, and if it's DCPS, we might have to provide some sanctions.
Okay. I can't see who is there. Is the chairman back or?
The chairman is back. Councilmember Fruman is with us.
Okay.
And he's giving you a runway if you need more time, Christina.
I'm sorry?
He's giving you a little bit of a runway if you need more time to close out.
Dr. Mitchell, I think you and I have the opportunity to talk more about some of these issues offline. I don't want to be disrespectful on other people's time, so I'll stop there. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
The councilmember is trying to model herself as a role model. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Fruman.
Do I get a gold star?
Are they still there? Yes, they're still there, but you have to be in the chamber to get it.
No, but your daughter gets one.
She's excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. It's my turn, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you. I'm going to go back to the child care subsidy briefly. I think it's going to be super important for everyone to weigh in on the record about how important this is. I want to echo what Councilmember Henderson said. She and I both, I have chair the Committee on Human Services. I'm watching what's happening on TANF, on SNAP, on Medicaid with work requirements. If you had to pick the worst possible time to and you're not trying to do this, but to freeze families out from access to childcare, it's now. And so everybody is having a lot of angst about this possibility. And just so to make sure I clearly understand how things have happened, I think last year in the budget process, we had a fair amount of debate about whether or not, I think it was 86 million or a certain amount was going to be enough for this year. And it turns out it's not enough. And is it your position that the reason it's not enough is that more families signed up than we anticipated, or is there some other reason why it's not enough?
Yeah, there are two drivers. One is certainly enrollment. We saw an increase in enrollment. Enrollment was increasing at 1% in 2025. Enrollment began to increase at 3% per month. So one was enrollment. Another driver of this cost is that more providers were reaching quality levels. Providers receive funding based on their quality level. 2% increase from a base, and then another 6% for the highest quality level. And the number of facilities reaching the highest quality levels also increased.
Okay, and so then my understanding for this year is federal law says can't throw anybody out. We don't have enough money.
We have no plans to throw anybody out.
I hear you. We don't have the money. You don't know where we're going to find the money, but somehow the mayor's supplemental budget or some sort of reprogramming is going to have to find the money to keep people in place for this year. And we don't know what else has to give in order for that to happen, but that's for this year. For next year, we don't know what it's going to be until we see the mayor's budget. We'll see there will be a number there, and it'll be adequate to fund a certain number of students. If it's a possibility that that number, you were saying you see attrition of like 1,200 students a year. So if we're at 7,500, that could be money to serve 6,300 so that nobody gets pushed off. But the anticipated attrition would mean that the dollars could square. Is that, I mean, am I understanding the math appropriately?
Yes, I believe you are. I believe you are. Again, recognize the importance. A wait list does not solve all of our problems, but in the long run, it does give us the opportunity to match the number of folks that are enrolled in the subsidy program with the funding that we have available as an agency.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, nobody wants this. I don't want this. I can't imagine you want this. A wait list of not this year, maybe next year, for children of a very young age. I mean, it becomes it means we miss a couple of years worth of children and their families. So that is not a result that we want to get to. There's gaps that need to be filled, and they're not necessarily all in your hands. Some of them may ultimately come to be in our hands, but the stakes are high. And that's why you hear it from everybody. And I want to echo, again, lots of cuts in lots of areas, but we could have some low-income families who are losing benefits because they're not achieving work requirements. And they can't achieve work requirements because they don't have childcare. And it may well be that we create a hardship exception on the TANF side that says if you have a young child and you can't get childcare, then you keep getting your TANF. And so, like, you rob from Peter to pay Paul, and the folks who are in the middle are really our most vulnerable people. I think I understand the landscape. You also understand the landscape of you take 1,200 children out, you're taking those dollars out of the industry or the sector. And so then it almost has to result in a consolidation. And Ms. Mead, you said you could take the voucher and go to another place, but it feels like we could get to having a whole bunch of people on a wait list, maybe seeing facilities close, get back to where we can more fully fund it and have those facilities reopen pretty inefficient. So hopefully we can find a way through that. I'm going to change the subject completely to the practical diploma. And I wonder if you can talk to me about the practical diploma and whether or not a person who received the practical diploma would be counted as a graduate, would be able to check a box on an employment application that they had a high school diploma. I'll start with that.
Sure. So the idea of a practical skills diploma is associated with the proposal for revising the high school graduation requirements, which haven't been changed in 10 years. The world has changed a lot. We have to make some changes to help prepare our kids for the world that they are going to be graduating into. The practical skills diploma is designed for a particular niche of students. These are students whose disability enables them to function a little bit better than the certification that is available for the students that have the most severe disabilities. So these folks can function a little bit higher than that, but the disability does not allow them to function high enough to get a regular diploma. And so this practical skills diploma is a diploma that would enable the recipient to check the box saying, yes, I have a high school diploma, but like the state diploma, it would not count toward the ACGR.
The ACGR meaning the graduation percentage. So a student who got the practical skills diploma wouldn't count towards the percentage of students who graduated, but they would be able to. And what do you say to a number of advocates who have raised concerns about this, that it would result in tracking? How would we avoid tracking? How do we avoid not have this be a diploma that is stigmatized and therefore not helping the people who we want to help? How do you react?
Thank you so much for that question. So first, let me say that this is a proposal. We're working with the state board and with all of the stakeholders listening. So nothing is set in stone as of yet. Second, the way that we would prevent tracking is through really strong criteria for who would be eligible for this diploma. And also having some flexibility so that a student could move between tracks. I think that, it's a fine line between enabling a student who is struggling to achieve a diploma and not doing it for fear of something that is hypothetical. I think that we would just have to be very careful about the criteria and also being flexible about the pathway.
Okay, I'll use my last minute. I'm going to stay on schedule because I will take a second round should one be available. Congratulations to all of us on the increase in the DC tag amounts. When the program was first started, it started as limited to Maryland and Virginia. There was a dimension of that, but I wouldn't suggest replacing the program with that. But has there been any contemplation of seeking reciprocity agreements with Maryland and Virginia to try to get access, even if partially funded access by the district, to their university systems?
I remember some discussion around reciprocity many years ago, but with this increase to $15,000, that's the average difference in tuition between in-state and out-of-state tuition. So our students now can go to schools not only in Maryland and Virginia, but across the country, and really pay in-state tuition because of the $15,000 mark.
Okay, I'm over, and I said I was going to stick to my limit, so I'll be back again.
You are over, no gold star for you this round. So the disadvantage of my having a little break and while others were asking you questions was I looked more at this discipline question. So we had asked in our pre-hearing questions, we actually asked for the name of each employee who was or is on administrative leave in fiscal years 2025 and 2026. In addition, the per position, a brief description of the reason they were placed on leave and so forth. We didn't get the name, and maybe that's okay, but it's a list of 150 people who were put on administrative leave in 2025 and through January 31st of 2026. Over 150. That's a lot of people, and all but one of them, if I remember correctly, is related to the OSSE dot. That's a lot of people. 16 of them were probably fired. It says separation. But so, I mean, I don't know if I want to use my time saying why so many people, but that's a concern. I realize there are a lot of bus operators, but that's a lot of people. But really, where I do want to ask a question is bus attendant, investigation, doesn't say what they did. Investigation is still open. When did the investigation start? June 4th, 2025. That's 9 months ago. They've been paid for 9 months and they're not doing anything. If they're on administrative leave, they're not even doing desk duty. There are 2 from June of 2025, 1 from August, 5 from October. That's 4.5 months ago. We are paying people to not work for very long periods of time. I think that's very problematic.
Yes, Chairman, I agree that our investigations can and should be done more quicker in a quicker way. I would say that the folks that you are identifying are a small minority of the 125 folks. We know that we need to do better. We are going to do better. Yeah, I don't have a defense for this.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the candor. I would say that I think OSSE needs to go back and look at if an investigation is going to take 9 months. First of all, does it need to take 9 months? And second of all, if it's going to take if it's going to, question whether it needs to. And then if the answer is it may need to take 9 months, what are we going to do? Because do we really want to pay 9 months of salary for no work?
Yes.
And maybe it's desk duty. Maybe it is, well, we'll just offer voluntary severance.
Yeah, we'll initiate a review of these investigations that have taken multiple months and see what we can do to either escalate the time that it takes to complete the investigation or something else.
What's the average salary for a motor vehicle operator?
Around 65,000.
So 2 of them, I know it's only been 9 months, but that's roughly $130,000. Which isn't a lot, but that's $130,000 toward Special Olympics transportation. Not meaning to be glib, because it is actually a serious point that we can use this money for other things. I had a question here about complaints. And I thought to myself, maybe I don't really want to ask this. Pre-hearing answers, staff received additional training over the summer in 2025 to resolve complaints, and that some human error may be involved in the length of time it takes to resolve a complaint. But it looks like many complaints, even after this training, go unresolved. What really struck me was it's not a page of complaints. It's not even 3 pages of complaints. It's a lot of complaints. Now, actually, that's by month, but then I look at the days to resolve. Unprofessional conduct last September. 53 complaints. Average day to resolve was over a month. That's just a long time. And so what happens while all that's going on? The family filed a complaint.
So depending on the situation, sometimes we have to investigate a complaint for, let's say, rude and unprofessional behavior. Then, we're able to provide, coaching. So it's not that every complaint leads to a person being out.
Well, not to leading to a person being what?
Being out of work.
Well, okay, but a parent complains about unprofessional conduct in August of, maybe this is August of 2024. It's on the first page here. That's why I'm looking at it. Average day to resolve complaints of unprofessional conduct was 97 days. That's over 3 months. I mean, if Joe's accused of doing something unprofessional, don't we want that resolved more quickly than 3 months? Fleet issues. I'm not quite sure what that means. It was only 5 complaints, but 234 days? I'll keep moving, but that's concerning. So there's another question I wasn't sure I wanted to ask. We've heard from teachers that there's a lack of training and accountability for attendants and drivers, and that they have, quote, little or to no understanding of OSSE's own systems and policies. In the pre-hearing responses, OSSE said they provide virtual and webinar-based training on disability awareness, incident reporting, et cetera. Is there a gap in the training here? So I kind of know that virtual and webinar-based training isn't necessarily effective.
Right.
But then I was reminded of this testimony from 2 weeks ago. And I'm reading from the testimony. There's a lack of training, retention, and accountability for attendants and drivers. Attendants on the routes change frequently, and they have little to no understanding of OSSE's own systems and policies when you are trying to work with them. They will direct you to the call center, which during high volume times will have a wait time of 45 minutes to an hour. When trying to solve time-sensitive issues, such as whether a child is routed for the day, the people on the bus need to have an understanding of their own policies and ways to solve problems that are not put back on parents and teachers. In the most challenging of these situations, some attendants have become combative and disrespectful to school team members and to families, and have threatened to leave children behind as retaliation against the adults involved. In other instances, we have had 4 to 5-year-olds left at their door by the attendant instead of being walked to a parent. Attendants refusing to get off the bus and provide escort as required, or attendants not supervising students on the bus, leading to physical injuries. Again, when the team or families call to complain and advocate for better support, the blame is consistently placed back on families and sometimes the school, and there's no follow-up from OSSE as promised. In addition, school calendars are not updated and provided to dispatch, which means that no bus arrives on our scheduled half-days or arrives hours late. On our most recent half-day, we had to call parents to Uber to school and get their kids because the call center could not confirm that a bus would be coming, despite the half-day being on the calendar submitted at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, that list of our staff and the things that are happening in those instances do not represent the type of customer service that we think our families deserve. We are happy to look further into that particular school and have conversations with that particular person. We don't want to blame other folks. We want to ensure that our bus drivers and attendants R&D following policies and procedures. We do train them regularly. The training happens via videos, but also in person at the terminals as well. We'll continue to train them. And again, customer service is an area that we definitely plan to address moving forward.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'll just add, these issues are perpetual. It's not this is the first time this is coming up. And in addition, I note that there are some routes that the ride time exceeds 1 hour and even exceeds 90 minutes. Now, I get it that if a student is enrolled in a out of the district program, it's going to take a while, but the numbers have been increasing. So percentage of students with scheduled ride times exceeding 1 hour is 14% in August 2024 and 32% in January of 2025. Here's what it says, January 2020. Maybe that's January 2026.
Maybe.
January 2026. Gone from 14% to 32%. Maybe that's a little unfair. September 2024 was 22%. And in November 2025, it was 29%, but it's been going up. So from 16% in October 2024 to 25% to 22%, 24%, 23%, 27%, 28%, 29%, 32%, 32%. So the trend line is definitely up. Ride times exceeding 90 minutes, it's not a very large percentage. 3% in August 2024, 7% in January 2026. But the number of students has dropped, right? You managed to become more efficient and you reduced your transportation enrollment by 1,000 students?
That's correct.
So 3% of a higher number, and then it goes to 7% of a lower number.
Yeah, not only did we eliminate some of the students who were riding the school buses, we also attempted to consolidate some of the routes. And so we moved from having an average of 6 students on a bus to 8 or 9 students on the bus. And that probably increased the amount of time that students were on the bus. The beginning of the school year, we did receive many complaints about that particular attempt at efficiency. And consequently, we ended up adding about 60 routes that we hope would address that increased time that students were on the buses.
Well, it doesn't show up in the statistic here. So in August of 2025, it was 23% exceeding 1 hour. And in November, it's 29%, and in December, it's 32%.
So since the beginning of the school year, several changes have happened. First is that we currently have 200 more students utilizing a student transportation. So at the beginning of the school year, we had 3,600. Right now, we have 3,800. So more students just had to be added onto the system. This is a trend we see, as there are new and updated IEP decisions that are made throughout the school year. And, as we lose more employees, as we face attrition as well, our goal every day for most is to make sure that we have the right volume of staff that can run the routes. So right now, our agency can run 440 routes. Last year, we actually ran 550 routes. So, the comparison to, last year is also not a real apples to apples comparison because we actually have fewer staff.
Well, but it is an apples to apples comparison. How many scheduled ride times exceed 1 hour? So it's not actual, it's scheduled ride times exceed, at least that's my understanding of the answer. Scheduled ride times, so there is a higher number of students that are being scheduled to ride longer. And I think over an hour is too long. Would you agree? I mean, unless the kid is going to Baltimore. If the kid's going to Montgomery County, it shouldn't be over an hour. If the kid's going to St. Colette, as I'm remembering that testimony, it shouldn't be over an hour.
So, if I may, so one of the main drivers of our longer ride time this year is we have 9 students on a bus on average, as Dr. Mitchell has mentioned. Last year, we had an average of 7 students. So we actually have more students on the bus. And when we have more students, because because we have an education system of choice, we don't do neighborhood transportation to a student's neighborhood school. 65% of our students attend the school outside of the ward that they currently live in. So as we are picking up students across the city and going to a particular school in the district, I mean, it is quite common that a student, I mean, it is about a third of our students, but if you are the 9th pickup, or if you're the 9th or 10th pickup of a student, you will not have an hour long time. But if you happen to be the first or second pickup of the day, it may be possible for a student to have a hour.
Well, I get that this is very complicated, and I don't want to say that, oh, just add buses and add routes. I don't want to say that, but a goal should be that kids aren't on a bus for an hour. And so, I mean, I'm going to make this sound easy, and I recognize it's not, but if you're picking up kids from roughly the same neighborhood and dropping them off to a couple schools in roughly the same neighborhood, it shouldn't be the first kid is going to wait over an hour.
Yes, so if I may, we do not rarely have a situation where we are picking up a group of students from the same neighborhood and going to one particular school. I mean, we have to drive through the entire city who tends to go to a particular school at the same time. So a common thing that I see is, it takes about 5 to 10 minutes. I mean, 10 minutes is a distance that's common between the student's home. And, we allow 3 to 4 minutes, a mere, 3 to 4 minutes for a student to be able to board a bus. So we take about 12 minutes, 13 minutes. We run a 20 passenger bus where we only pick up 9 to 10 students. That is 120 minutes. And we don't want that to, I mean, we see the special needs of students every single day. We want them to have the shortest, ride time as possible, but we do live in the highest traffic city in the US, and it just takes a really long time to pick up a student from Ward 7, then Ward 3, and having to go to a school in Ward 2. So, I mean, it is something that we're extremely mindful of. And again, we do not want these students on the bus a long time because there are young students.
I'm not feeling that answer. You don't want them, but you're scheduling it that way. So it sounds to me like you're, yeah, I am. But you're packing. Shouldn't say packing. You're loading the buses with kids going to the same school?
Yes.
Well, maybe a different approach, which is different schools that are near each other so that you're picking up kids from the same neighborhood. I mean, I just think that's crazy. If you're picking up a kid from Ward 7 and another kid from Ward 3, do both of them go to a school in Ward 5?
No. It's about routing. And we do try to make routes that make sense, right? And when a route doesn't make sense, we hear it from our drivers and then we make changes. So the attempt is clearly to give students transportation in the least amount of time. It doesn't always work out that way, but we try. The new system that we are about to implement will help incredibly because it will help with the routing using AI. And so we think that we'll recognize some efficiencies there in the routes that we are able to do.
Well, maybe I'll leave it there, partly because Councilmember Fruman's pointing out I'm way over my time. But this is a concern, and I'm guessing I'm going to come back to this. 32% of a smaller number of kids are on the bus for over an hour. We got rid of all of our colleagues. Councilmember Fruman. I don't see her. Councilmember Fruman?
If Councilmember Lou, I just need to be done by 10 too. So if you want to finish
I
your
don't see
thought.
her here.
Okay. So if you want to finish your thought, or I can go.
You can go.
Okay. Thank you very much. I was heartened to hear about the ATC demand and heard that the deputy mayor testified about this as well. It's another one of these things in the whole world of adult workforce, and our track record of connecting folks to work is not good. And this seems like an incredibly promising program. And the idea that there could be kids who are trying to get in and there isn't space. To what extent are you contemplating adding sites?
So we agree that the ATCs are incredibly successful. We are excited because, not because we are thinking about adding sites, but because schools that exist now are becoming ATCs. For example, DCPS and Phelps. DCPS is now working to ensure that the coursework at Phelps is available to other students within DCPS. So that is an ATC-like situation where the equipment and the courses program of study is being made available within the full system. And so we are excited to see that work happening and want to encourage that type of replication.
Will that get separate funding through OSSE for serving kids from different schools? How will that work in terms of funding?
Well, since DCPS is an LEA and it's open to students within the LEA, I don't think that funding comes into play except maybe school to school, but the LEA would receive funding for those students.
So then remind me the locations. There's one in Ward 8, and what's the other
It's
location?
in Ward 5, the Penn Center, 3rd and R Streets Northeast.
3rd and R Streets Northeast, and then Phelps would be one. And that's for DCPS. Still think, and I'm a big booster for UDC, and so it seems to me that UDC could be a natural place and there could be synergies with a number of the programs. So just want to plant that seed.
Consider it planted.
Then related but different is dual enrollment. And so dual enrollment, the numbers went up, but the structure somehow changed. Where are we at in terms of dual enrollment and what are your targets going forward?
Sure. So dual enrollment is a tremendous benefit to students who are able to participate in, enroll both in high school and in college. We administer dual enrollment through a consortium of about 13 universities, local universities. And those universities are able to place about 491 students in dual enrollment coursework over the course of the year. We handle the applications largely because smaller LEAs requested that OSSE put together this consortium and run the program. That enables students to have a local one site where they can come fill out an application for the university and then be matched.
So I'm looking at your KPIs. And it says 598 number of dual enrollment seats filled by high school students. You just said 491. Is that for FY 25 and you're talking about FY 26 that were 491 at this
Could be
point?
students versus seats. I think, does yours say seats?
It says seats.
Yeah.
So one student might take a seat in one place and another seat in another place. And so
Yes, students are able to take more than one course.
So it sort of foils my ability to do year-to-year comparison. But is there a wait list for that?
I don't think that there is a wait list for dual enrollment because we don't maintain that. The application opens every year, and then we place as many students as for which we have the budget. So it's not a wait list, but there are students that would like to do dual enrollment but aren't able to be placed because of funding,
Because of our funding.
OSSE's funding.
Okay. And will I find a line in the budget when it comes for dual enrollment and be able to determine in the same kind of way that I could for child care subsidy? Oh, this could serve 500, fill 500 seats, or how can we evaluate whether we're doing what we can to meet demand in this space?
So the dual enrollment budget is a part of post-secondary and career education, and it's within the unit called College and Career Readiness. So I don't think there's an independent line that says dual enrollment, but PCE, post-secondary and career education, and then within that, there's definitely a line for career and college readiness.
All right, well, just make a note that when we're back at budget time, I'm going to ask you how much dual enrollment can we fund here? And is it more than last year, less than last year? Because I think this is another one of those really important functions. I don't know, what do you do to promote dual enrollment?
Oh, we work with high schools, particularly high school counselors, to share information about our program. We have meetings with college and career coordinators at the high schools. The consortium meets with high school leaders. We promote it in the schools. I think at one point we had a public relations campaign around dual enrollment.
Okay, you're on it. I want you to be on it. In the KPIs, one of the lines was percentage of low performing schools that saw academic improvement, and unfortunately the number was 0. And maybe is it too soon, or what? That's not a cheerful number.
Yes, we've revamped our work with lowest performing schools. We have a new framework. And then we've created a set of tools that schools use to do a self-evaluation, to create a plan. After that, we give them a grant. Each low-performing school has received a grant. Last year was the planning year. This year is the first year of implementation.
Okay, so I should be looking at this number next year and the year after. Maybe there's improvement after 1 year, maybe it takes 2 years, but it's too soon. That's why that disappointing number. I was surprised the number of high impact tutoring seats funded, or number of students receiving high impact tutoring with OSSE funded programs. It looks like in 24 it was 7,656, and in 25 it's 6,297 on the document that I'm seeing. So it went down by not 20%, but close to it. What's happening there? Because I mean, everything that I am hearing is that high impact tutoring is bending the curve. So why would the amount of it be going down?
Once again, funding. We love high impact tutoring and think that it is making a tremendous difference in our schools and with our students. We were able to use COVID relief funds to support dual enrollment. To support high impact tutoring. So we did realize a bit of a budget decrease, and that had something to do with that. I will say though, even with less money, because of the efficiencies that we were able to realize, we were able to work with more students. So the cost has gone down.
But these numbers don't suggest that you're working with more students. These numbers suggest you're working with fewer students.
You're not looking at the budget though. We had less money.
I see. Okay, so you were able to stretch the dollars farther.
Yeah.
You may not have gotten to the level of engagement in the previous year, but the reduction wasn't as much.
Bad as it could have been. That's
okay. Mental note, I'll be asking you about this at budget. How much funding do we have? How many kids can we reach with this? Because it is a thing that makes a difference. I'm gonna ask indulgence to go over for 2 minutes, and then I'll be out of your hair, Chairman Mendelson. All right, hold me to it. Hold me to it. Flexible scheduling. I think you are doing a study on flexible scheduling. I mean, we are hearing lots of positive feedback from flexible scheduling. What have you learned from that study, and how are you thinking about flexible scheduling and supports for flexible scheduling going forward?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We know that schools and LEAs have teachers who really appreciate the opportunity to do things other than be in front of students for the full week, every day. And so flexible scheduling is proposed as a way to enable teachers to interact with each other more, to do planning, to just have the ability to take some time away. So we did create a report based on the work that a small group of LEAs did around flexible scheduling. We learned that schools are really independent entities, and so how flexible scheduling works and the degree to which it is successful really depends on the implementation at the school level. We came away with the understanding that LEAs are best situated to determine how flexible scheduling should and could be implemented.
It still leaves the challenge of how do we fund schools and LEAs to be able to do it, because it does seem to me, I have been engaged on these issues now for a couple of decades, and I am pleasantly struck by how people are talking about the issues differently today, and there feels like a consensus about teamwork inside of the schools, coaching for teachers as opposed to what can feel like punitive accountability, but in the first instance, coaching, high impact tutoring for our kids who need it, flexible scheduling to maintain teacher morale. It does feel like we're doing a lot of the right things, but a theme for today, and I'm 20 seconds over, is on each of those things, a challenge becomes funding. And so we need to make sure we focus on investing in the things that are working. And so we'll be back at budget season. And thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I'm going to go back to graduation requirements. The State Board, as we know, is reviewing graduation requirements. You've testified that today that you're working with the State Board. There's a lot of back and forth. We've heard a lot of concern from parents and teachers about what happens after the State Board responds to OSSE. What are the next steps when the State Board provides recommendations? And what I'm really looking for here is an explanation that the public can hear.
So once the State Board, which has a working group looking at the proposal that we made, once they complete their review and forward us their recommendations, we will then consider their recommendations. We'll take recommendations from others. We'll go back to the State Board. We've been to multiple meetings, both working group and their public sessions. I would imagine that there will be a couple of public sessions around their recommendations and our response to those recommendations. We will compromise and come to an agreement that the State Board feels comfortable moving forward is the plan that I think would work best. We are fully cognizant of the fact that they have an up or down vote, and so we have to work with them in order to move the project forward. And we'll attend public meetings that they have to discuss that.
So this is a very iterative process.
Very iterative.
How public is the iteration?
Well, in order to develop the proposal in the first place, we met with over 40 organizations across 2 years. We took recommendations. We did a survey. We did 2 surveys, I believe, that gave us input into what people wanted to see in the graduation requirements. We have met with the state board numerous times already. I attend public meetings. Yes, I attend public meetings. They've talked about graduation requirements. They've had panels to discuss the graduation requirements writ large, as well as individual pieces of the graduation requirements. So I would say it's been a very public process and will continue to be.
So they develop responses to what you propose.
Yes.
Are there responses in writing?
We hope that, yes, I believe that.
Well, so far, because there's already been some of this, has it been in writing?
No, their official response to our proposal has not been in writing yet, but I believe that the task force will make a report.
But there's already been some iteration.
Yes.
Has any of that been in writing? Or is that all just oral?
So we've not changed our proposal yet.
Sure.
So no, I don't
But
think.
there's been discussion about
There's been a ton of discussion.
And
yes.
that's just been oral, not in writing.
That's correct.
But that's been oral in public meetings.
Yes.
So, well, you presented something to them in writing.
Yes.
And to the extent that they've been reacting, it's not in writing, but it's been public. So if I care, I watch the hearings. I think they're recorded.
They are.
Maybe I shouldn't say hearings, meetings. So that back and forth has been public. At some point, they will have a written response.
Correct.
That'll be public. At some point, you're going to revise your proposal. That'll be in writing, and
Correct.
that'll be public.
Correct.
How long do you think this is going to take?
Well, the state board has said that they believe that they will get a written response to our proposal to us by the end of the spring. So if they are able to meet that timeline, then we will, I don't know, take a month or 2 months to review, to continue talking with them about what they have written back to us and develop a final proposal. So it could be several months down the road before we receive the written their response to the written proposal, and then a few months after that for us to work together to come to a final that they can vote on.
I'm going to switch subjects. The math task force recommendations. So I believe they made 7 recommendations. Which recommendations have not been acted on? And do you have the list in front of you?
I can get the list in front of me. So the math task force made recommendations very similar to the recommendations made for the literacy task force. The recommendations around tools for high quality instructional materials is the one area where we have done a lot of work. There was a subgroup of the math task force which began working immediately. They have already produced 3 or 4 tools that LEAs can use to assess the quality of their curricula. Teachers can use to I think there's a walkthrough tool, and they will continue to produce tools. I think another tranche of tools is due in a few months.
So recommendation 1 is underway.
Yes.
Recommendation 2?
Recommendation 2, right. Chairman, we might get through this a little quicker if I call Elizabeth Ross to speak with you about
she's been
this.
enjoying her quiet time in the audience.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman. I'm really delighted to speak about this topic. So you're exactly right. There are 7 recommendations. The first around high quality instructional materials, we activated on almost immediately by creating a high quality instructional materials rubric that LEAs can use today in order to evaluate their curricular materials against that rubric. Recommendation 2 around professional learning, we have high quality professional learning available asynchronously to educators on our OSSE LMS. We know that educators are taking advantage of this and that learning is underway. We also have a series of math boot camps that are underway and continue to receive really high remarks from educators. It's a cohort-based learning model, and that's very, very exciting. We also have specific recommendation 2 and 3 are both around professional learning. One is around instructional competency, one is around content knowledge competency. And again, our work underway is responsive to all of those things. Recommendation 4 is around educator development and support. This is a recommendation that we are probably the furthest from implementing. It's one that you heard some testimony on today, that advocates were seeking additional funds in order to implement. Recommendation 5 is around diagnostic assessment and intervention. As part of our transition to Smarter Balanced, we're really excited about the tools for teachers that will be available to provide our teachers with aligned supports to Smarter Balanced to enable them to work with their students and determine levels of competency. Recommendation area 6, family and community engagement, is something that we're always thinking about deeply at OSSE as an agency with our team. We have our Family Advisory Council that meets regularly. We also have upcoming on March 28th, and I'll be happy to get the details into your inbox, our DC STEM Fair. The M in STEM, of course, stands for mathematics, and we're doing that in partnership with organizations across the city in order to ensure that it's a really robust day of learning for our students in science, technology, engineering, and math. And then finally, our recommendation area 7, the consideration for integrated math. That work is underway as part of the work that you were just asking about, the Reimagining High School Graduation Requirements work. We have an integrated math advisory panel that's meeting regularly with national experts, with local experts in order to provide advice on that. So we are very active in all of the recommendations based on available resources.
So my initial question was, which of the 7 has not been implemented? And it sounds like it's number 4.
So we are, again, we have professional learning. Number 4 is around educator development and support, but part of part of recommendation 4 is around math coaching cohort. And currently at OSSE, we don't have the resources to provide those supports.
So is that the only one for which there are not resources at this time?
So again, with each of these recommendations, we're active on them to the extent that we can. Each of these recommendations are multifaceted. And for example, in recommendation 1 around high quality instructional materials, we've created that rubric. We don't currently have a requirement in place that LEAs use that rubric. We're working with them to support their use of that rubric. We are encouraging it. We absolutely believe that every educator enters the classroom wanting to do what is best for their students. Every LEA leader wants to do the very same thing. So the level of uptake by our LEAs is limited by the extent to which some of these activities and tools are required versus currently being produced by our team and produced and freely available.
Sure. So maybe another way for me to ask the question is, what additional resources, which I think means budget, would be necessary for any of these recommendations?
Again, part of this is really around the work that we're doing with our LEAs to shift the current and existing budget. For example, with high quality instructional materials, every LEA is currently spending resources on high quality instructional materials. And so part of our work at OSSE is how can we engage directly with those LEAs? And that's where the family and community piece becomes so critical. That's where continuing to serve as a trusted and authoritative voice in this space is really important for me and my team, so that LEAs use their existing dollars in order to take advantage of these resources.
If I asked you if OSSE needs budget for recommendation 1, the answer is no.
Right now, recommendation 1 is the task force recommends that all DCLEAs select, adopt, and implement HQIM for grades K-8 and all math courses required for high school graduation. I will name that we are implementing a similar recommendation in literacy, and we are doing that without an additional literacy budget in order to do that work. The task force did not provide an overall budgetary recommendation as part of its recommendations, and I do think that is in recognition of the fact that we have significant resources in DC going to support this work. And so part of our work at OSSE is about working strategically with our schools to ensure that they're spending those resources on researched and evidence-backed instructional tools, instructional resources, and taking advantage of the resources that exist in the city. I don't have a number for you today of, of the delta that, between the math task force recommendations and the budget that each of our LEAs has for math instruction, but this is certainly work that is very active and underway in DC.
Well, my interest in cost is not on the LEAs, but on OSSE. So would it be better if I asked if you could follow up with what it would cost OSSE to fully implement these recommendations?
We can do that, Chairman.
Thank you.
What about literacy? Is everything implemented there, or should I ask the same question with literacy? What would it cost OSSE to fully implement the literacy task force?
We've made great strides in literacy. Literally thousands of DC educators have been trained across the board in structured literacy, in other ways, and in literacy in general. So I would say that the literacy work is well underway. We were able to provide stipends to some teachers for the professional development that they were able to undertake. I think we're in decent shape. Elizabeth, would you like to add anything?
I would just add that we're tracking on every single literacy recommendation. We're really proud of our work in this space, and we do believe it's making a meaningful difference for our educators and our students across the city. We're particularly proud in the wholehearted way that our LEAs have embraced the kindergarten competency requirement. In particular, DCPS has gone above and beyond the baseline requirement for the 26-27 school year and expanded that pool of educators beyond kindergarten teachers to include all special educators. So we're very, very proud that that work is underway. And
so budget is no issue with regard to literacy task force.
We are very actively implementing all of those recommendations.
Kind of a yes, no. So budget is no issue in implementation of the literacy task force.
With more resources, we could always do more. But with our current resources, we are able to be very active in implementing these recommendations.
That was a better answer. Give me a second here.
Can I hop in, Phil?
I didn't see you were here. You were gone.
I know. I did a quick bedtime real quick.
You're not allowed to take a nap during the...
Not my nap. I had to put Pierce down.
I have a few more questions, but go for it.
All right, I only have a few. Okay. I wanted to ask about community schools. How does OSSE determine which schools receive community schools funding?
We run a competitive grant that is multi-year. Right now, we have 7 community-based organizations who are working with 17 schools, and I think the total is $6 million.
Okay. And what performance metrics does OSSE require from community school grantees to determine whether their programs are effective? And what happens when a program fails to meet those expectations?
So community schools are very individualized so that each community school sets their targets. We are most interested in providing technical assistance to support the schools in meeting those targets, and Also, we work to ensure that they are learning from each other. So we have a lot of opportunities for interaction amongst the groups. We do an annual report. We do visits. There's a task force that does visits to each school, and we write a report. And based on that report, we decide whether or not once the grant period is over, if the school reapplies, whether or not they receive funding again.
Got it. Okay. And what indicators does OSSE track related to, I guess, attendance, student engagement, academic progress, or family participation? Sort of, what side of data do you collect to evaluate whether the community schools are improving student outcomes?
Well, certainly attendance is a big area for our community schools. But again, the community schools set targets and goals independently. And so there is not one set of requirements that we look for in each school.
Okay. Are you guys, what trends, if any, is OSSE seeing so far in schools participating in the program?
Probably the biggest trend that we see is the importance of the community schools coordinator. This is the individual that works to ensure that all of the resources that are within the school, all of the community partners are working successfully with students. And again, those positions mean different things in different schools, but that person is centralized and very, very critical to the success of the work that happens in the school.
Okay. And finally, many community schools rely on short-term grants or limited time funding. What is OSSE's long-term strategy for sustaining community schools programming once initial grant funds expire? I know you all in a previous hearing said that you agreed it would be better if funding was sustainable, not just an incentive grant. So I just want to understand, what's the plan to make the funding sustainable?
We don't have insight into the mayor's budget, so we don't know what the funding level might be, but we do believe that we can play a pretty central role in community schools through amping up our technical assistance. We think that many of the schools could be a lot stronger if they had more guidance, more opportunities to come together and learn about what full implementation of a full service community school looks like. And so we are interested in leaning into that role.
Got it. Speaking of our educators, what were the most significant findings from your work on flexible scheduling and its impact on educator retention? Which models showed the strongest outcomes for students and educators?
I think the thing that we learned most is that schools are different. They are all very individualized, and the flexible scheduling work that was done in the different schools reflected that. One of the things that we're excited about is the report that we wrote really does share some of the ways that the schools implemented flexible scheduling. And it really is going to be an independent decision based on the individual schools.
Individual schools, okay. I wanted to ask about our out-of-time school programming. What percentage of district students currently have access to structured programming, and where are the largest geographic or grade level gaps?
Most of the outer time school funding comes from the DME. We do have 21st century schools at OSSE. I don't have the statistics in front of me regarding the numbers that you're asking for, though, but we can make those available to you.
What happens is stakeholders have identified middle school programming as one of the largest gaps in the district's out-of-time school system. And so I was just wondering, is OSSE taking any steps to expand programming opportunities for middle school students?
We haven't taken those steps. The DME might be able to talk to you a little bit more about that.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to ask was about multilingual learners represent a growing share of students in DC schools. What progress has OSSE made in improving academic outcomes for multilingual learners?
I can share with you that we certainly are aware of the fact that multilingual learners are in our schools and that their numbers are increasing. We have a staff person who's a specialist in this area, and she works with LEAs to ensure that they are aware of things like universal design and understanding how best to work with students that are multilingual. Providing a lot of technical assistance and resources.
Got it. Okay. I'll follow up with her about just follow-up questions on like what we're seeing as far as multilingual learners and see if we can get some of that information. One thing that came up was there's been delays in completing special education evaluations, and that continue to be a major concern for families. What does OSSE's data show about evaluation timelines across LEAs today?
Thank you for that question. We certainly have been working very hard with our LEAs on their special education systems. The timeliness of evaluations is one of the areas that is listed on our new SEPA reports. These are special education reports that we do for each LEA. In terms of timelines, though, it's my understanding that doing evaluations in a timely manner is a real challenge for LEAs, often because it's difficult to find the personnel who can do those evaluations. We've leaned into LEAs, particularly who have this problem, and attempted to keep them on track, identify the fact that the clock is ticking. Sometimes we've been able to identify vendors that they can go to do the evaluations. So it is a problem, one of several problems that many LEAs face. And we try to work with LEAs as best we can and make sure that the data is available to them.
Got it. And do you have what percentage of evaluations are completed within the required timelines?
I think that I will have to call up Victoria Glick, who is our special education lead, to help us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, council member.
Good evening.
So in the most recent school year, we showed district-wide data of 80% timely initial evaluations.
Okay.
Which is 6.6 percentage points above the prior year rate.
Okay.
So we shifted to a new model, as Dr. Mitchell noted in her testimony, where in previous years we work quarterly with LEAs on a review of their historical data related to these practices that contribute to these timelines. In this school year, we shifted to a weekly engagement with LEAs based on live data, reviewing with them exactly what ups and downs are happening inside of their LEAs that contribute to an untimely initial evaluation. The initial evaluation process includes around 9 steps to complete timely. And so we look deeply into that data that is live to determine where the LEA has missed one of those 9 steps, how they can reform their practices and procedures to avoid doing that in the future, and how to correct the individual student's delay.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the learning just what actions you all were taking when an LEA sort of repeatedly fails to meet those timelines. And I'm happy to hear the current percentage has gone up, but it's one of the feedbacks we're getting consistently from families is just to continue those delays. And so the more we can do to help LEAs close that gap with the timeline, the better I think families will feel about the process overall. The last question I had was about State Board of Education collaboration. When OSSE and State Board of Education disagree on policies such as graduation requirements or academic standards, what is the current process for resolving those disagreements?
Thank you so much for that question. We work very closely with the State Board. We have a scheduled leadership meeting once a month. In addition to that, I attend public sessions of the State Board, and I'm also frequently invited to their working sessions. When there has been a disagreement in terms of policy, it is generally our process to talk it out. We have a very collegial relationship. I believe we respect each other and are able to air different perspectives on the issue. It's been a very positive relationship thus far, and we've been able to resolve any issues that may have come up.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and you all have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can go back to your nap. Ooh, that was unfair. It wasn't your nap. It was your intern, as we say. The study you did on flexible scheduling, which you mentioned with some, I want to say some, you were very complimentary of. Oh, of course, it was this report from your agency, right?
It was a report from my agency, yes.
But you were very complimentary of it. It was based on roughly 4 months of experience. Is that enough?
Yeah. I would say that it probably is not enough to carry out flexible scheduling and understand the implications of what it means. It was a shortened period.
But and some of that's just because it took so long to get the grants out.
Well, I think we were supposed to get the grant out by March, and we did.
I don't remember from the report or not. Is there thought of scaling it up or another round of pilot?
That thought is not something that we have contemplated as of right now. And of course, it would depend on budget.
Board member Robert Henderson spoke about, I asked OSSE to reassess and improve the process for verifying and appealing equitable access eligibility status. To be honest with you, I don't know what that is, but I'm asking you both to explain what it is and whether you're willing to reassess and improve the process.
So equitable access is a status that LEAs can opt into who are participating in the lottery. It gives preference to students who are at risk.
We legislated that, a preference for at-risk. That's what that means. Okay.
Yeah, that's what that means. Yes, yes, yes. In terms of Board Member Henderson's request, I can tell you that the equitable access weight is applied to students prior to when we run the lottery. And so that information is connected to that student when the lottery is run. I think I would have to talk with Representative Henderson to understand what his concerns are. We are more than happy to do that. And yeah, I will set up a meeting to make that happen. I don't know the nature of his concerns, but I'm totally and completely willing to talk with him about that.
At our oversight hearing on the State Board of Education, the issue of the legislation they proposed came up. You're familiar with that?
I am.
They insist that they're not getting response to data requests timely.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak to that? Well, maybe I should add a little. So I think the legislation says data requests from the board. And when I asked the president to follow up, this was several months ago, I got an email that cited requests from individual board members.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, the legislation speaks to requests from the board. So my question to you about whether there are issues with data would be requests from the board. And then if you want to speak to whether you're responsive to requests from individual board members, please.
Sure. So any requests from the board that have come in for data, we have fulfilled. We have worked as quickly as we possibly can to do that. In terms of individual board members and data requests, we fill those as well. Our data team is crackerjack. They work very hard, and I don't know of any requests from the board that we haven't fulfilled.
Well, let's try this one. It had to do with children, I think kindergarten or first grade age, and whether they needed to help me here. Do you remember? This was actually a Bijan thing. It had, there was the controversy over the students who had the parents wanted them in kindergarten, and the school system said they had aged out and had to go into the first grade. And I think
Yes.
there was a data request related to that.
I don't know that we got that request. I think DCPS may have given them some information, but I am not aware of a request that came to OSSE.
But the testimony was about to OSSE, but that's an answer. So as far as you know, you've been responsive both to individual board members as well as to the board.
Absolutely. And as I've indicated, I meet with the board leadership every month, and that has not come up.
State board not being able to access educator retention with OSSE for years. That's kind of old. I mean, that's not the last couple, that's not since you've been superintendent.
No, sir. We publish a great deal of educator retention data.
So there's been some rumblings about going back to the childcare subsidy wait list, whether there are emergency regulations that have been drafted. Are there?
We are drafting.
So they haven't been completed.
They have been drafted and are going through a review process,
Okay.
as all regulations do.
Is it OSSE's intention to publish them as emergency regulations?
Yes.
Will there be any sharing of them with stakeholders before you do that? I get that emergency, you don't have to do the 30 days in the register. That's what an emergency is. But so understanding that, is there any intention of sharing them with some stakeholders before you were to go to publishing emergency regs?
No, we don't. I don't think that we do. We did draft waitlist policy back in August, and the emergency regulations will largely address the feedback that we got from the draft recommendations. We got a lot of feedback from stakeholders. And so the stakeholders will have the opportunity, as you know, through that emergency process to further comment.
There are already regulations in place that give OSSE the authority to implement a wait list. There are some small things in how they're written currently that technically limits our ability to implement the wait list in a way that's consistent with the feedback that we've gotten from stakeholders. So if we're putting forward emergency regulations, it is solely to give us the ability to do the things that would allow us to respond to feedback we already got from stakeholders on the draft policy we put in place in August. Most of what is put out to implement the waitlist is not at the level of regulation, but it's a sub-regulatory policy document. That is the policy document we shared a draft of with stakeholders with in August, and we've gotten extensive feedback with them. We've had follow-up conversations with many stakeholders about it. If we're going to be putting out regulations, they are primarily for the purpose of allowing us to implement a waiting list in a way that's consistent with that feedback. They will not be laying out the details of how the wait list is implemented because that's not the way the regulations are currently structured.
Okay. Do you have a sense of how long you would want to have a wait list?
We would want to have the wait list until the number of participants in the subsidy program reached the the money, would reach the amount of money that we have in the budget. So again, we believe that attrition would mean that between 12 and 1,500 students would roll off, age out of the subsidy program. So depending upon what the budget is for 27, the wait list would be in place until we meet the number where the budget meets the number of folks that are in the program.
Are you looking at other states to get a sense of best and worst practices?
Well, certainly we know that other states have implemented a wait list, Maryland, Virginia, maybe 12, 13 other states.
Looking at other states besides just wait list?
Yes, we regularly access national resources that tell us about subsidy policies in other states. There are, some policies that other states have that prevent them needing to implement wait lists, such as setting a very, very low initial income threshold for subsidy well below one the district has had recently. That is not something that we have been discussing or exploring at this point in time.
I'm sorry, how does that connect with the wait list?
If a state sets a very, very low initial eligibility income threshold for subsidy, like 100% of the federal poverty level, they by that way contain the number of families that may become eligible in such a way they might not need a wait list. That is not what we are discussing at this point in time.
Okay. OSSE increased the threshold or the ceiling or whatever to like 300%?
Correct.
When did you do that?
23? At the start of fiscal year 2024.
The start of fiscal year 2024, and you were able to do that by rulemaking or just by a decision?
In rulemaking.
And do you recall how many additional students became eligible?
About 200.
That's the number that are currently enrolled in that group. Yeah, there's a larger potential population eligible because subsidy eligibility